Rebuild World Chapter 66 Important Day Checkpoint Day. After finishing his bath, Akira returned to Cheryl's room. On his way there, the other boys in the gang were looking enviously at him. They knew that he shared the bath together with Cheryl. The girls in the gang could not blame the boys since they also knew that many boys fantasized about being with Cheryl. But it was obvious that Cheryl was only into Akira. Akira was a hunter who could pay 10 million orum like it was nothing. If Cheryl was not the boss of the gang, the other girls in the gang would have tried to seduce him. But doing something like that would be an obvious declaration of war against Cheryl. The reason why Cheryl could maintain her position as the boss was because of Akira's influence. Thus trying to seduce him also meant trying to wrest the boss position from Cheryl. Because of that, no one dared to even attempt to do that. After returning back to Cheryl's room, Akira started to feel sleepy. He said to Cheryl while fighting against his sleepiness, "Cheryl, I'm going to sleep now. So, can I borrow your sofa?" Cheryl replied happily, "You can use my bed. It's bigger than the sofa." "Really? Thanks." Once he got Cheryl's permission, Akira put his luggage on the floor near the bed and was about to get on the bed. Although from the way Cheryl said it, she hinted that she would also sleep on the same bed, he did not notice that at all. She then carefully picked her words as she said, "Is it okay if I ask you to take off your clothes? It would be a lot of work to clean the bed if it gets dirty." "Okay." Akira was half asleep as he removed his clothes and put them on his luggage. After leaving only the underwear on his body, Akira got onto the bed. His eyelids were already too heavy, thus he planned to just go ahead and sleep. Although she looked rather disappointed, Cheryl still smiled and said to Akira, "Good night and sleep well." "Good night." Akira sounded drowsy when he replied. He then quickly fell asleep. Even after Akira fell asleep, Cheryl still stayed awake to work on her job as the boss of the gang. She checked the progress of the work she distributed among the members of the gang, checked their results, and planned for the next job distribution. If there was any trouble with the work done by her underlings, she would try to formulate a solution, readjust the whole work schedule of the gang, and resolve any fights between the members of the gang. Although it would be unreasonable to simply compare her workload with the other members, it could be said that Cheryl was working the hardest in the gang. After finishing, Cheryl returned to her private room and locked the door. She undressed down to her undies and crawled onto the same bed as Akira. She then slowly hugged him. As Akira was already asleep on the bed for quite some time, his body warmth was spread throughout the bed. Both Akira and Cheryl were in their underwear. As she felt Akira's warmth on her body, Cheryl revealed a satisfied smile. Cheryl closed her eyes while still hugging Akira as she looked back at everything that happened that day. Although a lot of things happened today, it was still an amazing day. I'll do my best so that Akira will not abandon me. As she was thinking about the future, Cheryl was slowly consumed by her sleepiness. She eventually drifted to sleep with a big smile on her face. The next day, Akira woke up and noticed that Cheryl was still clinging on him. She had a peaceful and blissful look on her sleeping face. Akira, who was still lying on that bed, suddenly heard Alpha's voice. "Good morning, Akira. Did you sleep well?" "Morning. Ah, right, I slept in Cheryl's place last night, huh?" Akira pulled himself away from Cheryl, stepped down from the bed, and put his clothes on. He then looked at Cheryl, who was still sleeping on the bed. After he got a good night's sleep, Akira regained his calm. He remembered what happened yesterday as he was looking at Cheryl, who was still wearing nothing but her undies. "She was clinging on to me yesterday without any good reason. She also took a bath together with me, and until just a moment ago, she was sleeping with me only in her undies. What exactly does she think of me? Does she think that I definitely won't attack her or something?" Even when his mind was in good condition, Akira still came up with the wrong conclusion. So Alpha exasperatedly said to him, "What are you talking about? She's tempting you to assault her, you know? She did say to you that you can do anything to her, remember?" "Is that so? But still, is there any particular reason why she would do something like this?" "She might be thinking that her current situation can quickly change for the better if you do something to her. As a matter of fact, I'm quite sure that's what she's thinking." Akira made a conflicted face as he stared at Cheryl. "Is that so? I guess it's true if you say so. Well, I don't really mind if you want to get involved with her, as long as you don't forget your contract with me. But if you really do, just make sure to be careful. It's about exploring the particular ruin that you want me to go to, right? Don't worry. If you abandon me, I'm sure I'll immediately die in no time, eaten by one of those monsters. I won't do anything that might endanger my life, so you don't need to worry about that. Akira stated that clearly. The only reason why he was still alive was all thanks to Alpha's support. He understood that one fact very well. That's good to hear. But still, although there's a beautiful girl of the same age as you sleeping only in her undies in front of you, you don't seem to be bothered at all. Are you really not interested? Well, what can I say? Since I have this girl who always follows me around while being naked, I guess I grew up some resistance against it. Akira lightly laughed when he said that, and Alpha smiled invincibly. Right at the next moment he had a bad feeling, and his feeling was accurate. Alpha's dress suddenly vanished, leaving her beautiful body in full view. She was showing off her virtual body that was produced through an extremely advanced calculation, without even a shred of embarrassment. She even adjusted her appearance to suit Akira's taste, which she gathered from all of her observations of him, but her base body shape was also so beautiful that it would charm most of the members of the opposite gender. Then, to put the cherry on the top, Alpha was looking at Akira with a flirtatious gaze and a charming smile. He blushed a little and quickly turned his face away. Alpha giggled as she saw his vexed expression. Oh, I thought you said you'd grown some resistance against this, right? Akira still blushed as he complained. Just shut up. It depends on the timing and the girl, you know. Just get your dress back on already. Alpha returned her dress back. When she did that, Akira kept telling himself that he did not regret it. If you want to see it again, feel free to tell me anytime. Alpha teasingly whispered that to Akira. As she was continuously observing him, she could tell that it was not like he had no sexual drive or interest in the opposite sex. There was no denying the fact that Cheryl was a beautiful girl. The only reason why his reaction was so dull, even when she clung on him, got on the same bath with him, and slept beside him defenselessly while being only in her undies, was simply because Akira did not think of her in that way at all. In principle, Akira categorized the people that he met into one of two groups: either they were enemies or not enemies. He showed no gender bias when it came to this matter. But he did react differently towards a very small number of people, who were not included in either of those two groups, namely people he thought as his allies. This very small number of people included Shizuka, who worried for him without any ulterior motives, Sarah and Elena, who saved his life, and Alpha, who was supporting him. As far as Alpha knew, Akira only regarded these four people as his allies. This could be seen from how Akira reacted when Sarah was only wearing a light dress when he was in their house, or when Elena came up in front of him with a sexy augmented suit that pronounced her body line, or when Alpha reconstructed the image of Elena's and Sarah's naked body in front of him. And finally, he also reacted the same way when Alpha was showing her naked body just a moment ago. If for some reason Cheryl's position shifted to this group, there was a good chance that Akira would be seduced by her in no time. Alpha thought so, as she decided that she should investigate that possibility further. But looking at how he reacted just now, Alpha knew that there was no need to worry about it. As long as nothing big happened, it was very unlikely for Cheryl's position to be changed from Akira's not-enemy group. No matter what Cheryl would do, as long as he only thought of maintaining their relationship, it was unlikely for him to change how he treated Cheryl. Not too long after that, Cheryl also woke up. She was still half asleep as she probed for Akira with her hands. Sadly enough, her hands only wandered around the empty bedsheet around her. She looked disappointed when she realized Akira had already woken up. Cheryl slowly got to her senses. When she was finally fully awake, she could see Akira already prepared to go out. Akira was sitting on the sofa while operating his information terminal. He was looking through the emails that reached him by his hunter code. One of the emails was from Kibayashi. It contained the information about the property agency that Akira had asked. Akira noticed Cheryl, who just woke up. "Ah, you've woken up, huh? Morning." "Good morning. Are you going out already? You can at least eat some breakfast here, you know?" "It's fine, I'll just grab something outside." If Akira ate something there, It would reduce the portion for the rest of the gang's members. After all, he knew perfectly well how precious food was in the slum city. I understand, please allow me to at least see you off. Akira smiled bitterly and asked, You sure you want to see me off dressed like this? When Akira pointed it out, Cheryl realized that she was wearing nothing but her undies. She then quickly grabbed her dress and put it on in panic. Akira left Cheryl's base and headed to the real estate agent's office introduced by Kobayashi. In the middle of his way there, Alpha asked him, Akira, what kind of house do you want? I'm sure the staff would ask you this question, so it's a good idea to think about it now. Let's see. First of all, I want a big bath. I'm also planning to buy a vehicle, so I want a big garage too. And also maybe a big room to store my equipment, ammo and my reserves. Then maybe a warehouse and a bedroom too. Then the next problem will be the rent. I'm sure Kobayashi has told that real estate agency about you, so it would be troublesome if they recommend you an expensive estate thinking that you still have that 100 million orum. Well, that's true. I already spent 90 million orum yesterday. My money sense is completely broken, isn't it? I wonder where that small boy, who got all flustered by 200,000 orum, is now. It's not like you wasted that money on unnecessary things. Just think about it as proof of your growth. When he heard Alpha's words, his expression turned bewildered as he mumbled, Growth, huh? To be honest, I'm not sure if I've really grown stronger. Since, until now, I only got myself better equipment and I'm still fully relying on you. I don't feel like I'm getting stronger myself though. Akira himself did not think that he had grown stronger. After all, he still had problems in all his fights and he was only able to barely survive till now because of Alpha's support. Alpha smiled at Akira to reassure him. Don't worry. You've become stronger. But I think it's okay to think like that too. It's better to underestimate your ability rather than to overestimate it. After all, it's not like you would be able to breeze through your fights against the monsters just because you got a little bit stronger. If hunters could easily kill them, they would not be called monsters after all. Not to mention, facing danger is your occupational hazard too. So let's not get too reckless and stay careful. If you're worried about it, you can put more effort into your training and you can also rely more on me. Akira smiled. He was rather relieved after Alpha said that to him. Is that so? Well, I suppose you're right. I'll be counting on you. Akira collected himself as he stepped forward. Eventually, he arrived at the real estate agency that Kobayashi introduced. After he showed his hunter ID at the reception counter and mentioned Kobayashi's name, one of the staff quickly came to serve him. That staff was surprised when he saw Akira. It was because not only was Akira a small boy, he also did not seem like a hunter who could receive a recommendation from the Kagamayama city management. But that staff quickly showed Akira a friendly smile before Akira could notice his surprise. Akira told that staff what kind of house he was looking for. After that, they finished their small consultation and went to check the prospective houses. The real estate agency Kobayashi introduced to him was located in the outskirts of the lower district. Although there were a lot of open plots in the district, only a very small number of them were safe. There was a big difference in the values between the plots on the upper and middle districts that were located behind the wall, and the lower district that was located outside the wall. This difference in values came from the difference in their safety and security. The closer the property was to the wasteland, the cheaper it would be. And the closer it was to the wall, the more expensive it would be. Although there were exceptions, these exceptions were sold at a higher price, since they were located in regions that were maintained by private security companies. So in short, the extra price was for the safety provided. The agency staff gave Akira a tour through a certain house. As Akira looked around the inside of that house, he felt that it was big enough for him to live alone. It had a big bath, a lot of rooms, and a huge garage. It was also fully furnished, so there was no need to buy new furniture. It fulfilled most of Akira's expectations. The staff then explained to Akira, "It's a building designed for a hunter. Normally, we would only recommend this house for a hunter above rank 30. It's pretty well made that it can withstand explosives and gunshots. The city security gave permission to install heavy weaponry on this house for self-defense too. But if it causes problems with other people who live around the area, then we're not liable for that and you would have to solve that problem yourself. Although it is mentioned under the contract that this area is guarded by a private security company, don't put your hopes too high. In case you're attacked by robbers, expect to handle it yourself. As for cleaning up rubbles and dead bodies, you can contact us and we'll take care of them for you. While for the rent, considering the position of the person who introduced you to us, we'll charge you 500,000 orum per month. It already includes the water bill, energy bill, security bill, and insurance. You can always ask us anytime in case you need more security guards. Do you have any questions? Normally, this house would not be introduced to a small hunter like Akira. It was all thanks to Kobayashi's influence as city staff. Thus, Akira thought that this kind of opportunity might never come again if he let it go here. Akira inquired the staff, "When can I rent this house?" "You can use it immediately after you pay the rent. If you pay it here and now, you can immediately use it right afterwards." "I understand, I'll take this house then." Akira then gave the staff his hunter ID. The staff received the hunter ID, scanned it with his terminal, and operated his terminal to finalize the contract. He then deeply bowed to Akira. "I've confirmed that we've received the payment. Thank you very much for using our service. This is the key for that house. Please do inform us if you lose it. The future rent payment will be automatically withdrawn from your bank account. If you're late in paying the rent even by a second, the rental contract will be immediately nullified, and all the properties inside the house will be confiscated by the company who owns the building. So please be careful. You can do anything you want with all the furniture that is already inside. You can throw them away or sell them if you don't need them." "Wait, those furniture, were they?" "Yes. They were owned by the previous renter." Akira glanced back at the furniture inside the house. Those furniture were left behind by the previous person who lived there. He realized that if he too died, then his furniture would also be passed on for the subsequent renters in the same way. "Well then, please let me excuse myself. If you need anything, feel free to give us a call. Once again, thank you very much for using our service." The staff bowed deeply at Akira once more before leaving. Akira then locked the door, went to his new room, and put down his luggage and equipment. He then sat on a chair near him. He looked deeply moved as he took a big breath and let out a long sigh. "A home. My home." "You're only renting it though." "Even if I'm just renting it, it's still my home. After living all these years in the slum city alley, I finally get a place that I can call my home." Akira looked around the room. He became a hunter hoping to improve his life condition, and a lot had happened since he went to the wasteland for the first time. He just sat there reminiscing those days. The past Akira, the Akira before he met Alpha, would have never imagined that he would be able to live in such a place. But right now, right here, it was his reality. Akira stood up and turned to Alpha. He made a serious face as he bowed his head. "It's all thanks to you, Alpha. Thank you. And also, I'll keep counting on you." Alpha was smiling just like usual. "You're welcome. And I'll be counting on you too." For Akira, today was an important day. It was the day he stopped living in inns. But for Alpha, it was not that big of a deal. It was nothing more than a day where Akira reached one of the checkpoints. These differences between them were shown in their respective expressions. After that, Akira went to and fro to the lower district to buy food, indoor clothes, and other daily necessities. He also adjusted his new information terminal so that Alpha could access it. He then checked all the rooms inside his new house one more time. He spent the whole day to prepare himself for his new lifestyle. By nightfall, Akira had finished all the preparations that he needed for his new life inside his new house. Akira dipped himself inside the warm bath to recover from all the hard work that he did during the day. Just like he wished, the bath inside his house was pretty big. It was large enough for him to fully extend his arms and legs as he enjoyed the warm water. Alpha was also there together with him, although she was only an image. When he was enjoying his bath, Akira did not even pay any attention to Alpha, who was naked right beside him. After all, it was a normal sight for him every time he took a bath. It was also because she was calmly enjoying the bath just like usual. If she was teasing him there, he would not be able to ignore her. "Akira, it's about our plan for the future. Starting from tomorrow until the day your new equipment arrives, you'll spend your time studying and training, okay?" "I understand, but what kind of training are we going to do?" Akira was puzzled. After all, it was not like he could do shooting training or CQC training inside his house. He might be able to do CQC training inside the empty garage, but his movements would be restricted in such a small place. But Alpha's answer had nothing to do with both of those training. You'll train on how to compress your time perception both intentionally and out of pure reflex. Akira sounded puzzled as he said, I'm sorry, I don't really understand what you just said. So what exactly am I going to do? Well, you'll understand that tomorrow. All right. Akira did not have any idea on what kind of training he would be doing, but since Alpha said that he would understand once the training started, he stopped worrying any further. It showed just how far he trusted Alpha. Alpha was satisfied with his answer. On the next day, Akira started his training inside the garage. Alpha initiated the training with an explanation on what to do. The training that you'll be doing starting from today will be to freely compress time perception by yourself. Simply put, you'll accelerate your cognitive mind to compress your time perception. When you do that, things around you will look like they're moving in slow motion. You'll train on how to do it intentionally, while on the other hand, we'll also condition your body to automatically do that when you're in a certain situation. Once you achieve it, we'll train to increase the level of compression. For starters, let's aim to extend 1 second into 10 seconds, then into 100 seconds and so on. We'll also train so you can maintain it for an extended time with a minimum level of burden to your brain. If you can do this, I'm sure you'll grow strong really quickly. Alpha gave a very straightforward and plain explanation, but Akira did not get the same impression after hearing her explanation. For him, it sounded like an impossible and crazy idea. It was as if Alpha was telling him to fly. Even if you give me that explanation, can I really do something like that? To be honest, I'm not even sure I can do it, you know? But her reply quickly cleared up Akira's doubt. She smiled and said, You can. Or more like, you've done it unconsciously before. You just need to work it out so you can do the same intentionally. Akira was surprised by what he heard. I've done something like that. That's right. If you need a more precise example, you still remember your fight against Nelia, right? That's a good example. I'm pretty sure Nelia was using an accelerator when she fought you. It increased the speed of her movements and slowed down her time perception, thus allowing her to fight at a very high speed. In order to adjust her cyborg body to fight in such a high speed, I bet she put in extra modifications inside her brain too. Akira remembered his fight with Nelia. At that time, although he was moving his body desperately, he was barely able to follow the movement of his augmented suit that was controlled by Alpha. So, does it have anything to do with my training? Yes. At that time, you were somehow able to follow and react to Nelia's movements. You were also barely able to follow the movements of your augmented suit when I was controlling it. Although you weren't aware of it since you were so desperate at that time, there's no way you could do something like that unless you were compressing your time perception, you know? The danger of death made you so focused that you were unconsciously compressing your time perception in order to survive that situation. Akira was dumbfounded as he heard Alpha's explanation. He was only vaguely aware of it during that fight, and now Alpha, who he trusted, also confirmed it. Thus Akira thought that it must be true. Leaving the truth aside, Akira believed her explanation. Now that he believed it, it became the truth for him. It turned his belief from being impossible to possible. Let's start by trying to fool your brain into thinking that your life is in danger. With this, you should be able to grasp how to compress time unconsciously. Once you're done with it, you'll next learn how to do the same in any situation. Oh, I understand the gist of it, but what exactly should I do? You'll understand once we start the training. So let's get into it right away. After saying that, Alpha changed her appearance from her usual dress into some kind of exotic costume for dancers which had a lot of decorations on it. The only exposed part of her body was her head. She was wearing a long skirt that extended to the floor and her arms were covered by long sleeves. Alpha was holding blades in both of her hands. Those blades were thin and looked extremely sharp. She then thrust the blade in her right hand toward Akira. Although Akira understood well that the blade in front of his eyes was not a real thing and only an image, it looked sharp enough that Akira could not help but take a step back. I'll be dancing in front of you and you'll need to keep your eyes on me. I'll launch some attacks in the middle of it and you just need to evade them, you get that? Okay. Since it's training to compress your time perception, You're not allowed to keep your distance to avoid my attacks. You're also not allowed to take a step back when I approach you as long as I don't try to attack you. All right. Very well, let's begin. After both of them opened up some distance between them, Alpha saluted Akira, closed her eyes and started dancing while making a dignified expression with her beautiful face. The multi-layered dress flailed in the air as she danced. She looked completely mesmerizing. The many decorations on her dress swayed along, complementing her every move. The blades, which were as smooth as a mirror, gave a clear reflection of the garage as they slashed the air. Watching her dance, Akira felt like he was taking part in some kind of ritual. It was obvious that Akira was slowly hypnotized by that dance. It made him immediately forget that he was in the garage and both Alpha's dress and dance were completely out of place. When Akira got back to his senses, Alpha had already finished her slash. Alpha, who was dancing next to him, had slashed at his neck with the blade in her right hand. He could not react to that at all. If that blade was real, he would have been dead by now. Alpha smiled mischievously at Akira, who was still dumbfounded. You should properly keep your eyes open for any attacks, okay? I understand. Akira pulled himself together. It would be all for naught if he did not feel any sense of danger, even when there was someone flinging a sword right at him. He could not just stand there mesmerized. He should properly keep his focus and watch Alpha's movements closely. He gathered all his focus and directed all his attention towards Alpha. Alpha reset the distance between them. Akira kept his eyes on her so that he would not miss even the slightest move from Alpha, but then he suddenly realized something and looked puzzled. A layer of cloth tore off from Alpha's dress. That piece of cloth fluttered and vanished before it could touch the floor. Akira understood that it was nothing more than an image, thus it was not like that piece of cloth would just peel off from Alpha's dress on its own. So in short, Alpha did that intentionally. Alpha, why did you let that piece of cloth off? I'm just reducing the difficulty. This multi-layered dress is hiding my movements, which in turn hides my attack. If you can get a better view of my limbs, you should be able to see my attacks more easily, right? Well, that's true, but isn't it like we're doing this training so that I can quickly recognize my enemy's movement, compress my time perception, and evade incoming attacks? It's fine. It doesn't seem like you can even react to my attacks at this rate after all. Or more like you don't feel any danger at all, do you? As long as you don't recognize the danger, you won't be able to notice that you're being attacked, and it won't be able to trigger you to compress your time perception. Well, that's true. I'll take off one layer of my dress every time my attack hits you, okay? Aha! If you want to see me naked, you can just go ahead and take it easy, you know? After Alpha said that while smiling bewitchingly, she started dancing again in front of flustered Akira. Akira stiffened his face to not let out his inner feeling as he was keeping his eyes on Alpha, who was dancing beautifully in front of him. Rebuild World Chapter 67, making sure that everything is alright. Akira placed all his focus on Alpha's movements. He did not let even the slightest shift go unnoticed. But even so, he could not evade a single attack. It was because Alpha's multi-layered dress hit her blades, making it extremely difficult to judge the timing of her attack. Moreover, Akira could not follow her movements with his eyes at all. Akira was trying his best to focus on Alpha's movements, but it was not even close compared to the level of focus he had when he was facing a deathly situation. Alpha noticed every single time he lowered his guard and used that opening to accurately slip in an attack. Then, just like she said, every time Akira received an attack, one piece of cloth was removed from her dress. Thus, one by one, pieces of cloth kept falling off from Alpha's heavily decorated dress. As fewer and fewer clothes and decorations were left on her dress, her skin started getting exposed bit by bit, starting with her forelimbs to her back, then eventually up to the cleavage of her chest and bum. But as Alpha kept dancing, the exposed part of her skin was only barely able to peek out from time to time as the leftover pieces of clothes on her dress hid them from view. The more part of her body got exposed, the more seducing her dance became. Alpha was smiling bewitchingly and sending a flirtatious gaze at Akira. She had lost most pieces of clothes that were hiding her body, thus it should have been easier to see her movements now. But her dance was still as deadly as it was charming. Akira was sliced and diced so many times by Alpha's swords. Although he was familiar with her attacks, he still could not evade the incoming blades. Akira was getting tired after keeping his focus for an extended length of time. Because of that, his focus was getting worse with each passing second. Eventually, Akira was too tired to even react to Alpha's attacks. Alpha noticed that and decided to end the training. Let's end it here today. Akira did not try to hide his tiredness as he let out a big sigh. He then looked at Alpha one more time and sighed again. Alpha was almost naked. The only pieces of clothes left were those that hid particular parts of her body, and some decorative pieces that were barely able to hide the rest of her body. All the layers of clothes that Alpha started with had turned into such a sexy dress. Alpha's beautiful figure that was almost on full view showed just how pathetic Akira was during the training. Alpha tried to cheer Akira up since he was obviously disheartened. It's not something that you can learn in one night. Today's training was not fruitless. Let's keep on training patiently. I guess you're right. It was not like Akira had completely recovered, he was just putting a brave front. If he was given enough time, Akira would get back on his feet by himself. Let's take a short break before continuing with studying in your room. Or do you want to just take a rest for the remainder of the day? No, let's study. I'm on a break from hunter work, so I at least want to keep improving myself during my break. Alright then, I wonder what should I teach you today? Akira returned to his room and started taking lessons after he had enough rest. Let's work on your math today. As a hunter, you should at least be able to properly calculate your reward. Before that, how long are you planning to stay like that? Alpha was still wearing what was left of her dress from the previous training. It was not least bit suitable for teaching. She just smiled teasingly as she said, "Since you hadn't told me to change it, I thought that you liked it. That's why I'm keeping it like this." Alright. Next time, I'll tell you to change your clothes right away after the training. You don't have to hold yourself back, you know? Just return back to your usual dress, will you? Alpha's dress then changed to the suit that she usually wore when she was teaching Akira. Although it was far less exposing than her previous dress, it had a big opening on her chest and her skirt was very short with a decorated slit on it. It was sexy in its own style. Akira's reaction to this sexy suit was only, well, whatever. Humans really could get used to anything. Akira then spent the day studying in such a weird situation, but for him it was nothing out of ordinary. It had been 5 days since Akira rented the house. He did the same training every day to compress his time perception, but the result of his training did not change much compared to the first day of his training. Every single time, the training would continue till Alpha's multi-layered dress was almost completely gone, and it would end when Akira's reaction was considerably dulled because of the tiredness. Even after 5 days, Akira still could not evade even a single attack. Although his reaction speed increased without using the time compression, that was not the main aim of this training. Akira was taking a break after the training. He looked pretty depressed as he felt how pathetic he was for not showing any improvement all this time. Since Alpha told him that he could compress his time perception, he believed that he should be able to do it. But even so, he still could not achieve it. He didn't even show a sign that he could do it anytime soon. As Akira was fraught with frustration, Alpha suddenly said something weird to him. "Akira, a strange request just arrived for you." "A strange request?" "Yep, a strange request. You should check it yourself." Alpha pointed her finger at Akira's information terminal. The monitor on his information terminal quickly went through a series of screens as Alpha was operating it. It eventually stopped when it was on the page showing Akira's information on the website that could only be accessed by hunters. Akira reached for his information terminal and checked the notification. It was true that there was a request designated for him. The requester was Shirori. She was one of the hunters who he had met in Kazusuhara Ruins underground city. He once fought her when the relic thief Yajima took Reina hostage. The request was simply titled for consultation. When Akira checked the description of the request, it only said that she wanted to meet and talk with him, and mentioned the location and time of the meeting. As for the reward, it said that Shirori would pay for the meal. What the heck is this? Akira found it really strange and rechecked the request, but he had not misread anything. No idea. Maybe it's just a request to meet and talk about the real request. We won't know unless you go and ask Shiori yourself. Oh. As far as I can see, it says nothing other than she's inviting me for a talk while having a meal and she'll be paying for the meal. That is true. What exactly does she want to talk about with me? Even if you ask me, I have no guesses at all. Both Akira and Alpha had no idea what Shiori's intention was for inviting Akira for a meal. So then what do you plan to do? Are you going to take the request and meet her? Judging from where she's planning to meet you, I don't think there'll be any danger though. The meeting place mentioned in Shiori's request was the restaurant inside the biggest hunter office in Kagomayama City. Anyone who caused trouble in that place would be picking a fight against the hunter office at the same time. Since Shiori asked Akira to meet her there, he can rest assured that she would not try to pick a fight against him. It's okay if you want to just decline the request. You can also ignore it if you want. It's up to you, Akira. Alpha finished giving all of her suggestions to Akira. Although it might be a good chance for a breather if Akira went to meet Shiori, there was no particular reason for Alpha to recommend it either. It was really up to Akira. As long as his actions would not interfere with her objective, Alpha would try to respect Akira's will. Akira reread the request many times. He did not know whether to accept it or not. After taking some time to think, Akira eventually decided to accept it. It was because he was curious why Shiori wanted to meet him. If he could confirm that safely through this request, then there should be no problem accepting it. Akira thought so as he decided to accept the request. On top of that, the meeting place was in a high-class restaurant, so if Shiori would pay for the meal, then it would mean Akira would be able to eat expensive foods without having to pay for it at all. That was also why he decided to accept that request. But since getting free food was fixed as one of the factors in his decision, he tried his best to ignore it when he was considering what to do. Akira sent a confirmation to Shiori that he accepted the request. He then finished his preparation and went to the appointed restaurant. The Kagomayama City branch hunter office was located inside a huge building that was integrated with the city wall, which separated the middle district and the lower district. Inside that building there were many stores directed at hunters. Most of the stores were frequented by high-level hunters who had houses in the middle district. Among them, there were even stores that only accepted high-ranked hunters. Basically, it was not a place that a low-level hunter like Akira could visit. The restaurant that Shiori specified had no hunter rank restriction. But there was no mistaking that it catered to high-ranked hunters. Akira hesitated for a bit when he saw that it was a high-class restaurant. Alpha, who saw that, said to him, "Giving up. Nah, I'll go. It's not like I'm going into an old-world ruin anyway. There's no need to be afraid." Although Akira said so, he directed it more towards himself as he stepped forward to that restaurant. The interior of the restaurant looked luxurious, unlike most restaurants in the lower district. If he tried to enter this restaurant right after coming back from the wasteland with his dusty clothes or leftover blood from the monsters, he bet that he would be sent away immediately. While it would be alright if he did the same in one of the taverns or restaurants in the lower district, Akira thought so as he got nervous. Although in reality he could just clean off the dust on his body and change into new clothes inside the restaurant itself. It was not rare for a high-class restaurant to have showers installed inside their restrooms and provide a clean suit for rental for its customers. Even the restaurant staff would be willing to laundry the dirty clothes if asked. The restaurant staff quickly noticed Akira, who just entered the store, and greeted him. "Thank you for coming to our restaurant. Do you have a reservation today?" As the staff brightly greeted him, Akira answered back in a fluster. Someone by the name of Shiori should be already inside. So, may I ask your name?" "It's Akira." "Very well. Akira-sama, please leave your weapons with us." Akira hesitated, but he eventually decided to hand over his rifles to that restaurant staff. That staff politely received Akira's rifles and put them on a table near him. "Thank you very much for your cooperation. Please let me guide you to your table." Akira followed behind that staff as he walked through the restaurant. The high-class feeling inside that restaurant felt so much different from all the other restaurants that he had visited in the past. Even the soft sensation he felt on his feet every time he took a step on the carpeted floor showed that it was on a whole different world compared to where Akira was living. Akira looked around while walking through the restaurant. He could see all kinds of people inside that restaurant. All of them were enjoying their expensive meals. While some of the people there, such as the cyborgs, looked out of place eating in such a luxurious restaurant, all kinds of expensive-looking foods were served in front of those people. Akira could not help but ask Alpha a naive question. Alpha, how do those people eat their food? Looking from their appearance, they must have at least enough organs to process the food that they eat. Or maybe they mistook the capabilities of their cyborg body, thinking that their cyborg body will be able to digest food. Or maybe they're just sending the taste data to someone else remotely. Or maybe they are only here to enjoy the beautiful food, although they can't eat them. There are many possibilities, you know? I see. But I don't think any of them are here just to enjoy the beauty, though. Having something that looks delicious in front of you even though you can't eat them sounds more like torture to me. There are all kinds of people out there, you see. There are things that you can't understand unless you're the one doing it. Akira was actually still curious about that subject, but it was not like he could just stand there observing them. So he just gave up on his curiosity and followed the staff in front of him. Akira was guided to the table where Shirori was already waiting for him. The staff pulled the chair for him as he flusteredly sat on that chair. The staff then placed the menu in front of Akira and Shirori. We'll call you again when we've decided what to order. Certainly. The staff bowed and left. Both the staff and Shirori looked already accustomed to such an exchange. Akira was the only person there who could not follow it. People were not only here to eat food. Some hunters picked this restaurant to negotiate with each other to avoid turning their negotiation into a fight. With the Kagamayama city management and the hunter office watching this place, no matter how heated their talks went, they would be forced to act calmly, thus avoiding the worst-case scenario where they tried to kill each other. Shirori was looking prim in her stylish suit. Unlike Akira, who was wearing clothes that he could use to go to the wasteland anytime, Shiori's suit made her look like some kind of businesswoman. Or to be more precise, she looked like those people who lived in the Middle District. After seeing Shiori's attire, Akira lowered his guard. But on contrary to that, Shirori raised her guard when she saw Akira's attire. After all, he was wearing armor similar to the one that he used when he fought her. Although Akira looked out of place inside the restaurant, Shirori could somehow guess Akira's intention from his outer appearance. But in reality, Akira had no plans to antagonize Shirori at all. The reason why he was in those clothes was simply because he had no other clothes to wear. Shirori looked at Akira with a serious expression. She had resolved herself to be in this place. For some reason, her serious expression looked beautiful. Akira-sama, thank you very much for accepting my request. As I promised, I'll pay for the meal. Please order anything you want. When he heard that, Akira's gaze shifted down to the menu in front of him, but he then turned his gaze back to Shirori. Let's finish whatever you want to talk about first. After all, we wouldn't know if I can completely finish your request and deserve this reward. I understand. Let's move to the main subject then. Shirori bowed deeply to Akira. First of all, I apologize for causing you so much trouble the other day. And thank you very much for saving Milady. I'm sure you feel rather conflicted about me and Milady, but everything that happened back there was my fault. If you want to, I'll pay you back with anything I have, money, body, even my life. But in an exchange, please don't put any blame on Milady. Shirori pleaded sincerely to Akira. Even Akira understood that Shirori really meant what she said. Because of Reina's foolishness, the battle that Akira had already won was turned 180 degrees. Moreover, Yajima even took Reina hostage and made Shirori fight against him. Fortunately enough, they were able to get out of that situation alive, but it would not be strange if Akira harbored some grudge against Reina and Shirori because of their actions. Since the servant's fault was the master's fault, thus Akira might even be blaming Reina for what happened. In order to make sure that Akira was not holding a grudge against Reina, Shirori was willing to do anything for him. Akira was rather taken aback by Shiori's serious attitude. Before I give you my reply, there's one thing that I want to ask you. Why did you take the roundabout way of sending a request through the hunter office if you just want to talk with me? If you accept the request, I'll at least know that you have a good intention. Shirori employed Akira once when they were in the underground city. At that time he criticized Reina and said something that angered Shirori, but Akira only did that thinking that it was a part of his duty. He did not try to do any lip service as he decided to say his honest opinion even though it might cause a fight. Shirori thought that there was a need to know Akira's real feelings. Even if Akira already completely regarded Reina and her as his enemies, it would still be better if she knew that. It was also to check whether Akira was only trying to look normal on the outside while thinking of killing Reina on the inside. Shirori had offered her money, body, and even her life to Akira. She hoped that it would be enough to abate Akira's grudge. Although it was by pure coincidence, Akira was the one who saved Reina after all. Shirori could not deny that fact. But if that was not the case, she would have to resolve herself to protect Reina even if it meant that she would have to fight Akira again. Because of all this, Shirori needed to know Akira's real feelings about that matter. Of course, Akira could not read that deep into Shiori's intention. But at least, he had already prepared himself for whatever that might happen since he had no plans to lie when he decided to come to that place. I see. Leaving aside whether my answer can satisfy you or not, I'll give you my honest answer. So raise your head and listen well. Shirori raised her head and waited for Akira's answer with a serious expression. Akira hesitated when he saw Shiori's serious face, which made it difficult to express himself. Forget about that incident, you don't need to do anything about it. That's all. Ha! Shiori's serious expression crumbled down, and that one-word response perfectly reflected her real feeling. Akira sounded a little bit embarrassed as he continued. Well, what can I say? I guess I have to give a proper explanation, huh? Alright then, I'll explain everything. So just put aside any questions that you have at the moment and listen well. Since you sent that request right to me through the Hunter office, you know my Hunter code, right? Use your information terminal to see my battle record in my Hunter profile page. You can do that, right? I can lend mine if you can't though. Please don't worry. I understand, please wait for a bit while I check it. Shirori looked a little puzzled as she did what Akira told her to do. She pulled out her information terminal, opened the Hunter office's site, and checked Akira's battle record. But Shirori was shocked when she opened Akira's profile page and checked for his battle record in the underground city. What is this? Shirori looked surprised as she turned her gaze at Akira. When she checked his information page, his battle record was much different from what she knew had happened in the underground city. Akira's battle record said that he was monitoring various defense points in the underground city for 3 days. Nothing big happened during his assignment, but on the 3rd day he got injured in a battle against monsters and was sent to the hospital. That was what was written in Akira's battle record, or at least that was what the battle record publicly displayed. Akira then explained to Shirori, who was obviously confused. Due to my confidentiality contract with the requester, the Kagomayama City Management, I can't tell you the details. But that's my battle record, it has nothing, right? Since nothing had happened between us, I don't have anything to do with you. After all, it's not like something unbelievable had happened. If you can't accept my explanation, you can go ahead and talk with the city management. But of course make sure not to get me involved. I have no wish to pick a fight against the city management, you know? Due to his deal with Kobayashi, Akira's battle record from the underground city was completely rewritten. Akira himself had no wish to talk about it. He was planning to behave as if whatever written in his battle record was the truth. Because of that, Akira decided to completely forget about everything that had happened between him and Shirori. Or at least he had no plans to bring that up again. Although it would be a lie to say that he did not feel anything about it, it was not enough of a reason to make him take any particular action. Akira had already completely moved on from that incident. Shirori looked at Akira, the hunter whose battle record was displayed on her information terminal. After taking some time observing him, Shirori carefully tried to understand the situation. She tried to recheck if there was anything that she missed, any lies between them, any misunderstandings, or any implicit message she did not interpret that might fatally worsen the situation. Shirori looked very serious as she asked Akira, "Nothing happened, is that really all right?" "Yep. It's not like anything happened after all." "I understand. As a gesture of my thanks for coming all the way here for me just to confirm this matter, you can go ahead and order anything you want." Shiori smiled as she urged Akira to take the menu in front of him. In that case, I won't hold back. After saying that, Akira took the menu in front of him. Shiori patted her chest in relief. Now that she had resolved that problem with him, she had nothing more to worry about. Akira hummed when he read the menu. There were all kinds of dishes written on that menu. Although he could read the letters, he had no idea what kind of dishes they were. Alpha. This Arendaus Green Poly style with the lanes thingy. What kind of dish is this? No idea, but it seems that it's some kind of meat dish. Well, it's written under the meat section, so I'm sure it's a meat dish, but I don't know what kind of dish it is. Akira's hum got longer as he continued reading the menu. Shiori could guess what he was thinking looking from how he was behaving. She then smiled and said, Akira-sama, I'm planning to order today's special course. It usually contains a good combination of dishes, so if you don't know what to pick, how about ordering today's special course? You can order more dishes if you still want to eat more after that. I'll take that then. Of course, he could just randomly pick any dish from the menu, but since he might end up ordering weird things by mistake because of his bad luck, he decided to avoid doing such a thing and took Shiori's offer. Shiori called for the waiter and placed the order for her table. It did not take long for their order to arrive. As Akira looked at all the dishes that were lined up in front of him, he noticed that he knew nothing about any of those dishes. For him, all of them looked equally expensive and delicious. Akira made a long hum as he nervously reached for one of those dishes and put it in his mouth. He was overwhelmed as flavors exploded inside his mouth. Akira almost fainted as flavors spread all over his tongue, but he was barely able to survive that fierce assault. It was because he knew from his experience that losing composure could lead to a fatal situation. Akira took his time chewing, enjoying, and relishing the dish, which he did not even have the slightest idea of how it was cooked or what was inside it. It was a wonderful dining experience that changed his sense of taste. It was a pleasure that he could never find in the slum city. Since it looked like Akira was absolutely mind-blown and was about to get spirited away, Alpha worriedly asked him, Akira, are you okay? Yeah, I'm alright. Instead of using telepathy, Akira accidentally answered Alpha's question aloud. So in short, he was not alright at all. Shiori was confused when Akira suddenly said that. It doesn't suit your taste. I know it's alright. It's so good that it gave me a shock. Akira was acting weird as he flusteredly answered Shiori's question. Shiori too thought that he was behaving strangely as she smiled at him. I'm glad that it suits your taste very well. There's no time limit, so you can take your time enjoying the food. Okay. Akira was somehow able to answer back before he started eating again. Since he had already experienced it before, Akira was not surprised anymore as he continued eating his meal. Alpha did not say anything and just watched Akira eating. It was because she was worried if she said anything, he might make another mistake. Shiori was enjoying her meal while keeping her eyes on Akira. Seeing how he was eating his meal with a big smile on his face, he did not look like someone who could force her to use her trump card accelerator drug and still fight evenly against her. He looked just like a common young boy that she could find in the city. But even so, Shiori did not drop her guard against Akira. To be more precise, she became even more careful when dealing with Akira after knowing what she just heard today. Akira's battle record was completely rewritten. Compared to his real battle record, his new shabby battle record was a big downgrade. But even so, it did not seem like Akira was bothered by that at all. Thus, it could be assumed that the city management made some kind of deal with him, a deal that brought him enough benefit that he did not mind his new battle record at all. This boy is good enough to make the city management give him a beneficial deal. It means that the city management recognizes his ability as a hunter. With someone like him around, there should be at least some rumors about him, but Drankum's information network has no information about him at all. Although Drankum is recruiting new young promising hunters in order to increase its sphere of influence, it doesn't seem like it's trying to recruit him. I guess I need to investigate more whether it's just because the gang still hasn't discovered about him, or if it's because the gang is deliberately keeping a secret about him. But that might be a dangerous thing to do. I have to avoid anything that might cause Milady any harm. Shiori's mind was preoccupied with the person in front of her as she was eating her meal. All this time, Alpha was paying her full attention at Shirori. Akira did not notice Alpha, who was staring at Shirori, as all of his attention was focused on enjoying the meal in front of him. Rebuild World Chapter 68 Real Strength. Akira's stomach was lulled by the great food, and when he finally regained some of his composure to fight back that pleasure, the only dishes left in front of him were the desserts. He could order for more, but since he did not want to leave any leftover food, he decided not to. Akira took a spoonful of the beautiful mouth-watering dessert in front of him. Shirori also did the same while asking Akira a question. So like Akira-sama, do you always work alone? He indulged in the taste of the dessert, but Akira somehow managed to answer Shiori's question. Yes, I'm always alone. Although I did say always, it hasn't been that long since I became a hunter. Shirori was trying to learn more about Akira during the meal, but this was the first question which Akira was able to answer seriously. When she asked her questions during the meal, he was only able to give vague answers as if he had his mind somewhere else, and of course it was because his mind was indeed filled by the flavor of the meal that he was eating. Because of that, Shirori could not gather much information about Akira till now. Don't you have any plans to get more companions or join a gang? Neither hunting monsters nor exploring ruins, I believe, is an easy job to do alone. Well, that's true. But at the moment it's much more comfortable for me to work alone for a lot of reasons. I don't need to fight for rewards when I'm alone, not to mention that I'm not really a team player kind of person. So rather than causing a fight by being in a group, I would better do my job alone. Although Shirori was giving a friendly smile from the outside, she was actually diligently gathering information about Akira. She kept asking him questions as both of them were enjoying the desserts in front of them. Although for Akira all the questions that she asked were just about ordinary stuff, Shirori was in fact carefully picking her questions. Akira was also asking Shirori any questions that came up in his mind. Most of his questions were about the gang that she and Reina were part of, Drankum. Oh, so they're gathering young hunters, huh? Yes. The current Drankum is aiming to recruit more young hunters. At the moment, it seems that they're even willing to accept complete beginners who had just registered their name in the hunter office. I know it sounds weird for someone like me to say this, but is there any meaning in giving guns to complete beginners? They'll just die in no time, right? There was a big difference between Akira's and Shiori's understanding of the word beginner. It was not like Drankum would accept any rank 1 hunter like the past Akira. One needed to be at least a rank 10 hunter with their name registered in the hunter office to be accepted by them. Although there was a slight misunderstanding between them, it was not big enough to disrupt their conversation. Shirori then replied, in the worst cases, there are gangs out there that deliberately trick beginner hunters to join their gangs just to use them as meat shields or decoys. Indeed, there are many young hunters who quickly die in no time depending on the quality of the gang that they join. In order to avoid something like that, Drankum offers a lot of support programs like setting up a training period for young hunters, or lending them better equipment to boost their fighting capabilities. Equipment, huh? Well, equipments are indeed important. Akira mumbled as he remembered that he had once headed to the wasteland with just a handgun. To the current him, it looked like nothing but foolish and suicidal. Well, what can I say? I always thought that all of those gangs were only using young hunters as sacrificial pawns. But I guess some of them are not that bad, huh? Drankum provides the young hunters with such support since it'll benefit the gang in the long run. But lately, some of the veteran hunters are complaining, saying that the gang is giving too many preferential treatments for the young hunters. After all, they get some of their rewards deducted to help to pay for those support programs for the young hunters. Although the veteran hunters never receive such a preferential treatment up until now, they have to lend some of their equipment and get their rewards deducted. But even so, the young hunters are enjoying those benefits without showing any gratitude. So it's to be expected that the veteran hunters would get annoyed. While on the other hand, it's true that the gang has gotten a lot of skilled young hunters because of that too. Not to mention that those veteran hunters who work as the officers are the very people who decided on those support programs in the first place. So I can't really blame neither the young hunters nor the veteran hunters as a whole. Akira was reminded about Shikarabe and Katsuya. Those two people looked like water and oil, but it did not seem like it was only a matter of individual affinity between them. It reminds me of those two, Shikarabi and Katsuya. Was it again? Those two don't get along with each other because of that? Shikarabi-sama and Katsuya-sama. Huh? I've only heard that Shikarabi-sama was once assigned to look over Katsuya-sama's group, and that they just can't get along with each other. Although to be honest, I don't think it's because Katsuya-sama's group fault. Shiori's expression looked a little bit conflicted. After that, they started talking about Katsuya. It sounded like Shiori was complaining and Akira was forced to listen to her. According to Shiori's story, it seemed that Katsuya was a rather skilled hunter among all the young hunters in Drankum. During the underground city request, Katsuya was proactively trying to accomplish his duty, as he worked together with the other skilled hunters. As a result, the young hunters in his group had gotten quite famous among the other hunters for their skills. It also seemed that the young hunters in Drankum had even formed a faction with Katsuya as its head. Because of his skills as a young hunter, the gang placed all its hope on Katsuya to show the success of their young hunters support program. But if that was all there was to it, it should not be enough to cause Shiori to make that expression. The real problem was the side effect of that. Katsuya was greatly admired by the other young hunters, especially by the members of the opposite gender. He was pretty handsome and not arrogant even though he was skilled. To put it simply, he had a good prospect to be a good hunter with stable earnings in the future. Thus it was only to be expected that the young female hunters would be admiring him. Some of them ended up falling for him, although they only approached him for money at first. Some of them fell for him after Katsuya saved them. Some of them grew closer and closer to each other after they recognized each other's skills. Basically, a lot of girls were taking his side. Some of them were even fighting each other in the background to be able to be in the same team as Katsuya. That was also the case for Reina. At first, Reina only looked at Katsuya with disdain, thinking that he was just an unruly boy. But after she recognized his skill, Reina started to fall for Katsuya, although she was yet to realize this herself. Shiori noticed that was also one of the reasons why Reina forcefully got herself in the same team as Katsuya. Shiori sounded rather annoyed as her voice became slightly heightened. I have nothing to complain if Katsuya-sama is being honest with milady. But even though it doesn't seem like he's planning to go out with anyone, Katsuya-sama never makes that clear and always only gives vague answers as if he's trying to woo milady. Not to mention that he keeps getting more and more girls around him every single day. Just because he isn't doing that intentionally, it doesn't mean that it's okay to keep doing it. I see. Akira could only reply awkwardly as he slurped the after-meal coffee. It was already his third cup of coffee. They had long finished their desserts even after Shiori ordered 2 more plates of desserts after their first one. It's true that Katsuya-sama is a skilled hunter, and I'm sure he'll be a great hunter in the future. You can even say that he has this heroic aura. But there's a limit on everything. Even if he can do that by his own ability, if he wants to create a harem, he can just go to the Western District and become a noble or a king or something. After all, I heard that having a harem is a normal thing for kings and nobles according to the culture in the Western District. Don't you think so too, Akira-sama? To be honest, Akira did not care at all. Moreover, it was only to be expected for them to grow closer to each other if they were to go through dangerous situations together numerous times. Although Akira thought so, it would only worsen Shiori's mood if he answered back honestly. Akira carefully chose his words to find a compromise, so that he would not go against his own principles since he had taken this meeting as a request. He then awkwardly replied, "Well, I'm still of the age where food is much more interesting than girls though. So it's like I'm not really knowledgeable about something like that. To be honest, I don't think I can give you any good opinion even if you ask me. So, it's not like I'm taking his side here. But since he's working as a hunter, it's normal for him and his companions to face life and death situation on daily basis. So things like that are not really that unexpected, right? But Katsuya-sama even tried to hit on me too. You know? Not to mention that milady was right beside me when he did that. That's just... My apologies." Shiori was interrupted by a call notification. She apologized to Akira and checked her information terminal. "I'm really sorry, it's a call from my workplace. It seems that I'll have to excuse myself here. How about you, Akira-sama? If you want to order more meals, This will be your last chance. No thanks, I'm pretty much full right now, so I'll leave too. Thank you very much for treating me with such delicious meals. Akira had eaten quite a lot of dishes, and the final empty space in his stomach was already filled with coffee and desserts. Since he did not want to turn the entrance of the meals into the exit, Akira reluctantly decided to stop there. As Shirori was making the payment, Akira received his guns back. When he heard the total bill for the meals they had, he decided to just forget it by convincing himself that he must have misheard it. With his current earning ability, it was very unlikely that he would ever come to this restaurant ever again for the time being. After they left the restaurant, Akira said his thanks to Shirori one more time before going back home. After Akira left, Shirori picked her information terminal and called her colleague. It's me. Please tell Milady that I'm on my way back now. Alright. So are you okay? He didn't rip your limbs, right? Milady is really worried, you know? The person who Shirori was talking to said something so awful like it was none of her business. Shirori then replied back with a serious expression. I'm all right. Kene, you didn't say anything unnecessary to Milady, did you? We just had some small talks about the current situation. To be more precise, what were you girls talking about? A lot of things like Milady's work as a hunter or any interesting hunters that Milady knows. Then we talked about the underground city too. Milady also told me the story where you almost got killed too, you know? You went to meet that hunter today, right? Shirori sounded annoyed as she sternly said to Kane, didn't I tell you to avoid talking about the underground city when you talk with Milady? We somehow ended up talking about that due to the flow of the conversation, you see. And unlike you, I'm basically a soldier, so I'm not good with that kind of stuff. If you have anything to complain about, then you should return back here as soon as possible. I'm already on my way. Shirori then ended the call after she said that. Inside a mansion in the middle district behind the city wall, a young girl wearing a maid uniform lightly smiled while looking at her information terminal as her call ended just a moment ago. It was Shiori's colleague, Kene. Though she looked like a young girl, her age was unknown. However, there was a shred of innocence in that smile of hers. Yet from the outside it looked like nothing but a mischievous smile. Kane imagined the kind of face Shirori would be making as she mumbled. She sounded pretty annoyed. Although Kane was wearing an outfit which looked like a normal maid uniform from the outside, it was actually made of enhanced fibers, making it bulletproof and stab-proof. It was more or less as strong as the armor that hunters commonly used. Kane was wearing such an armor since she would need to take blows in order to protect Reina in case of an emergency. The black tights that extended from under her skirt was a part of her augmented suit that she was wearing under the maid uniform. Kane was there as Reina's bodyguard. Although her job as a bodyguard was more or less the same as Shirori, unlike Shirori, her duty didn't extend to taking care of Reina. Kane was actually a soldier who had no maid skill, so she would never get assigned to such a job normally. The maid outfit was only to disguise herself so that she would not cause a ruckus in the middle district, as well as simply out of her employer's preference. After she closed her information terminal, she returned back to Reina's room. Since Shirori was sent to the hospital after her fight against Akira, Reina was told to take a break from her hunter job until Shirori recovered. Reina was studying inside her room when Kane spoke to her. Milady, Ain-san is already on her way back. Ain-san? Shirori, huh? Is she alright? It seems that she's not injured at all. She also said that she'll return here as soon as possible, so I'm sure she's alright. Thank goodness. It's all your fault for saying all of those worrying things to me, you know? Don't scare me like that again. Reina looked relieved, but her expression turned stern as she scolded Kane. Kane swiftly replied back. People die when they die. And it's doubly true for people who do a dangerous job like the hunters. You need quite a determination when you step out of the city wall on your own volition, you know? Reina sounded rather annoyed as she said, well, that's true, but still. After passing her post to Kane, Shirori quickly went out without even telling Reina where she was going. It was also Reina who told Kane to check on Shiori's safety. All this while, Kane was whispering worrying things to Reina like, Shirori might not be able to come back alive. Only after confirming Shiori's safety, did Reina realize that everything Kane said was nothing but jokes. If not, just her honest opinion. In truth, before she even went to meet Akira, Shiori had finished leaving her will and instructions to tie up any leftover business in case she died. Kane was somehow able to read what was in Shiori's mind when she saw her off. She then thought while carefully making sure that it would not show on her face. Ain-san told me to assume that she's dead and act accordingly if I can't contact her for 24 hours. She even arranged for soldiers to be dispatched if she was killed. Although our current situation is dangerous enough that Ain-san might get killed, Milady's sense of danger is still too naive. Kane realized just how naive Reina was, but she did not find that unpleasant at all. It could be said that it was because Reina was living a comfortable life since Shiori was always there to support her. And if she made another blunder, the situation might roll to the direction that Kane preferred. Kane was a battle maniac, she herself understood that very well. Thus she had no complaints about her employer as long as she got enough reward and was able to experience good fights. It was Shiori's duty to teach Reina to avoid any needless danger. So Kane had no plans to fix Reina's sense of danger. It did not take long for Shiori to arrive. After she changed to her maid uniform, she then went to explain the reason why she went out to Reina. Although the incident with Akira was resolved, Reina might make a similar mistake if she was not made aware of the gravity of the situation. Thus, Shiori carefully explained everything to Reina. After she finished listening to Shiori's explanation, Reina then asked Shiori, "So, basically Akira is not angry or anything, right? Since nothing happened, then there's nothing to be angry about. At least that's Akira-sama's current stance. Thus, just to be safe, I want to tell Milady that Milady should not try thanking him or apologizing to him because of that incident since nothing had happened between us. Not only doing such a thing might bring the whole problem back to square one, but it might also be taken as a form of harassment since Akira-sama has signed a confidentiality contract with the city management. So, please be extra careful about this subject." For Reina, it was a big disappointment since not only could she not say sorry after she caused so much trouble because of her blunder, she also could not convey her thanks after she got herself and Shiori saved by Akira. But if it would cause Akira more problems, then it was a whole different story. Reina sounded apologetic as she said, "I see, I understand now." Shiori somehow understood what went through Reina's mind. She then smiled and said, "I've conveyed our thanks and apology to Akira-sama. It seemed that he also really enjoyed the meal. So I believe it's all right for Milady to stop worrying about that." Kane smiled and interjected, "Milady, if you're still angry for getting abandoned there, I can just go and give him a good beating in secret, you know?" Reina and Shiori immediately turned at Kane and sent their intense glare to her. Kane winced back as she pretended that it was a joke. "Oof, I guess I went too far. You know, like I just thought that saying something like that might cheer everyone up, no ill feeling intended at all, alright? It's not like Milady is a saint either, so I just thought that there's no way Milady is not at all angry about that part, okay? I'm sorry if I'm mistaken here." Reina and Shiori were still sending death glares to Kane. "Just stop. Stop there, Kane." It was not like Reina and Shiori had no ill feelings toward Akira at all. Although it was true that he had no duty or reason to save Reina, Akira did abandon her to die in that incident. But it was all because of Reina's fault in the first place and he did save both of them in the end. Thus both Reina and Shiori were not as shameless as to vent their displeasure toward Akira. Kane then lightly apologized. "I was just joking. I'm sorry that I went too far." Kane actually was interested in knowing Akira's real strength, since he was able to fight evenly against Shiori, even after Shiori used her trump card. Kane was even thinking of pretending not to know anything or misunderstand the information given to her to mess a bit with Akira. But after seeing how Shiori and Reina reacted, she decided to give up that plan. Leaving Milady aside to see that even Ain-san, who thinks about nothing but Milady, would react like this. This Akira guy must be a really dangerous guy. Yep, this is interesting. Unlike Shiori, Kane was not very loyal to her employer nor to the person that she was assigned to as a bodyguard. Although she could feel their gratitude, good reward and a pleasant working environment were much more enticing. Kane might cover for Reina and go as far as sacrificing herself, but it was because it was her job and not because of her loyalty toward Reina. Kane also knew well just how loyal Shiori was toward Reina. That was why she couldn't believe that Shirori did not feel any grudge against Akira, who abandoned the object of her loyalty to die. If it was indeed true, then it carried a huge meaning. She could come up with two possible reasons. One, because Shiori's gratitude toward Akira, who ended up saving Reina, outweighed her grudge. Two, because Shirori was afraid of expressing her grudge towards Akira. Kene lightly smiled, hoping that it was the latter. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Akira was enjoying the bath inside his house while reminiscing the taste of the meals that he ate in the restaurant that day. He looked like he was in a good mood. And just like always, Alpha was also together with him in that bath. Although there was a goddess-level beautiful naked girl beside him, for the young Akira, who was of the age where delicious food was more interesting than a girl, his mind was filled with the memory of those delicious foods, so much that he ignored Alpha even more than usual. That was really amazing. I want to go there again. I guess I have one more reason to earn more money now, huh? It's good that you discover more things that you can enjoy in life. But you can't go there with your current earning, you know? You're right. Now that I think about it, I didn't really consider the price back then, huh? I can't really go to that restaurant again until I can at least pay those meals like it was nothing. Being a hunter was an expensive job. There were equipment expenses, ammo cost, and treatment cost when injured. For the current Akira, it would be very difficult to eat in that restaurant using his own money. It was not like he could not afford to pay the bill, but that would mean that he would have to cut other expenses which would increase his chances of getting killed. At least, until the day when he earned a stable income to pay for his own expense, he would have to stay with frozen food. Now that I remember it, there were many cyborgs inside that restaurant. I wonder if they ate their meals in the end? And if they did, what would happen to the food that they ate? For those cyborgs who have an organic furnace installed inside their body, the food that they eat will be broken down, and then converted into energy or become one with their biological organs. But for those cyborgs who don't have such a thing, I'm sure they'll take the food out from their body later. And then after that, throw them away, I guess. So it's basically purely for their eyes' pleasure, huh? I bet those cyborgs have a whole lot of money with them so that they can even enjoy such a luxury. Akira looked exasperated. For him who had grown up in the slum city where getting food was a matter of life and death, he found such behavior disgusting. But it had a very important significance for the cyborgs, so important that there were demands for developing foods for cyborgs. After all, it was a matter that affected their psychical health. Well, just because they exchanged their biological organs for mechanical ones, it does not remove their desire to drink and eat. In exchange for getting a body that is stronger than their organic body, they have to take care of problems that they could have easily solved when they had organic bodies. Of course, there are high-quality cyborg bodies that would allow them to solve those problems easily, but I'm sure they cost much more. Also, there are only a very small portion of people who can afford those high-quality cyborg bodies, like the staff from big companies, people from super-rich families, or those hunters who work on the front line. That does sound super expensive. It doesn't seem like I would be able to get one just from selling mountains of relics. Now that I remember it, those relic hunters were cyborgs too, right? They even took their chance stealing those relics even if it meant having to fight the city management. I wonder if they wanted that much money in order to buy such kind of cyborg body. Akira remembered about Nelia and Yajima. Up until now, no matter how much money was at stake, Akira never thought that any amount of money was worth fighting against the city management. But that might not be true for the people who got turned into a cyborg because of some kind of accident or after getting attacked by monsters and had to live their life in a body that could not even process food. For them, getting a high-quality cyborg body that could process food as if it was a normal biological body, and then using it to enjoy expensive meals in a high-class restaurant would be like a dream come true. Since Akira had already tasted the pleasure of such a delicious meal, he somehow understood why people with cyborg bodies would even do something like that. During the night of the same day, Akira saw a dream. He was fighting against Nelia in his dream. Akira was desperately trying to evade Nelia's attacks, as she was swinging the blades in both of her hands at him. Although it was a difficult place to move around freely with all the rubbles around them, both Akira and Nelia were not bothered by those rubbles at all. There was no opening where Akira could slip any counterattack. Because there was a big gap between their skills, he was only able to barely survive Nelia's onslaught. Akira was unarmed in his dream, Nelia was not someone that Akira could defeat without any weapons. His kicks and punches could not damage her cyborg body at all. Not to mention that Nelia might even cut his limbs if he tried to attack her. Akira turned to Alpha and asked in a panic, "My rifles? Where's my CWH anti-material rifle? There's no way I can win this fight without it." "You lost your CWH anti-material rifle, remember? You need to buy a new one from Shizuka later." "Ah, that's right." Although there were a lot of strange things happening, Akira did not realize that he was in a dream. "Now that I remember it, I did go to Shizuka's shop not too long ago, right? So why didn't I buy one back then? There's no way you can use that rifle without an augmented suit, you know? You did lose your augmented suit too, remember?" "Ah, you're right. Wait?" Akira checked his equipment while making a puzzled face. He was not wearing his augmented suit, not even an armor, but the same durable clothes that he received from Kobayashi. His movements immediately dulled the moment he realized that. After all, without his augmented suit, Alpha could not give her support and his physical capability would return back to normal. When his movement dulled, Nelia did not let that chance slip as she quickly lunged at Akira. He could see Nelia's blades chasing for his neck in slow motion. "Ah, I'm dead." As that thought ran through Akira's mind, Nelia's blade separated his head from his body. "I really wish I can at least taste those foods again." That was his last thought as he looked down on his headless body that fell down to the floor in front of him. Then his consciousness was swallowed by the darkness. Akira suddenly woke up from his dream. He looked around and realized that he was on his bed inside his room. It was dark since it was still very early in the morning. Trembling, he moved his hands to his neck. Once he confirmed that his neck was still attached to his body, he realized that it was only a dream. "Just a dream, huh?" Alpha looked worried and asked Akira, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I just had a weird dream. But I'm okay now." Even after replying, Akira did not shift his gaze from Alpha. In reality, Akira did survive his fight against Nelia. But in his dream, he was killed by Nelia when he lost Alpha's support. The current Akira and the Akira in his dream were not that different. If for some reason he lost Alpha's support, he might simply drop dead just like inside his dream. The me from that dream is the current me with my real strength. Because of his luck, he was able to meet Alpha and was receiving her support since then. That was the only thing that allowed Akira to survive until now. But not even he knew just how long his luck would remain. As Akira kept staring at Alpha without saying anything, she just smiled mischievously and said, "What's wrong? Are you falling for my beautiful face again?" Akira retained his serious face. "Alpha, for how long are you planning to keep giving me your support?" Alpha sounded puzzled as she answered back, "Of course I'm planning to keep giving you my support until you are finished with my request. Why did you ask that question so suddenly?" "I just thought that rather than asking me, wouldn't it be better if you ask one of those veteran hunters out there? The reason why you got in that contract with me is because I can connect to the old world domain, right? So I'm sure I'm not the only hunter in this world who can connect to the old world domain. I bet you can find another better hunter if you look for one, right? But rather than looking for another person who can connect to the old world domain, I can just post a request in your name to accomplish your request, right?" Hearing Akira's answer, Alpha stared into his eyes. Akira too stared back at hers, awaiting her reply. There was a moment of silence before she answered his question with a serious expression. "I have no plans to neither interrogate you nor to make you confess what made you think that I might stop giving you my support. But I'll at least make this one thing clear to you. My support is just the front payment for doing my request. So I'll keep following you until you finish my request even if you don't want me to." "I see, you're right." "Yep." Since Akira received Alpha's support, he had the debt and duty to accomplish her request. Even if he thought that it would be better for her to replace him, even if that was the truth, Alpha would not let him get away from her. That was what she meant between the lines. Akira was relieved after hearing Alpha's answer. To be honest, he even felt a bit guilty for receiving such superb support from Alpha since he sometimes felt that he did not deserve it. But on the other hand, somewhere inside him, Akira knew that Alpha intentionally said that to him since she knew that it would give him a sense of reassurance. Akira smiled and said, I see, I'll go back to sleep then. Alpha smiled and replied back, Good night. I hope you'll get a nice dream this time. I think it'll be okay. Akira laid down on his bed again. Since his worry was already cleared, he quickly drifted back to sleep. For some reason, Akira was sure that even if he got the same dream again, it would not end the same way as his previous one. Rebuild World Chapter 69, An Unlucky Girl. Akira was doing time compression training again with Alpha the next day. Just like before, Alpha was dancing in front of Akira with blades in both of her hands. She danced gracefully and elegantly. It felt as if her movements were so natural even when she sliced Akira's neck. Akira did not move even when Alpha attacked him. Forget evading her attack. He did not even react at all. He just stood there watching her. Akira. It's alright, just continue. Akira's expression was dead serious. It was enough to make Alpha understand that he was not fooling around. Alpha was actually curious why he did that, but she did not ask him anything as she stepped back and straightened her stance. A piece of her dress detached itself and vanished before she started dancing again. Even after that, Akira did not react at all. He just stood there watching Alpha with a dead serious expression as she kept slicing at him. Every time one of her blades went through Akira's body, a piece of her dress would fall off and vanish. In the beginning, she was only losing decorations on her dress, but then slowly she started to lose pieces of clothes that hid her skin. As more and more parts of her body were exposed, she started to look like Nelia when Akira was fighting against her in Kazusuhara Ruin. Remember that sensation? That feeling in that dream? That tension during that fight? I was able to do it back then. I was able to do it in my dream too. So I should be able to do it now. Alpha also did say that I should be able to do it. That level of focus when he stood in a life and death situation. That sensation when he walked on that thin line that separated life and death. Akira was trying his best to recreate those feelings as he stood in his place without moving. He focused on Alpha who was dancing in front of him, or to be more precise, he focused on the blades in her hands that had already sliced through his body numerous times. And then, in the middle of her dance, Alpha suddenly swung the blade in her right hand at Akira's neck. By pure coincidence, her movements were exactly the same as Nelia's movements that Akira saw in his dream. As Akira watched that extremely sharp-looking blade cut through the air aiming for his neck, he instinctively reacted and quickly shifted his body backwards to evade that blade. But his maneuver caused him to lose balance and fall splendidly on his back. As he fell, Akira's head violently bumped the floor. He rolled around with both of his hands on the back of his head as he writhed in pain. Alpha quickly floated to Akira and worriedly asked him, Akira, are you alright? It hurts like hell. Where is my medicine? It's on the shelf over there. Akira wobbled around as he stood up and extended his hand to reach for the medicine box on a shelf near him. It was the 1 million orum per box medicine. He took out a capsule from that box, opened it, and spread the paste-like medicine content on the back of his head where he was hurt. The pain immediately vanished when he applied the medicine. But it was not because the injury was healed, it was simply because the painkiller numbed his pain and it was enough to make Akira feel thankful. As for the injury itself, it would heal given enough time. The medicine paste was slowly absorbed through his skin, thus there was no need to wipe the leftover. Since the pain on his head was gone, Akira stopped gritting his teeth. It's really nice to have this kind of medicine which you can just directly apply on an injury at a time like this. But you might not have the time to apply it to your wound directly in the middle of a fight, so for the time being, it might be better to get a medicine that you can just swallow. Not to mention, it can help in healing your inner injuries and recovering your fatigue if you take it orally. That aside, you did it, didn't you, Akira? Alpha smiled when she said that. Akira smiled back and replied, Yeah, I did it. But thanks to that, I couldn't move my body well and ended up falling splendidly on my back though. That's to be expected. Just because your time perception became 10 times faster, that doesn't make your body move 10 times faster as well. So there's a time lag between when you tell your limbs to move and when they actually move. Because of that, compared to when you usually move your body out of reflex, you'll have to be more aware of your movement from now on. Watch your slowed opponents move carefully and based on it, decide how you are going to move. But again, I guess you can only learn such a thing from training, huh? You're right. I can only learn to do that through training. Akira unconsciously moved his hands to the back of his head. Although he did not feel pain any longer, he still felt some kind of awkwardness. Well, you basically whacked your head hard on the floor back there. So how about we take a rest for today? Now let's continue. I want to try and do that again while I can still remember that sensation. Sure, but don't push yourself too hard, okay? Yeah. His training continued. Alpha started dancing in front of him again. Most of her dress had already vanished, thus depending on how she moved, her dance seemed to be very erotic from time to time. But in order to properly follow Alpha's movements, Akira did not avert his eyes at all. Akira then finished his training for the day. Usually, by the end of the time compression training, Alpha would be more or less naked. But this time she still had some more pieces of clothes on her body than usual. But that was not because Akira was able to evade Alpha's attacks. It was more because he was too tired to continue until she became naked. Akira was lying on the hard floor with his limbs spread out as he was breathing roughly. During the training, he was able to compress his time perception many times. But every time he did that, his brain was hit by enormous stress and tiredness because of the sheer focus he needed to do that. The longer he maintained the time compression, the longer he had to keep his focus. Moreover, moving his body in that state felt like he was mustering his whole body to keep moving without rest. It was no wonder that it quickly made his body tired. As his brain and body were extremely strained, Akira could not even stand up on his own. He was still lying on the floor when Alpha, who was still wearing her erotic dress, said to him, "Let's end our training for today. Do your best to at least stand up from there." "I can't do it, just a little bit more. Just let me lie here a bit more." "Just a little bit, okay? If you stay there like that, you'll end up falling asleep on the floor, you know? At least drag yourself to the bed first. Else you'll definitely regret it in the morning if you wake up on the floor." Akira, who had lived in the slum alley for years, had slept on the hard cold ground numerous times, so he understood very well what Alpha meant by that. Now that he had experienced the comfort of sleeping on a fluffy bed, he no longer had the ability to recover his fatigue from sleeping on a hard surface. If he really ended up falling asleep on the floor, there was no mistaking it that he would definitely regret it tomorrow. Akira was still breathing roughly on the floor, but he eventually calmed down. He then wrung any strength that he still had left to pull himself up and drag his feet to the bedroom before crashing to the bed. Alpha was floating next to him. Since Akira had not told her to change her dress yet, she was still wearing what was left of her dress after the training. Her high-class-looking undies peeked through the gaps between her clothes. But Akira did not even have the strength to tell her to change her dress. Akira was somehow still able to fight the heaviness of his eyelids, but it was only a matter of time before he was lulled by the fluffy bed and his heavy body. "I'll sleep for a bit. Wake me up when it's time to study. Just take a good rest for today. It's not like you can learn anything if you're still tired during the study session." "All right." After saying that, Akira let the tiredness take over his body. As he fell asleep in front of her, Alpha looked at him thoughtfully. To be honest, she predicted that it would take about at least 6 months until Akira could compress time. So basically, now her prediction was totally off. Alpha was not sure if it was a good thing or it was a bad thing since it indicated that Akira could surpass her prediction. Whichever the case, there was a need for Alpha to readjust her plan. As she thought of what she should do to readjust her plan, she was not smiling, not even once. There were all kinds of people living in the Kagamayama Lower District slum city, from youngsters to old people, male and female. All of them had to somehow earn money to pay for their expenses in the slum city. Some of them collected wreckages from the wasteland bordering the slum city and sold them. Some of them worked for people who, for some reason, lived in the slum city although they had relatively a lot of money. Some people chose to gather any sellable things that they could find and sold them to scrappers. And of course, some of them were living by stealing others' money. A girl named Alna, who was living in the slum city, was one of these people. Luckily enough, Alna was a genius when it came to picking pockets, and unfortunately, she had no other choice but to rely on her talent to survive in the slum city. The harsh living condition gave her enough justification for her action, and her talent let her continue picking pockets without getting caught until now. Her living condition forced her to pickpocket, and the more she stole, the better she became. At this point, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was already a first-rate pickpocket. Her biggest mistake was that she shared the money that she stole with her friends. After all, it was not like all of her friends could keep secrets. The more famous she became as a first-rate pickpocket, the more her friends demanded their share. Her friends asked for more and more money, hoping that eventually, Alna would help them escape the days when they had to starve. But Alna ended up running away from such expectations, and now she was basically working alone. Of course, she still had some friends that she was close with, but she decided not to join any gang anymore. But living alone in the slum city was an extremely difficult thing for a little girl. There were only a few reliable methods available to earn money, and even after she earned some money, she had even fewer means to protect her money from other people. In order to get her enough food, a place to sleep, and a means to protect herself, she was left with no other choice but to rely on her rare talent. Just like any other day, Alna was prowling for prey. It was not like she would just randomly pick people's pockets as she was walking around the slum city. Instead, she intentionally aimed for people who seemed to be carrying a lot of money and were an easy target. Most of the people in the slum city did not carry much money, while some of them who carried a lot of money were mostly people who she should never try to mess with. As such, it was rare for people in the slum city to turn into a pickpocket. That was also the reason why people of the slum city were not that cautious against pickpockets. As such, pickpockets in the slum city tended to aim for people who came from outside the slum city, like the customers who visited the shops that could only be found in the slum city, or people who returned from wasteland while brimming with confidence as they passed through the slum city, or people who ended up in the slum city for any unknown reasons, or people who came to the slum city hoping that they might be able to help the residents of the slum city, or people who are absconding and trying to hide in the slum city, or people who tried to look for anything that could be scrapped in the slum city. These people carried more money than the residents of the slum city most of the time. Alna was looking for hunters to pickpocket. But even so, there were many types of hunters. Some of them were veteran hunters who she should never mess with, while on the other hand, there were also those hunters who spent most of their money in taverns rather than renewing their bad-looking equipment. Whichever it was, these hunters frequently visited the wasteland. Unlike pickpockets, thugs rarely robbed hunters. Of course, these thugs could get some money from selling the equipment that they robbed, but the danger of getting killed was too high. In contrast to that, pickpockets often aimed for hunters. If they tried to aim for the equipment, of course, these hunters could easily detect them. After all, equipment was the hunter's lifeline. Without their equipment, those hunters would not be able to fight monsters. So thanks to that, hunters tended to be less careful when it came to other stuff, for example their wallets. Alna had found her target. That hunter looked like an easy target in her eyes. Although that hunter was wearing armor normally used by hunters, it was so clean, which indicated that the hunter had never gone to the wasteland yet. The rifles dangling on that hunter's body also looked brand new. There was not even any gunpowder trace, showing that they were never used before. It was a young hunter, and that hunter's expression did not give the intimidating or dangerous aura like those veteran hunters. So Alna thought that he must be a beginner hunter, who just gathered enough equipment to be able to register in the hunter office and start from rank 10. Let's aim for that hunter. If that hunter is here for browsing the stands right after registering in the hunter office, he should be carrying quite a lot of money. Let's get his wallet before that hunter can spend it on anything. Just like usual, Alna approached that hunter naturally. Then, using her genius-level talent and polished skill, she extended her arm and took the wallet from that hunter. That hunter did not notice it at all. Unfortunately, Alna's luck ended that day. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That day, Akira was walking through the slum city as he was heading to Cheryl's base. There was no particular reason other than just showing his face in the gang, and to take a breather. The equipment that he ordered in Shizuka's shop had not arrived yet. As such, Akira was still using his old equipment, which included his new hunter armor and A2D rifles that he had never used ever since he bought them. Thus it would not be a surprise if someone mistook him as a new hunter. And then a disaster that often befell most of the green hunters, who wandered through the slum city, also befell Akira. Akira, someone took your wallet. What dash? Akira half-shouted. He quickly checked his pocket, and as Alpha said, he could not find the wallet that was inside the pocket. Be more careful next time. I might be able to protect you from pickpockets when you're using an augmented suit that I can control, but as long as you're not using an augmented suit, you should handle this kind of thing yourself, okay? Alpha just gave him a light warning as if it was not that big of a disaster to her. The wallet that Akira lost contained 100,000 orum. Although it was a big amount of money, compared to the money that he earned lately, it was not big enough to cause any inconvenience. So Alpha just brushed it off as the fee for a small lesson for teaching Akira to be more careful. But there was a big difference between Akira and Alpha as to how they took this incident. Akira took a few seconds to register, process, and understand what had just happened. After a few seconds of silence where Akira did not move from where he was standing, he finished assessing his situation and immediately said, "Who took my wallet?" In his calm, emotionless voice, there was a fit of dark, foreboding anger seething under it. Behind his calm expression, Akira was leaking out an aura showing the sharpness and readiness to fight. "Alpha, do you know who took my wallet?" In order to not cause any suspicions, Akira asked that through telepathy. It showed that he had regained his calm and composure, enough for him to remember to talk with Alpha through telepathy. Alpha was surprised by how angry Akira was. At the same time, she took this chance to gather more information about him and readjusted her image of Akira inside her mind. With this, she was able to understand his character at an even deeper level. Alpha quickly answered back, "It's that girl." At the same time as Alpha pointed her finger, Akira's vision enhanced, allowing him to see through obstacles. His attention quickly zeroed onto a young girl who was already in the back alley. He immediately started running the moment he found his target. Alna was looking through the insides of Akira's wallet. "Oh, 100,000 orum. Lucky. This should be enough for a few days." Alna was beaming since she got more money than she thought she would get this time. But that smile immediately vanished. This should be enough for a few days, but after that... Alna cut her sentence there. She did not want to say its continuation nor to think about it. It was exactly because she understood the meaning behind it. It was an extremely difficult endeavor to become successful in the slum city. Of course, being successful here did not mean being rich, but getting a stable income enough for one's living through honest work would be enough. Even so, getting to that point was an extremely difficult struggle. In order to get an honest job, one would need to have enough knowledge and education. But in order to get enough education, one would need enough money and connection. Most of the residents of the slum city did not have the knowledge to get that money nor enough money to gain such knowledge. Alna knew somewhere inside her heart that her future was bleak. She would definitely ruin her own life one day. There was no way she could keep on living as a pickpocket. After all, if she kept doing that, she would be found one day, captured, and made to pay the price for everything that she had done. She had no idea what kind of price she would have to pay. It might be just getting beaten up and then dumped in the back alley, or she might get raped and then left battered on the roadside, or maybe she would be simply killed. In the worst-case scenario, she might be put in a living hell where death would have been better. But with that being said, Alna had no other skill that she could rely on to survive other than picking pockets. And since she was able to survive until now, that particular skill of hers was very well polished. Alna shook her head to help her forget her thoughts. "Let's stop here. There's nothing I can do about it even if I start thinking about that here. Now that I have some money with me, let's just go and grab some food. An empty stomach will only make me more depressed." Alna started walking toward the shop that she often visited. She suddenly heard a loud sound coming from behind. She quickly turned back to check the source of that loud sound. On the other end of the narrow alley, she could see Akira running in her direction. That loud sound came from when Akira kicked the obstacles out of his way as he ran through the back alley. Akira's eyes met Alna's. Both of them froze for a few seconds before Alna regained her composure and started running as fast as she could toward the opposite direction from where Akira was. Alna quickly understood that Akira found out that she took his wallet, and he was there chasing for her. How did he find out? It didn't seem like he noticed anything when I took his wallet. And even if he did, there's no way he would know that it was me. And that too. It doesn't seem like he was randomly looking for me and found me by pure coincidence. He ran here fully knowing my location. Alna did not know what kind of person Akira was, But that was not the only reason why she was running as fast as she could. It was because she saw Akira's expression. He's going to kill me. He's definitely going to kill me if I get caught. Alna, who could feel the intense killing intent from Akira, ran as fast as she could for her life. The moment Alna started running, Akira snapped back to his senses. He quickly fixed his stance and took an aim with his H-rifle. But before he could pull the trigger, Alpha warned Akira, who had lost his calm. If you pull the trigger, you might hit innocent people. Are you sure you want to do that? Alna and Akira were not the only people in that small alley. Although it was not like it was filled with people, there were quite a lot of people there. Some of them were merchants who could not open their shop in public. Some of them were customers and guards of those shops. There were also people who had lost their place, sleeping in the corners of that alley. Although Akira's shooting skill was way better than before, at the moment, he had no augmented suit that would allow Alpha to assist his aim, and he was using a brand new gun that had never been used before. Thus he had no confidence that he could shoot accurately. When he was hesitating, the people around him noticed that Akira had his rifle out and ready to shoot. They started to panic as they moved away from Akira. But at the same time, they also blocked his line of sight at his target. Akira himself had no wish to get other innocent people involved, so he decided to pull back his rifle and started chasing Alna again. The distance between Akira and Alna was not getting closer. It was mainly because Alna could use her smaller stature to easily pass through the narrow alley. On the other hand, Alna could not completely break away from Akira's chase since Alpha was always informing Akira of her exact location. Even after taking so many forked turns hoping that Akira would lose her, he was still able to precisely know which way she went. Thus Alna started to panic. How? How does he know exactly where I am? Don't tell me dash. Alna thought that Akira's wallet might be equipped with a tracker. If that was the case, it was no wonder why he could accurately pinpoint her location. So she threw Akira's wallet toward his direction. When he saw his wallet fly above his head, Akira stopped, turned, and picked up his wallet. Akira more or less regained his calm after he got his wallet back. The expression on his face also loosened. Now, if the money in the wallet was still there, then Akira would get back everything that he had lost, and he would be able to clean his history of getting his wallet stolen. If it was the past Akira from when he was still living in the back alley, he would have never allowed such a blunder. He then would be able to learn from this incident and be more careful next time, thus closing the incident there. When Akira checked the inside of the wallet, it was empty. All the money in it was already taken out. Akira's face immediately turned stern. Alpha. Over there. I won't be able to pinpoint her location if she's too far from me. So if you want to chase her, you need to hurry up. Roger that. Akira answered back swiftly with a voice that would send a chill down to one's spine. He then started running again. So in short, that incident did not end there. Akira blazed through the alley once again, chasing after Alna. Alna, who was running through the back alley of the lower district, stopped as she was running out of breath. She then took a long breath and tried to calm herself. Her gaze was fixed at the alley that she just ran through, but she did not see Akira there. Even after she somehow calmed herself and adjusted her breathing, she still did not see Akira. Did I lose him? So that wallet was really equipped with a tracker, huh? Well, I guess it doesn't matter now. Alna felt relieved and smiled. But that smile immediately vanished. It was because she saw Akira running towards her through the alley. You gotta be kidding me? Alna was so surprised that she reacted late. When she started running again, the distance between her and Akira was already not that far. Alna was focused on running. Her face was distorted due to fear. She was even half crying. As she desperately ran away, she did not confirm what was in front of her before jumping out from the alley to the big road in the middle of the lower district. Because of that, she crashed right onto someone who was just passing through that road. Whoa! Careful there. Alna looked terrified as she turned toward the person that she just crashed onto. It was a young hunter. Looking at his equipment, he seemed to be a pretty skilled hunter. His expression was showing that he was angry, but the moment he saw Alna's frightened expression, his rage vanished. He then worriedly asked Alna, "Are you all right?" He smiled as if to calm Alna, who seemed horrified. The moment Alna saw his handsome smiling face, She forgot her situation and was captivated by his smile. Fear disappeared from her expression. Her cheeks turned red as she let out a small gasp. But the moment Alna could feel Akira's presence coming from behind the alley, she quickly snapped back to her senses. Her eyes shifted back and forth between the terror coming from deep beyond the alley and the dazzling smile that gave her hope. Alna decided to take the bet as she hugged that boy and screamed, "Please help me. I'm being chased." Rebuild World Chapter 70 Quality of a Hero. Katsuya was walking through the main road in the middle of the lower district together with Yamaina, Eri, Reina, Shirori, and Kene. They were showing the lower district of the Kagomayama city to Kene, who just joined their team. Since all the girls who were together with Katsuya were wearing dresses that were better than most of the dresses in the lower district, and also with some of them wearing a maid uniform, Katsuya's group gathered a lot of attention. Kene was wearing a maid uniform. It was not rare for female hunters to walk around in the lower district with their hunter armors, but it was rare to find them wearing a maid uniform. Because of that, most of the people around them were sending curious gazes to Kene and the other girls who were together with Katsuya. Reina sighed exasperatedly and turned to Kene. "Kene, are you seriously planning to accompany me in that uniform from now on?" Kene instantly replied back, "Yep, is there any problem?" Kene knew that her maid uniform was gathering a lot of attention, but she did not care at all. After all, she was that kind of girl. But in contrast to her, Reina was a bit bothered by that. "You're attracting a lot of attention, you know. Can't you at least take that off?" "Nope, just because I have an augmented suit underneath it, I don't want to take it off. After all, I have no hobby of walking through a public space in a tight suit. Even if you have a hobby to make others do that, it's outside of my real duty. So I'll have to refuse." Kene was subtly poking fun at Reina, so Reina shouted back at her, "I don't have that kind of hobby either. I'm telling you to change into something else. You can just use another hunter armor that you have, right? Even if you tell me so, this is the best one that I have. Just because I'm attracting some attention, I have no plans to change into another cheaper armor that might prove fatal for my survival. After all, no one would care when we're out in the wasteland anyways. So it's fine, isn't it? But I'll rethink it if Milady would give me better armor. Although, to be honest, if Milady has money to buy me a present, I think it's better if Milady spends it for better equipment instead." Reina could not refute that logic. Of course, she could not tell Kene to change her armor into something cheaper just because she did not like her current appearance. Reina turned to Shirori, requesting for help. But Shirori just shook her head. For Shirori, Kene was Reina's shield. As Reina's bodyguard, it was Kene's duty to protect Reina, even if it meant that she had to sacrifice her own life in the worst-case scenario. Thus Shirori had no plans to weaken that shield. Kene smiled like it was none of her business and said, "Well, at least until Milady becomes strong enough to the point that Milady only needs one bodyguard, Milady will have to deal with it." Basically, Kene was indirectly telling Reina that it was all her fault for being weak, and if she had anything she wanted to complain about, then she should become stronger. So Reina stopped thinking of making any counter-argument then and there. In the first place, if it was not because her family thought that Shirori alone was not enough as her bodyguard, then Kene too would not have been assigned as her bodyguard. The real reason why that happened was all because of her own fault. Reina looked dispirited as she sighed and hung her head low. It was because she understood very well herself that it was all because she was too weak. Katsuya, who saw Reina depressed, tried to cheer her up. "We'll help you too. So let's work hard and become stronger together. I'm sure you can do it." "Ah, right, thank you. HM?" Thanks to him, Reina was somehow able to cheer up. But she then realized that Katsuya said something that bothered her. To be more precise, what bothered her was the implied meaning behind Katsuya's words, which he himself made clear with his next words. "That's why, won't you cancel your decision to break away from my team?" Reina and Shirori were originally a part of a Drankum-affiliated team with Katsuya as its head. Around the time when Reina had not recognized Katsuya's strength, she somehow forced her way into his team. And even after she recognized Katsuya's strength, she continued to work as a part of his team. She even somehow forced her way to join difficult requests compared to her level in order to get stronger and to collect achievements so that she could catch up with Katsuya. Then after they finished the Kazusuhara Underground City request, Reina decided to break off from Katsuya's team. Katsuya thought that it was just temporary until her extra bodyguard, Kane, arrived and Shirori fully recovered. But in contrast to his expectation, Reina decided to formally separate from Katsuya's team. And it was all because of Reina's own wish. The requests that Drankum assigned to each of the hunter teams affiliated to it were based on the average hunter ranks of the members of each team. Of course, the higher the average rank of a team, the higher the reward and the difficulty of the request that Drankum assigned to that team. If Reina broke off from Katsuya's team, there was no mistaking that her team would only get lower-level requests with lower rewards. It would be almost impossible for her new team to get a high-risk, high-reward request such as the Underground City exploration request from the other day. So in the end, it would be harder for Reina to increase her hunter rank. Reina understood that Katsuya was trying to stop her out of goodwill. Most of the people would think that Katsuya was trying to stop her out of ulterior motives, something like because Shirori and Reina were real beauties, or because he wanted to get skilled fighters like Shirori and Kane on his team. But since Reina knew Katsuya's personality well, she knew that was not the case. Even though she knew all of that, she still shook her head. "I'm sorry. I have no plans to withdraw that decision. After all, this all happened since I forced my way to join your team and accepted that Underground City exploration request. Because I took a request that was way out of my capability, I ended up causing Shirori a lot of trouble. That's why I'm planning to start again by doing small requests that I can manage on my own from now on." Katsuya at least understood that something must have happened when Reina and Shirori separated from his team in the Underground City. But even until now, he still did not know the details of what exactly happened. He did try to ask for the details, but both Reina and Shirori refused to say anything. Katsuya only knew about the aftermath. Reina was so tired to the point that she could not fight while Shirori was sent to the hospital. That was all that he knew. Katsuya regretted the fact that he could not stay near them and protect them. He thought that he might have been able to do something to avoid such an outcome if he was together with them. He looked a bit bashful as he smiled at Reina and said, "If you stay with my team, you should be able to get better requests. Not to mention if anything bad happens, well, I can protect you. So won't you at least reconsider?" Eri and Yamina, who listened to the conversation between Katsuya and Reina, showed two different reactions. Yamina just sighed exasperatedly while Eri looked slightly annoyed as she squinted her eyes. Although Katsuya sounded as if he was trying to hit on Reina, he did not realize it himself. It was a common thing that he did numerous times in the past, but he always kept his word. He even had sacrificed himself to keep his promise. Most of the time it caused the girls who he protected to fall for him, and this was the main reason why he kept amassing more and more girls around him. Since Yamina had been together with Katsuya for years, she had given up on fixing that bad habit of his. As for Eri, since she was saved by Katsuya in the past, she could not tell him to stop doing that. Because no one was trying to fix his bad habit, Katsuya's team had a very unbalanced male-to-female ratio. Both Yamina and Eri thought that Reina would change her mind with this, but her answer was rather unexpected. Instead, Reina cornered Katsuya with questions. "Katsuya, I'm happy that you said that to me, I really am. But am I really that bad? Am I so bad that even after I've got Shirori with me, and Kane assigned to me, that I would still need to be protected by you too? Am I really that bad as a hunter in your eyes too?" There was no trace of ill will in Reina's expression, but her expression was serious and looked slightly desperate. Katsuya was cornered by Reina's questions. He could only flusteredly answer back, "That's not true. I just thought that we should help each other and we'll have a better chance of survival if we stay as a team. It's exactly because I recognize your skill that I want to have you in my team." Reina stared at Katsuya as if she was questioning if that was really what he felt. She then shook her head. "Sorry, I don't think I'm that strong myself. That's why I can't take your offer." "I see. It's really unfortunate, but it can't be helped then. You can tell me anytime if you change your mind. I'll wait for you." After Katsuya said that, everyone went silent. Reina did not say anything back to Katsuya. Shirori understood Reina's feelings, but since trying to carelessly cheer her up might be counter-effective, She decided not to say anything too. Meanwhile, Kane thought that Reina would be angry at her if she said anything insensitive there, so she also did not say anything. Yamaina did not know what exactly Reina was feeling, so she could not come up with anything to say to her. Eri was rather jealous that Katsuya tried to stop Reina, so she decided to just keep shut since she felt like she might say something unnecessary in that situation. The awkwardness in that situation was palpable, and because of that, Katsuya's attention was diverted to the point that he could not step aside when a young girl suddenly came out from the alley and crashed on him. "Whoa! Watch where you're going." Katsuya ended up scolding that girl out of annoyance. That girl, in turn, looked at him with a desperate and utterly scared expression. Katsuya thought that his scolding was the reason why that girl looked so scared. So he decided to put his feelings aside and tried to calm her down as he smiled gently at her. "Are you okay?" It looked like it was effective since that girl's expression relaxed. With that one sentence, Yamaina looked exasperated while Eri's face turned stern. Both of them mumbled, "Again, huh?" Katsuya quickly noticed that someone else was coming from the back alley where that girl just suddenly popped out. That girl's expression quickly returned back to looking very scared. She then hugged Katsuya and screamed, "Please help me. I'm being chased." She was the one who stole Akira's wallet, Alnuch, while the other person that popped out from the back alley was the person who was chasing Alna, Akira. Akira was surprised, but he quickly grasped the situation. Alna, who stole his wallet, was clinging to Katsuya. Yamaina and Eri looked at Akira with disdain and hatred. They quickly put their guard up against him. Katsuya covered Alna with his left hand, while his right hand was ready to pick up his rifle any time. He was already looking at Akira with a hostile gaze. Reina and Shirori also quickly grasped the situation, although they were surprised at first. As for Kane, she was just smiling as if she was enjoying what was going on. Both Akira and Katsuya had finished registering all the information in front of them. Alpha then warned Akira, who was overly cautious of Katsuya's team. "Akira, calm down and don't do anything reckless. You don't even need to remind me." Alpha and Akira were talking through telepathy. Akira was calm enough to remember to reply back through telepathy. The moment he was facing Katsuya's team, the moment he knew he was facing skilled hunters that he should be careful with, Akira quickly regained his composure. "Alpha, what do you think? That pickpocket, is she that guy's?" "Katsuya, was it again? Is she his acquaintance? If she is, does that mean that girl is a hunter who works as a pickpocket as a side job? Is she affiliated with Drankum too?" "It depends on how much of this is a coincidence. If it's all pure coincidence, then I bet it's just that she bumped into a kind-looking hunter and made some random excuse to ask for help. But if it's not a coincidence, then she must have run through the alley, which she knew well, into an area where there are many hunters who patronized pickpockets. Those hunters might have promised to protect her if she gets caught. I guess this must be a coincidence then. I don't see any hunters here who look so poor that they would go as far as to work with pickpockets." Well, you can't really judge a book by its cover. And even the small income from pickpocketing can become a huge sum once they pickpocket enough. But if you ask my honest opinion, I agree with you. This is just a coincidence. So what are you going to do now? Good question. If they just stood there glaring at each other, it would not solve anything. In order to achieve the reason why he was there, Akira opened his mouth first. "I have some business with that girl, so can you give her to me?" Alna shivered when she heard that. Katsuya could feel her shiver since Alna was clinging at him, and his wish to protect her grew stronger. It was also further fueled by his hostile disposition toward Akira. Katsuya's impression of the situation was fully cemented. He thought that Akira was chasing the beautiful girl Alna because of some kind of no good reason. And so, he was obviously showing his hostility with his glare. "Do you really think that I'll just give her to you because you tell me to?" Akira more or less knew that Katsuya would give him that reply. His expression turned stern, thus showing his intent. Yamaina and Eri readjusted their position, so that they could jump to Katsuya's help anytime. Shirori slowly moved in front of Reina, who was still confused by the sudden turn of events, as she watched carefully how the situation developed. In the middle of that situation where everyone's tension was rising, Kane was the only one who was still so relaxed. It was not like she was enjoying the situation, It was because she was a battle maniac who loved fighting. Kane then interjected with a cheery voice that did not suit the situation. So then why are you chasing her? She stole my wallet. Everyone turned to Alna. It was obvious that she was starting to panic. Kane then asked Alna with the same cheery voice as before. That's what he says, so did you? Alna desperately clung on Katsuya. It's not me. That boy just suddenly started chasing me with a scary face. That's why I was running as fast as I could. I'm telling you the truth. Katsuya could not discern whether Alna panicked because she was accused of something that she really did not do, or because she was trying to hide something. But at least he understood very well that she was desperate. Because of his bad predisposition towards Akira, Katsuya somehow sounded mocking as he asked Akira, "Do you even have any proof that she took your wallet?" Proof, huh? Akira went silent as he was thinking of what to say, but Katsuya immediately interpreted that silence as a no. You went silent there, so you don't have any proof, huh? I bet you just dropped it somewhere. Akira and Katsuya glared at each other, raising the tension. Eri then approached Alna. I'll search her. If she had really stolen your wallet, I should be able to find it if I search her body. Okay, you can go ahead. Alna stepped away from Katsuya and raised both her hands in front of Eri. But before Eri started searching her body, Akira interjected. You won't find my wallet on her. She took out all of my money from my wallet and threw it away to cover up her crime. After hearing that explanation, Eri stopped. She thought for a bit and then asked Akira a question. How much did she take? About 100,000 orum. Eri took another look at Alna, who was wearing a complete set of clothes. But the clothes that she was wearing were those worn-out clothes normal for the slum city residents. At least, she did not look like she even had 100 orum with her. Even if she found that Alna was carrying 100,000 orum with her after searching her body, there was still no proof that she stole that. She might be carrying that money by pure coincidence. Eri turned to Akira. Even if she told him to back off since he had no evidence, it did not seem like Akira would withdraw at all. This time, Yamaina interjected. Is there any chance that it was just a pure misunderstanding, or some kind of other mistakes? Are you really sure that she's the one who stole your wallet? There's no mistaking, it's her. Do you have any proof why you can say that with confidence? Do you have any proof that you're not mistaking anything? Did she somehow run away from you after you caught her once before? Was the situation akin to you being with only her in a certain location when you realized you lost your wallet? Well, about that. As Yamaina asked him those questions in a calm manner without blaming him, Akira was rather troubled by how to answer those questions. The one who noticed that he had lost his wallet was Alpha, not Akira himself. At least until Alna threw away his wallet, he was chasing Alna purely because he trusted Alpha when she said Alna was the one who took his wallet. He had no other proof why he thought that Alna was the pickpocket other than because Alpha told him so. But of course he could not say that to Yamaina. Seeing how Akira could not answer her questions, Yamaina pressed further. Is it because of the information you analyze from your information gathering device? I heard that some hunters always keep their information gathering device on and focus it to scan the area around them just to be safe. No, that's not the case either. Or more like, I got my information gathering device destroyed in a fight. So, is it because someone who was together with you told you so? If it is, can we go to meet that person and ask for proof? Well, Yumina's guess was correct, but no one other than Akira could see Alpha. Thus he could not really say anything back. Is there any security camera around the area where you got your wallet stolen? There are multiple security cameras installed on the main road of the lower district. We might be able to find something if we check the recording. It happened when I was in the slum city, so I think there aren't any security cameras around. As Yamaina continued questioning him, Akira's voice became smaller and smaller. Compared to when they started, Akira sounded as if he had calmed down considerably. Yamaina then continued with her still calm voice. I won't say that you're lying and I won't say that you're mistaken either. I do think that you have absolute proof that makes you say for sure that she's the one who stole your wallet. But it seems that you have your reason as to why you can't tell us the details about that. But again, as long as you won't tell us anything or give us any proof, we can't just trust your words and give this girl to you. You at least understand my point, right? Yamaina stated that she understood what Akira was trying to say, as well as asking him to understand her point. Akira also understood well why Yamaina was taking that stance. So basically she was not saying that he was mistaken or anything, while on the other hand, she asked him to not fully blame her either. Because of that, Akira was considerably calmed down, and the aura that was leaking out from him had also vanished. After talking with Yamaina, Akira had more or less regained his calm. It was not like Akira himself wanted to rope someone unrelated to his problem too. The tension in the air had already lessened. It felt like at this rate, that incident would be solved without any fighting. Seeing how the situation had developed, Kene looked slightly displeased. Akira, let's withdraw here. It's true that we can't expect them to trust us without telling them anything. Alpha also encouraged Akira to pull back. He also agreed with Alpha's opinion. There were many criteria that could be used to decide the winner and the loser, and they were often used to make a clear distinction between the loser and the winner in every case. Akira, who had gotten his wallet stolen and his money taken by Alna, might be the loser here if he withdrew from this place without getting his money back. Then at the same time it might mean that it was Alna's victory for getting protected by Katsuya, although she did steal Akira's wallet, as well as it was Katsuya's victory for being able to successfully protect Alna, who came asking for his protection. But again, it was nothing more but a biased evaluation. Katsuya looked confident since he thought that he had won there. Akira, who was leaking out intense pressure, had calmed down after Yamaina talked to him. Basically, he had more or less successfully protected Alna from Akira, who was chasing her. It boosted his ego. Moreover, since the tension in the air had also died down, it gave Katsuya the leeway to think of something else. Because of all those reasons, Katsuya suddenly mockingly said to Akira, "Humph, even if it's true that you got your wallet stolen, it's your fault for being careless, although you're a hunter." Katsuya! Yamaina yelled at Katsuya. She then immediately turned to Akira to apologize in Katsuya's place. But the moment she saw Akira, Yamaina froze. The aura around Akira had completely changed. The peaceful aura around him from a moment ago had completely vanished, replaced by an ominous aura. It was somehow obvious that Akira would suddenly open fire anytime. Although he was looking down towards the ground, there was a foreboding, ominous pressure exuding from him. Akira then raised his face and looked at Katsuya, and suddenly started laughing. "You're right, you're absolutely right, it's all my fault." Akira continued laughing as if he had turned insane. "It's my fault for being so careless. It's my fault for being negligent. It's my fault for being barely able to react when my wallet was stolen. It's my fault for being unable to protect my own wallet." Akira's laughter was getting louder as he spoke. "But that's my money, the money that I earned, the money that I got from working my ass off. To reach this point, I had to consume a whole lot of medicines that it's breaking my own body. All of that just to be able to move my body when I really need to move it. I even had to cross over dangerous bridges that almost killed me numerous times too. Then I got sent to the hospital and lost all of my equipment. That's the money that I got after going through all of that stuff. But to think that money will be easily stolen from me like that. There's a limit to how someone can be so stupid and so pathetic. Yeah, you're right. I'm a big stupid dumb guy to make such a blunder." Akira laughed loudly while admonishing himself. His laughter suddenly died down. Only self-hatred and self-reproach were left on his expression. "But I'll erase this pathetic mistake from my history. I'll get my money back and make the person who stole it regret it. That's one thing that I can promise you. And now I can finally erase it, or at least I can deal with it to some point." The Akira in the past could not earn that sum of money, and even if he did, he could not get it back if someone robbed his money from him, since he simply had no right to carry any money. But the current him had worked so hard to the point that he could escape from such a situation. But right now, Akira could not take back the money that was stolen from him. It was as if he had returned to his former self. Akira wanted to show to the other people, and especially to himself, that he really had escaped from that position, that situation, that world. And that it was all not just his imagination. Anger and hatred vanished from his expression. The only thing that reflected on his near-expressionless eyes were his target, and the obstacle that was standing between him and his target. Alna was shaking behind Katsuya's back. The reason why she did not try to escape from that place was because she unconsciously knew that it was the safest place in her current situation. Then Akira said in a cold tone, "Give her to me." "I refuse." Katsuya stood by his decision against the immense pressure from Akira and refused to hand over Alna. The reason why he refused to back down was completely unrelated to his dislike towards Akira. He had already resolved himself to protect Alna, who came for his help, even if it meant that it would put him in danger. He had such a kind of disposition, and it would not allow him to hand over Alna to Akira. Rebuild World Chapter 71. Adding Salt to Injury. While it was not always true that the enemies of your enemies were your friends, but almost always the friends of your enemies were definitely your enemies. According to what Katsuya said, he basically put himself in a position where he allied himself with Akira's enemy. Thus, from Akira's point of view, Katsuya and his friends had already shifted from being innocent people, who got roped into this situation, to his enemies. It would be nothing strange if Akira suddenly opened fire. Because of that, Alpha warned him with a stern expression, "Akira, you can't. I won't allow you to do this. It's 7 versus 1, 6 of them are used to fighting, while the remaining one can fight you equally even when you have your augmented suit. You can't take this fight." 7 against 1, huh? Those words were mumbled more to himself than to Alpha. Since he always communicated through telepathy with her, he thought that Katsuya and the others will not be able to hear what he said. But his stance was already showing that he was ready to fight. Currently, his focus was divided into two, observing the enemies in front of him and planning on how to dispose of all of them. As such, he forgot his usual routine. Thanks to that, his obviously hostile statement that he just mumbled were heard by Katsuya and the others. Yamaina did not think that Akira would not recognize the difference in their strength, so when she heard him mumble that statement, she was hoping that he would withdraw from that place. But Shiori suddenly said something unexpected. "It's not 7 against 1. Irena and Kane would not get involved in this fight. We won't aid Katsuya-sama nor Akira-sama." After she said that, Shiori pulled Reina behind her and Kane. "Es Shiori-san?" Yamaina was taken aback when Shiori said that. There was no trace of blame in her voice, she was just purely surprised by that statement. Katsuya and Eri were also surprised. Without dropping their guard against Akira, they looked at Shiori as if they were asking her what she was thinking. Akira's expression did not change at all. He was still observing Katsuya and the others closely as he sent a glance to Shiori. He tried to guess what Shiori's group was going to do next, since they made an unexpected but suspicious decision. As Akira and Katsuya's group focused their attention on Shiori, she showed a willful expression and said to both of them, "Katsuya-sama, if you are going to risk a fight in order to protect someone who you just met for the first time, I do think it's a commendable act and I can respect that. But it is a completely different thing if it gets Milady involved too. So please handle this situation without involving us." Shiori said that with a serious face while exuding an intimidating aura. "Akira-sama, as long as you do not pose any danger to Milady, including misfire, I can promise you that we won't attack you. So please make the right decision to avoid any needless battle." Shiori basically said that her group would not help either side if they decide to fight it out, while at the same time, she was also questioning Katsuya's decision to risk his and his friend's life for Alna's sake. She was also telling Akira to rethink whether this fight was really that important or not. Both Akira and Katsuya could make a decision to not fight there. But if none of them backs off, then anything that would happen after that was their responsibility. Shiori then pushed Reina, who still could not recover from the confusion, backward as if she was urging her to move. They were slowly distancing themselves from Katsuya and Akira. "Milady, let's go." But Reina tried to resist a bit as Shiori pulled her away from that place, but she did not try to seriously break off from Shiori to fight beside Katsuya against Akira. To be more precise, she did not even want to be chosen as the third-party observer there. Shiori frowned as she said to Reina, "My apologies. Milady, I'll have to pull you away even if it's against your will. Or is that you're planning to repeat the same mistake again?" Shiori did not clearly state what kind of mistake she was talking about. It was so that Reina would figure it out by herself about the worst mistake that she made in the past. Reina immediately remembered everything that Shirori might be referring to. That time when Yajima and Akira were arguing in the underground city. Both of them were making statements without any proof or evidence. So there was no telling which one was lying and which one was not, but actually Akira was telling the truth at that time. But again, there was no guarantee that it was also the case this time. She also remembered that she was taken hostage when she carelessly approached Yajima. So she feared that the same thing would happen again if she tried to approach Akira to calm him down, or if she tried to approach Alna to protect her. After all, if Alna took her hostage, Shirori might be forced to fight Akira again. And if Akira took her hostage, then Shirori might be forced to fight Katsuya. She would just end up as a deadweight again and be forced to watch people killing one another in front of her eyes. The regret that she was holding inside her heart since that day pushed her to make her decision. Katsuya, I'm sorry. I can't help you this time. I don't think it's wise to risk my life for protecting that girl. It was a tough decision for Reina, but her love for Katsuya was not big enough for her to rope Shirori into that problem for his selfless action. Yamaina became saddened as she looked at Reina, while on the other hand, Eri's gaze was saying that she was condemning Reina's decision. It seemed that both of them loved Katsuya so much that they would be happy to sacrifice their lives for him. Enough that they would choose to fight Akira rather than pulling Alna off from Katsuya and handing her over to Akira. An act which would make Katsuya hate them. Kane suddenly said something with a cheerful voice as if she could not read the mood at all. I don't mind taking Katsuya's side though. Shirori immediately directed a silent but immense pressure toward Kane, making her retract her words. I'm sorry. I take that back. This is also my job as a bodyguard. So I can't do that. Well then we'll excuse ourselves here. Milady, let's go back home. Kane placed both of her hands on Reina's shoulder and started pushing her away to the point that they were jogging. Shirori lightly bowed and followed Kane and Reina. After Reina, Shirori, and Kane put enough distance from where Akira was, he mumbled. Now it's 4-on-1. Katsuya and his friends were staring at Shirori, who left that place forgetting about Akira. But the moment Akira mumbled those words, their attention returned back to him, their stances indicating that they were ready to fight any time. Although they had not pointed their guns at Akira, their hands were already extended to right beside their own respective rifles. The moment one of them touched their rifles, Akira might quickly react by grabbing his own rifle and start shooting. That was why Katsuya, Eri, and Yamaina did not dare to make any sudden or suspicious moves. Akira's words reconfirmed their current situation. It was not 3 against 1, but 4 against 1. So in short, Akira included Alna as his target to kill. So Katsuya would have to fight Akira while protecting Alna, which would put him at a disadvantage. Katsuya's expression turned stern. Since the tension between them was extremely high, it shaved their spirits the longer they stood there staring at each other. And that unbearable tension was tempting Katsuya and his friends to make the first move before Akira. Akira's expression did not change as he glared at Katsuya. His eyes were saying that he had no wish to lessen his hostility towards them. He simply had no wish to back off in such a situation. The only reason why he did not make any move was simply because of the difference between their fighting power. Akira himself had no plans to go as far as to sacrifice his own life just to kill Alna. After all, if that was not the case, he would have made his move when Katsuya and his friends took their eyes off from him. After losing Shirori, Reina, and Kane, the gap between their fighting power greatly reduced. But it still did not change the fact that Akira only had a slim chance of winning. Even if he were to put down his life, Akira's sense of reason stopped him from pushing forward, but his hatred and anger prevented him from backing off. Because of that, he could not make any moves. The trigger that changed the situation was Alpha. She scolded Akira with a stern expression. Akira stepped back. Now, if you just wait for a bit longer, you'll get better equipment. There's no reason for you to recklessly charge into a disadvantageous fight, without even waiting for your new equipment, just to kill that girl. From my point of view, what you are going to do now is just adding more salt to your injury. If you fight now, there's no mistaking that you'll die. Akira, are you going to disobey me now? Do you not trust me now? Even after hearing Alpha's words, Akira's expression showed no change. The hostility that he directed to Katsuya did not reduce at all as he was still glaring at them. But then Akira, who did not lower his guard and was keeping his eyes fixed on Katsuya and his friends, took a step back without turning around. He then slowly stepped back to the alley where he came from. Akira's expression did not change and he still glared at Katsuya and his friends until he finally vanished deep into the alley. Even after Akira's figure disappeared into the alley and his presence completely vanished, it took a few minutes before Katsuya, Eri, and Yamaina lowered their guards. All of them let out a big sigh as they were liberated from the high tension which accumulated during that confrontation. Even though they did not fight at all, they felt exhausted. That confrontation was psychically more taxing than a fierce battle. It might be because they had no experience fighting against another person. Since they were lucky to be proper hunters and with a big gang like Drankum behind them, Katsuya rarely had any occasion where he had to fight other hunters. Although they had gone through a lot of fights during their job as hunters, this was the first time someone bore such a level of killing intent and hostility at them. Yamaina strongly scolded Katsuya, which was very rare considering her nature. Katsuya, don't expect me to help you if something like that happens again. Okay? Katsuya did not think it through as he reflexively replied back. Are you seriously telling me that I should have just given this girl away to him? That's not it. Katsuya's reply caused Yamaina to raise her voice and shut him up. Her fiery reply caused Katsuya to wince back. If you hadn't said what you said back then, we could have resolved this peacefully. So why in the world did you say that? I didn't think that he would get enraged, you see. What I'm asking you is the reason why you said that. Did you really think that he would just laugh it off and forget about it when you say such things? I just slipped off from my mouth. I'm sorry. Katsuya sounded like his apology was sincere. It seemed that he at least knew it was his mistake. After letting out her pent-up emotion, Yamaina finally calmed down. Her intense glare had returned back to normal. After she took another long breath, she then scolded Katsuya again. The next time you do anything like this, I'll replace that mouth of yours with a cyborg part, and I'll set it so that you can't say anything without my permission. Okay? Do you get that? Okay. After hearing his answer, Yamaina finally let go of her rage. Now that she had regained enough composure to think about Alna, she approached Alna, who was still dumbfounded by what had happened, and said to her, I'm sorry, it seems that things always get complicated because of Katsuya. Then Alna flusteredly thanked Katsuya and his friends. Please don't be. It's me who should be apologizing for roping everyone into my problem. Thank you very much for saving me. Alna was now sending passionate gazes at Katsuya. It was normal for a girl to send such a gaze to a member of the opposite sex who saved her when she was in trouble, and of course Alna was not an exception. Eri watched that confrontation between Akira and Katsuya from a location little far from Yamaina. Unlike Katsuya and Yamaina, who became hunters starting from a blessed environment, Eri started from a rather poor environment. According to her past experiences, she bet that Akira was telling the truth. Eri was at a loss whether to tell Katsuya and Yamaina or not, but in the end she decided not to say anything. After all, if she did, then she would have to explain her reasoning. But the main reason why she did not tell Katsuya and Yamaina was because she did not want to ruin Katsuya's mood. As Eri thought that it had ended anyway, she decided to not tell Katsuya and Yamaina. Akira was walking through the back alley. He was heading to his original destination, Cheryl's base. His expression had not changed much since his confrontation with Katsuya. Alpha thought that it would be bad to let Akira meet anyone while he was in this mood. Since with his current mood, even the slightest misunderstanding could trigger an unnecessary fight. So she gently made a suggestion to Akira to calm himself down. Akira, how about you take some deep breaths? Akira stopped. He did not say anything as he turned to Alpha, while she returned his stare with a smile. What's wrong? You don't know how to do it? Do you need me to explain it? Or do you need an example? Although Akira was staring at her with an abnormal expression, Alpha's smile did not diminish. The intonation of her voice also remained the same. Akira did not say anything as he took a deep breath. He then repeated the process again and again and again. For his last deep breath, Akira let out a big sigh. His expression loosened and returned back to his depressed face, which said that he hated himself. Akira then spoke to Alpha through telepathy. I'm sorry. It might be because he spoke through telepathy, all his guilty feelings and the other emotions inside him were sent to Alpha together with his apology. There was guilt, frustration, self-reproach, and gratitude. Don't worry about that. Alpha received all of those emotions sent to her, and told Akira that it was not that big of a deal. Akira started walking again, and Alpha walked beside him. I know it's too late to say this, but I really am relying on you for everything, huh? You can keep on relying more on me, you know? You can just ask me anything. Even if you tell me so, I think I'm already relying more than enough on you. So rather than that, do you have anything that you want me to do for you? Let's see. I want you to not die until you can finish my request. I'm sorry. Yep, that's good. Akira sincerely apologized and Alpha smiled in satisfaction. Akira arrived in front of Cheryl's base, but he decided to head back home without entering the base. Although he had regained his calm, his mood was not fully recovered to his usual self yet. He might inadvertently vent his emotion on Cheryl, thus he thought that it would be better for him to visit the base another day. Akira retraced his footsteps back to his house. After Akira left, two girls arrived near Cheryl's base. One of them was a girl by the name of Nasha. She looked just like a normal girl commonly found in the slum city, while the other girl was Alna. Alna worriedly asked Nasha, Nasha, are you sure that it'll be fine? Don't worry. I carefully picked this gang after gathering all the information that I could get. Even if we get rejected from this gang, they won't kill us or take all of our possessions. Maybe. Both Alna and Nasha were hoping to join Cheryl's gang. Although Cheryl's gang was a relatively small gang, it gathered a lot of attention from the young boys and girls in the slum city. Starting from its boss, Cheryl, all the members of the gang were young boys and girls, and there were even small children too. But even so, the gang was properly managed like a real organization and it had enough influence to provide some level of protection to its members. Moreover, news had spread through the slum city that Cheryl's gang had successfully secured food and guns too. Thus, the reputation of the gang started to spread. People who heard about Cheryl's gang normally had good impressions of it. So, many of them wished to join Cheryl's gang in order to gain benefits. Nasha smiled to clear up Alna's worries. You were the one who kept rushing it in the first place, remember? So why are you hesitating now? Well, that's true, but still. I don't know the real reason why, but it seems that the boss of this gang prohibits all of its members from thieving or murdering other people. That's why I'm sure they won't tell you to pickpocket even after you get accepted. I'll join first to see if that's true or not, and then you can join in later after I confirm it. That's our plan, remember? Alna sounded apologetic as she said, Nasha, I'm sorry. It feels like I'm making you go alone to check the gang just for my sake. Please be careful. It's fine. I've always been thinking of joining this gang anyway, so this is a good chance to do that. Nasha then extended her right hand to Alna and opened her palm. Alna took out a few pieces of papers from her chest and handed it over to Nasha while making her grip on it. Both Nasha and Alna did not think that they would be able to join Cheryl's gang without any connection or money. And at the same time, they thought that they would have a better chance to get accepted if they had some souvenirs that they could give to the boss of the gang or the people working under her. So their plan was to use their hard-earned money to get a better chance. As Nasha counted the bills that she received from Alna, she frowned and her face turned stern. 90,000 Orum? Alna, you really overdid it this time. Are you trying to kill yourself? Nasha knew well how Alna got her money. This 90,000 Orum was a huge sum that would drive any slum city resident into a frenzy if they were pickpocket. It was huge enough to make someone kill for retrieving it. Alna's face distorted with fear as she replied, I know. I did tell you too, remember? I was really about to get killed. Although I got lucky and was able to get out alive, it was really a close call. I know what I'm doing is really dangerous. That's why I'm rushing you so that I can live without the need to pickpocket. So that I don't have to face that kind of thing ever again. Alna shivered as she remembered Akira's image when he was chasing her, and when he was confronting Katsuya's team. When Nasha saw Alna shivering, she hugged Alna to help her calm down. Alna's shivers slowly died down thanks to that. Alna then hugged Nasha back. I'm sorry, Nasha, please be careful there. Rather than worrying about me, you should worry more about yourself. Make sure to remain hidden, okay? Alna and Nasha expressed their worries to each other before going their separate ways. Alna went to their hideout in the slum city while Nasha headed to Cheryl's gang. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Akira spent his days training inside his house without even stepping outside. It was because he decided to stay in his house as much as possible until he got his augmented suit and regained Alpha's support. He thought that it must be one of his unlucky periods. That was also the reason why he got his wallet stolen. Thus he stayed inside his house as much as possible. Akira had spent all of his luck when he met Alpha, so normally, he had no luck left with him. He always somehow managed to get through it with his hard work and Alpha's support. But at that time, his carelessness wasted all his hard work, and since he did not have his augmented suit, he could not have Alpha's support. Akira thought these were the reasons why he got his wallet stolen. Although there was no proof for this, if only Akira did not get careless, or if he had his augmented suit with Alpha's support, he might have not lost his wallet back then. At least the logic checked out, and that was enough as a proof for Akira. As for Alpha, she wanted to keep Akira inside since there was a good chance that the current Akira would react unexpectedly when faced with a problem. She had no plans to allow him to go out until he got his new equipment, or at least until he got his new augmented suit. Since both Akira and Alpha agreed with each other on this, he decided to spend his time training inside his house. Akira's time compression training was doing well. Although it was not like it exponentially increased his fighting skill, his time compression success rate was increasing. He no longer stopped the training because he was too tired to move. But to be more precise, it was because Alpha adjusted the gap between her attacks depending on Akira's level of tiredness. Because of that, every time Akira finished his training, Alpha would have lost most of her dress to the point that she seemed more or less naked just like before. Every time he failed to evade Alpha's attack, a piece of her dress would flutter away and vanish as usual. Today too, as the last piece of her dress fluttered away, it vanished without making any sound. As Alpha was floating there with a dress that was barely hiding any part of her body, she told Akira, who was breathing roughly out of tiredness, that the training had ended. Let's end the training here. You did well in today's training. Akira glanced at Alpha while trying to regulate his breathing. What's wrong, Akira? Well, about that dress. HM? Since it seems that you like erotic clothes, doesn't this interest you? Akira sounded a bit annoyed as he said, That's not it. I'm just thinking that although I'm starting to get a grasp on this time compression thingy, your dress has not changed much compared to the first time we started this training. So in short, I still can't evade your attacks, and that really bothers me. Akira was displeased by the result of his training, since he felt that he was not getting better at all. Alpha smiled to reassure him. That's normal. Even if you can slow down your time perception to 10 times, it's not like your physical ability increases 10 times. It's not easy to get yourself used to the lag that arises when you try to move your limbs and when they actually move. Moreover, you'll have to get yourself to the point where you can move your body freely in that state. So there's no way you can do it right off the bat. Don't worry, you're slowly getting there, I can guarantee that. Is that so? I don't feel it though. But if you say so, then I guess that's true. Yep. So don't worry. Okay. Akira picked himself up and started to walk to his room for taking a rest. But when he grabbed the handle of the garage door, he suddenly stopped and turned back to Alpha. Turn back to your usual dress. Sure. Since Akira told her so, Alpha replaced her tattered dress. Akira was not bothered by her dress during the training since he placed his focus on dodging her attacks, or at least he tried to do so. So when he returned back to his usual psychical state as he was about to exit the garage, that was no longer the case. Just like usual after his training, Akira took rest in his room while eating his meal. It was his usual heated frozen meal. There was a separate kitchen in his house and it contained a stove for cooking. It was among the leftover stuff from the previous resident. But of course it was currently not used for cooking anything. Akira had no idea how to cook, and it was not like the previous resident also left behind his cooking skill there. Not to mention, the frozen food was not that bad either, so he had no plans to learn cooking anytime soon. So, for now it was just used to heat the frozen meal. Akira's living standard had definitely risen. But at least until he found pleasure in cooking, it was highly unlikely that he would ever use those cooking utensils. As Akira was enjoying his meal during the short break before his study, he asked Alpha, "What am I going to study today? Are we going to continue our talk about the corporations from yesterday? What was it again? Resource trading and distribution among the cities under the Eastern corporate government?" When someone said Eastern City, Akira did not know that there were cities other than Kagomayama City until now. But thanks to Alpha's education, he started to gather common knowledge and increased his intelligence. Although he was more knowledgeable than before, his knowledge was still considered as minuscule compared to the people living within the inner wall. The reason why Alpha taught all of those things to him was more for her own sake rather than for Akira's sake. Alpha was actually probing Akira as she was teaching him. In order to complete her request, she needed him to be more knowledgeable so that he could easily resist any type of beliefs that might become an obstacle in completing her request. So, studying was important to both Akira and Alpha. Although their original plan was to study that day, Alpha decided to cancel it. "We won't be studying today after all. It seems that a message just arrived from Shizuka saying that your new equipment has arrived. So let's go get them." "Oh, I can finally start my hunter work again, let's go." In order for Akira to complete Alpha's request, she needed him to be stronger. So, she prioritized getting better equipment over his study. Alpha smiled at Akira, who looked elated. Rebuild World Chapter 72 The Buried Ruin. Akira headed to Shizuka's shop to receive his new equipments. When he entered the shop, Shizuka waved at him. "Welcome, Akira. Over here." Shizuka smiled at him and then guided him to the back room of the shop. The back room was used as a warehouse for the stuff that she sold. Thus it was filled with guns and ammo. Akira noticed something and asked Shizuka, "By the way, is it okay to leave the counter unguarded?" "It's fine. It's not like there are that many people who want to buy guns anyway, so it will not be much of an issue even if I leave the counter. Even when the city was attacked by a swarm of monsters not too long ago, there were more people coming in than usual, but it was not that many to even form a line in front of the counter. I meant it more like someone might steal something. The rifles in the display are inside anti-thieving showcases. I have also installed security cameras and have insurance with a private security company, so it'll be fine. Even if someone was able to break the secured counter, take Shizuka's money from it, and escape from the security, she'll be paid with the same amount of money that she lost." Thus it was highly unlikely that Shizuka would suffer much damage that Akira thought she would. Not to mention the private security company that was working together with the insurance company, which Shizuka was contracted with, would catch that person dead or alive. If that person was caught alive, he would be fined with all kinds of charges and would be forced to exchange his life, his body, basically just everything that he had to pay the fine. Depending on the severity of the fine, he might get his property seized, or forced into a labor work, or used as a guinea pig for developing new medicines or technologies. Seeing how Akira still seemed to be worried, Shizuka smiled at him and said, "If you're still worried that I'm leaving the counter for your sake, just think of it as me giving some efforts to get a regular customer. It should bother you less that way, right?" Although Akira had spent 80 million orum in Shizuka's shop, it did not seem that she had thought of him as a regular customer. Either because it showed on his face or just simply because her intuition was very sharp, she noticed what Akira was thinking and so she continued, "I'm really thankful that you're contributing to the revenue of this shop. But to be honest, I hope that you would buy goods that I sell in my shop. I don't get much profit from that augmented suit that I ordered from another shop, you see." Although Shizuka was only joking, Akira flusteredly replied, "Ah, well, I'll do that from next time. Fufufu, I'll be waiting then." Shizuka smiled invincibly, after which, she pointed at the entrance shutter of the warehouse. "Now then, your new equipment set is over there." When Akira peeked in, he was a bit surprised as he happily said, "Although I know the contents of my new equipment set from reading the document Shizuka-san gave me, is it really okay to get this included too?" Shizuka smiled in triumph as she said, "Of course it's still under the budget limit. You know?" In front of Akira was a large-sized vehicle which was also included in his list of new equipment. Akira and Shizuka walked to that vehicle. Akira looked closely at it, wide-eyed. Although it looked not much different from the truck that he once rented from a rental shop and was just a common vehicle, it was still way better than a rental vehicle. "Well then, let's check if you have got everything that you ordered." Shizuka then pulled out a documented list of the items and handed a copy to Akira. They then checked the items with that document. "So you get one 4WD vehicle specially designed for traversing the wasteland. It's Taros 97 made by Tatsumori Heavy Industry. Although it's rather old, it's fully equipped for exploring the wasteland. I've also exchanged the control unit with the new one." Akira scanned the vehicle. It was an open-type vehicle without a roof designed so that hunters could shoot their portable heavy weapons from the seat. Since it was a vehicle designed to be used in the wasteland, it could be said that it was made to fight against monsters. Thus, its body was even equipped with force field plating. The force field plating was a type of armor plating that would activate a force field when hit by an impact to disperse the force of that impact. But after it activated a force field, the plating tile would peel and fall off. That was the reason why the wasteland was filled with used plating tiles. Then, one CWH anti-material rifle. One DVTS minigun. Both of them are installed into the vehicle so you can use them even without an augmented suit. Although you can demount them and use them just like a normal gun, you need to be careful since the DVTS minigun consumes a lot of ammo. I've also added some modification parts so it's compatible with piercing ammo. Although it's loaded with that type of ammo right now, you can also use normal ammo for it so there's no need to worry about that part. Akira then looked at the rear part of the vehicle. Behind the back seat, there was a removable tray equipped with a gun station. Akira's CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun was installed there. Although they lacked firepower compared to the pre-installed big guns and tanks for the current Akira, they were already pretty powerful. If he was going to meet another swarm of monsters next time, he could at least put up a fight. Then there are also 2 information terminals for hunters. Since they are strongly built, they should not break easily even if you use them rather crudely. Anything can happen in the wasteland. It's better to have a sturdy information terminal just to be safe so that you can use it for sending SOS requests during an emergency. Akira peeked at the driver's seat. There were 2 durable-looking information terminals. Then 2 electric knives. Well, if you find yourself having to fight monsters using those knives, it means that you're already in a pretty bad situation, but it's at least better than nothing. Each knife can only be used for causing a single shock if you're lucky. It can shut down a mechanical monster with its shock. There were 2 knives beside the information terminal on the driver's seat. They might be some kind of bonus items from buying the information terminal. Of course, for most hunters, it would be suicide to challenge monsters in a close-range battle. Moreover, since most of the people knew that mechanical monsters were weak against electric shock, Akira thought that monsters must have at least adapted to that by now, and that must have been the reason why Shizuka added "if you're lucky" when she said. Then lastly, the ERPS information gathering device integrated augmented suit. Its name is PWD Silence. It's inside that case over there together with all of its equipment set. The equipment set includes an aiming device that can be connected with the augmented suit, so be sure to install it later. Akira grabbed the handle of the case which was placed on the seat and pulled it out from the vehicle. But it was way heavier than he anticipated. It took everything he had to drag it out from the vehicle, even after he used both of his hands. Seeing this, Shizuka extended her hand from behind Akira and easily picked up the case that he was struggling to drag out. Akira, who saw that, gasped in amazement. Shizuka smiled and said, "It's not me, it's my augmented suit. Okay?" Shizuka was using a simple augmented suit under her clothes. Akira remembered the time when she had mentioned it to him. Although Akira's reaction was not that big, it seemed to have offended Shizuka. Yes I know." Akira tried to gloss it over as he flusteredly replied back. Shizuka took out the augmented suit from that case and helped Akira put it on. Unlike his previous augmented suit, Akira's new augmented suit did not have the skeletal-like frame, but instead, it had thin hard rubber linings on top of its artificial fibers that looked like capillary vessels. There were some holes that looked like a connection port on that hard rubber lining. Akira looked curiously at those holes. Shizuka then explained to him, "You can use those ports to connect the augmented suit with small-sized information-gathering devices." I did explain that it's an information-gathering device integrated augmented suit. Remember? So, it has a small-sized information-gathering device installed in it. After all, it was designed to be used in tandem with information-gathering devices. I guess this kind of thing is really expensive, right? Of course a better augmented suit cost more money. But this PWD silence is rather special. I got it at a pretty cheap price. Compared to the other augmented suits that you can buy with the same amount of money, this augmented suit is basically one level better. Rather special, huh? Akira knew that Shizuka would not recommend any defective products to him, but it still bothered him when she said that it was rather special. Well, it'll be fine. It's not like it's a used product with a shady background. It's a new product and not one of those products that got called back in the past for some kind of defect in its design. It's just that it's very unpopular for some reason. On its day of release, a particular hunter made a very bad remark about this product, and since that person was rather famous, the bad review quickly spread in the market. In the end, it became a failure product that didn't sell at all. Later it was known that there was no defect in its design or functionality when another model with the exact same specs and design, but with the different name was released and was selling well. After hearing Shizuka's explanation, Akira somehow felt a sense of affinity. Both him and that augmented suit had bad luck. Thus, it might be the perfect augmented suit for those who tried to fight back and rise up from that situation. When Akira turned the augmented suit on, it tightened up and fit perfectly with his body shape. He did not feel any discomfort at all. Even after moving his body around, he still did not feel anything uncomfortable. If he could move this fluidly even before the fine-tuning, there should be no problem with the augmented suit, just like Shizuka told him. Akira then closed the augmented suit's case and put it back in his vehicle. Thanks to his enhanced physical strength due to the augmented suit, he was able to do that easily. Shizuka smiled at Akira as she said, "And with this we've confirmed that you received all your new equipment set. Are you happy with them?" "Yes, thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that. I hope that you'll keep coming to my shop." Shizuka took a step closer to Akira and gave him a hug. "I know that you'll return back to doing your hunter job, so please be careful out there, okay?" "Yes." After Shizuka let him go, Akira got into his vehicle. Shizuka lightly waved at him as she saw him off. Akira lightly bowed back to her and turned the vehicle. He then drove back home. When Shizuka could no longer see Akira, she sighed and smiled bitterly. "This is bad. I am getting too attached. And here I thought I was more disciplined than this. I'm getting too emotionally invested in Akira that I'm now willing to go beyond my self-set boundaries. If it were not because Akira was also making a good contribution to my shop, this would have been really bad." Shizuka thought that at this rate, she would even become willing to face some monetary loss just to get Akira better equipment. She reminded herself to be more rational and to calm down before she returned back to the counter. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It had been 3 days since Akira got his new equipment set, and today he was driving his new vehicle through the wasteland. The control unit installed inside his vehicle was already under Alpha's control. Thanks to that, she was able to drive the vehicle. But this time, she allowed Akira to take full control to get him used to drive his vehicle. He had already gotten himself familiar with his new equipment. He had tried using his augmented suit to move around and took some test shots with his new guns. This was the first day he was going to do a real job after getting his new equipment. He was heading to an area in the Kazusuhara ruin that he only visited for a short time once before he took that request to the underground city. It was the area where the pointer was pointing to the underground when he was looking for old world facilities using the information that he had gotten from the Lion Steel Corporation's information terminal. Although there were a lot of rubbles above the ground, there was no building standing out in that area. But just like the underground city of Kazusuhara ruin, there might be a facility buried underground. If he could find a load of old world relics in an unexplored ruin, it would bring him a lot of money. This was the same exact reason that pushed a lot of hunters to go out to the wasteland and continue exploring. Some of them got lucky and became rich overnight before retiring as a hunter. This kind of success stories pushed more hunters to go out to the wasteland hoping to find the same luck, but unfortunately, most of them got swallowed and vanished in the wasteland instead. Akira was driving his truck following a guide shown on his vehicle's control unit's monitor. The monitor even showed the estimated time of arrival. He then asked Alpha, who was sitting next to the driver's seat. But still, I never thought that I would get a vehicle this quickly, you know? With this, even if I find an unexplored ruin, the other hunters should not be able to find out about it, right? If I remember it right, had it been a rental vehicle, other hunters would be able to backtrace the log and find the unexplored ruin too, correct? Yep, it's also the same case for subjugation requests. By the way, since you're not in a subjugation request this time, be careful with your ammo expense. After all, you won't be able to get back the money that you spend on your ammo this time. That is, as long as you don't bring back the dead bodies of the monsters that you defeated and sell them. So it's better if I bring them back to the city, huh? The exchange center in the hunter office should accept monster corpses too, right? Let's not do that now. It's something that you only do after getting enough information about where to sell them, how much they'll sell, and which parts of those monsters are profitable. Then you'll have to think about the transportation and the escort too to make sure that you'll still end up with profits. You'll also need to learn how to kill those monsters without damaging the value of their organs. I'm sure you already know this. Do you think someone would buy the carcass of a monster that you turned into minced meat with the DVTS minigun? Nope. See? Moreover, it's better to keep your load to a minimum, since it'll affect the speed of your vehicle. So it'll only be a useless extra weight if you bring them back just out of a whim. Roger that. When Akira was still living in the slum alley, he did think that it would at least get him some money if he brought back monster corpses to sell in the city. But it seemed that in reality, it would not bring him money if he just randomly killed monsters. But that aside, Akira glanced at Alpha, who was sitting next to him. Alpha was wearing a snow-white dress. The multiple layers of that snow-white dress looked luxurious and glossy. It gave off a holy and clean aura. Her hands were enveloped in white gloves that extended up to her wrist, thus hiding her long, beautiful, slim fingers from plain view. Her trouser also extended all the way to the floor, hiding her legs. It was as if her dress was designed to hide everything under her neck. Normally, such a dress would get stuck here and there inside the vehicle, and it would have been really hard to stay sitting on a running vehicle while dressed like that. But since Alpha was nothing more than an image, she was able to sit comfortably next to Akira. Can you do something about that dress? Oh my, you don't like it? I guess you don't like this kind of dress, huh? That's not the problem here. It just doesn't fit this place, so it's like it feels really weird. It's not something that normal people would wear when they go to the wasteland, right? I did tell you that I'm doing this intentionally, remember? This is so that I can easily find out if there are other people who can see me. That's why I'm wearing this kind of dress, to incite their reaction. Ah, you're right. You did explain that to me before. Yep, so, I hope that you'll get used to this kind of dress. Even if you tell me so. In that case, can you change to that maid uniform? I think it's at least better than what you're wearing now. Maid uniform, huh? I might be overthinking this, but I don't think it's rare to find people dressed in maid uniforms in the middle of the wasteland. That's why I'm not wearing that anymore. I don't think that's true though. You still remember that you met a person wearing a maid uniform in the lower district, right? She might be a hunter, and even if she's not, she must be some kind of soldier. Ah, you're right about that. When he remembered what happened back then, he was mildly annoyed. But he decided to just push that aside for the time being in order to keep his calm. It sure was embarrassing to withdraw from a fight when he was the one who challenged them in the first place, so he could not help but feel annoyed. But again, he knew well getting his calm disrupted because of that would not bring him anything good here. Akira knew Alpha was talking about Kane, who was wearing a maid uniform when he met her. During that extremely dangerous situation, even though she knew what was going on, she was smiling as if she was enjoying it. Akira even noticed that she hoped for the situation to end up in a fight. There was no mistaking it. Kane loved fighting. She was someone who had confidence in her fighting capability. According to their conversations, there was a good chance that she was in the same occupation as Shirori. So, he assumed that she must be at least as strong as Shirori. So what I'm saying here is that it might not be that strange for people who have the same occupation as Shirori and that person to use a maid uniform. Thus, people might only ignore it, thinking that it's not strange to see hunters with maid uniform when they see me in such a dress. Alpha was basically saying that it was nothing strange to find hunters in maid uniforms. Akira frowned when he heard that statement that was out of common sense. Well, I don't exactly think that's true though. I'm just saying that there's a good chance that would be the case. For example, let's say that a hunter found a warehouse ruin that was owned by an old-world fashion designer. Then, that hunter discovered a huge amount of maid uniform inside that warehouse and sold them in the city. Even if they were not designed for fighting, some of the clothes made using old-world technologies are even stronger than the armors made using the current technology, you see. Since the supply is high because of selling all of those uniforms in one go, they'll be sold at a cheap price. In this case, those hunters who are not bothered by the design might buy them as protective suits regardless of their gender. If something like that were to happen, it won't be strange to find hunters wearing maid uniforms in the wasteland, you know? Regardless of gender? Even the guys too? Even the guys too would want to stay alive after all. But well, I guess guys would change their clothes once they are in the wasteland rather than using the maid uniform when they are in the city. Akira imagined such a scene. A brawny guy, who was working as a hunter, searching for relics in the old-world ruin wearing an expensive maid uniform. That man then met another guy, who was also in a maid uniform. They looked at each other, understood what was going on, and walked away without saying anything as they decided to forget what they just saw. With the same thing happening again and again, eventually, those guys in maid uniform formed a group and searched for relics together while ignoring each other's appearance. Then in the end, Akira cut his imagination there. Don't destroy my common sense, will you? Common sense is something that changes with time. As Akira was driving through the wasteland, they continued talking about strange subjects. Since he was avoiding monsters, Akira was only able to arrive at his destination later than he originally estimated. He parked his vehicle under the shadow of a building in that area and put on a camouflage sheet over it. Although Akira could spot it easily, it would be hard for people who did not know the exact place to spot it even if they were actively looking for it. This should be okay, right? Akira mumbled as he looked at his vehicle. Since he got that vehicle purely out of luck, he wanted to avoid getting it destroyed by the monsters or stolen by someone else. I think so. It would be counter-effective if you get yourself too worried about it. So just shake that feeling off of you. Stealing another hunter's vehicle in the wasteland was actually far more difficult than Akira imagined. It was because all hunters would make sure to keep their vehicles safe. Vehicles with an automatic combat module installed in its control unit could automatically shoot anyone who tried to steal it. Thus, normally, stealing other hunters' vehicles was not worth the risk. But even so, there were cases where parked vehicles got stolen. So in the end, it was all a matter of luck. Unfortunately enough, Akira was a boy with bad luck. He had no other choice but to hope that all of his precautions could counterbalance his bad luck. Akira scanned the area around him. He moved around, forming a circle with his vehicle in the center, and gradually moved further and further away from that center. Akira was searching for an entrance to the underground buried among all the rubbles and wreckages in the area. Of course, he could not search it using his naked eyes. Thus he was relying solely on his information-gathering device. By the way, how good is my new information-gathering device? Is it way better than my previous one? Generally speaking, it's more or less as good as your previous information-gathering device. Is that so? Shizuka-san did say that it's one level better than other information-gathering devices in the same price range though? I believe she meant it when it's used in tandem with the augmented suit. Moreover, there's also the fact that the information-gathering device you got from Elena-san was actually a good information-gathering device. Elena-san sold it at a low price since it was only collecting dust in her place, but normally, with your earnings at that time, it was not something that you could buy, you know? Ah, I see. Akira became more grateful for Elena and promised himself to return that favor one day. It had been an hour since Akira started searching. Since he was checking carefully under the rubbles while avoiding the monsters, his search progressed slowly. But even so, he wanted to avoid having to recheck the area just because he missed something during his search. Thus, he continued to carefully check the area. His search was doing well as he did not encounter any monsters. He was able to see a pointer in his enhanced view based on the information that he got from the Old World Corporation Lion Steel. That pointer was pointing at the secret facility that he was looking for. But it was pointing near the center of the area that he had already searched, and the radius of his search area, which was already pretty big, was growing even bigger and bigger. I just can't find anything. Could the entrance be located somewhere else? That might be the case. However, normally huge underground facilities have multiple entrances. But then again, although I don't want to think about it, there's also a chance that the info we downloaded from that information terminal was actually inaccurate. So what do you want to do? Want to try looking in other places? No, I'll keep looking here. I haven't met any monsters and the search itself is not that tiring. So I'll continue searching around this area. Okay. Akira continued his search in that area. If we assume that there's a huge-scale underground ruin in this place just like that underground city and that it has a lot of entrances, then what might be the reason as to why you can't pinpoint the location of those entrances? Let's see, I guess it's because the ruin of what was once a tall building is now buried deep under the ground. Then after a long time, dirt and sands kept piling up on top of it and ended up burying that building deeper and deeper under the ground. In that case, will it still be impossible to find the entrance using heavy machinery? The entrance is usually located on the first floor or the basement. If it still somehow retains its original shape even after being buried for so long, it would be possible to enter the building from there. So it's not like it's impossible, huh? Akira continued his search while chatting with Alpha. But even so, he was still cautiously checking every nook and cranny. He had even started searching around the area away from where he parked his vehicle. As he was starting to think about parking his vehicle closer since he was getting further and further away from it, Alpha suddenly said to him, "Wait, stop there. Is it monsters?" Akira hid behind a wreckage and readied his gun. He quickly put up his guard ready to fight. "No, it seems that I finally found some hints." Alpha then pointed her finger at certain wreckage not too far from Akira. At the same time, she used the data gathered from Akira's information gathering device and processed it before showing it in his enhanced vision. Thanks to that, he was able to see a staircase under the wreckage that Alpha was pointing at. Finally found it. Or so I want to say, but it's rather far away from where the pointer originally is. Well, it's fine if it's because the facility is really that big, but there's also a chance that it's from an entirely different building. Akira realized that he had got too excited. That was why he intentionally said that, to remind not to get ahead of himself. There's no other way but to go down there and check it yourself. Let's remove the wreckages blocking the way in. It should be an easy job using your new augmented suit. Alright then, let's do this. Akira excitedly started removing the wreckages and the rubbles. He followed Alpha's instruction as he sequentially removed the wreckages. Thanks to his augmented suit, Akira was able to easily remove the huge wreckages, which would otherwise have been impossible to even make them budge if he only relied on his raw strength alone. Alpha even indicated where to put the wreckages that Akira had removed. She carefully calculated the placing so that other people would not be able to easily find that staircase through the rubble surrounding it. Also, if Akira parked his vehicle near that staircase, it would also create a blind spot. Akira's new augmented suit showed its full usefulness. It only took him about 30 minutes to remove all the wreckage blocking the way to the stairs. Akira then returned to his vehicle and parked it under the shadow of a wreckage near the stair. He then removed the CWH anti-material rifle from the gun station and brought it with him. At first, he was unsure whether to bring the DVTS minigun too or not, but in the end, he decided to just leave it on his vehicle since he thought that it would only slow him down if he brought more guns than needed. Also, using the DVTS minigun would quickly burn through his reserve ammo. Although his new augmented suit increased his max load, it did not mean that he could just bring more reserve ammo with him to use DVTS minigun. It was important to keep his load to a minimum during his ruin exploration. Akira stood in front of the stair that was leading deep into the underground and took a peek inside. Since the sunlight could not reach the area past few steps, it seemed that there was only endless darkness expanding in front of him. The thought of getting a pile of old-world relics from an unexplored ruin, and turning them into a huge amount of money had already completely gone from Akira's mind. What laid in front of him was the mouth of a dangerous monster that had swallowed many hunters who went in chasing their desire and dreams. The only hunters who were able to get a huge amount of money were those who were able to return back alive from that place. As Akira became more and more nervous, Alpha suddenly said something with a serious face that delivered the final blow. Akira, I'll tell you this before going down, so make sure to remember it. When you're underground, try to keep me within your view. When you can't see me or hear me, basically when you can no longer recognize me, turn back as soon as possible, okay? When you can't recognize me, it means that you'll lose all of my support too. So be careful when that happens. Akira panicked as he quickly glanced at Alpha's direction. All? Not just a portion of it? Yes, of course. It's not like we know for sure if it's going to happen. It's just that there's a chance for something like that to happen when you go inside some ruins, and that chance shoots up when you go to the underground ruins. When that happens, you just need to retrace your steps back to the point where you can see me again. But it was all right when we were in the Kazusuhara underground city, right? Well, Kazusuhara ruin is basically like my garden, so the effect was not that bad. But even so, it still affected my detection ability, remember? Akira clearly felt his legs freeze. He was only able to survive until now thanks to Alpha's support. Thus, he understood that he himself was scared of losing that support. It was fully understandable why he was hesitating to move forward. If you're scared, there's no need to push yourself too hard. You know? It's something that might endanger your life. After all, we can just forget about the underground exploration and continue our search above the ground. Well, since you're not stopping me, it means that it's not that dangerous. So it's basically something that I should be able to handle myself, right? That's true, but I'll go then. Resolve is my responsibility after all. Akira pulled himself together and somehow squeezed a fake valiant smile. He kept that smile on his face, hoping to make it real. Things that he could overcome with his own power should be overcome with his own effort. That one point did not change even after he met Alpha. He knew that he had done something like this many times before in the slum city. This time he just needed to do the same thing in a more blessed environment. Akira pulled himself together and made his resolve. Alpha smiled back at Akira. Very well, let's go. Akira made his decision and started walking down the stairs. But he quickly returned back. Alpha found that weird and asked him, "What's wrong?" On the second thought, I'll bring that too. I'll quickly go back if I run out of ammo. Akira went back to his vehicle and took off his DVTS minigun to bring it together with him. Seeing how he went down the stairs with confidence just to quickly return back, Alpha giggled. Akira looked annoyed as he mumbled, "What? It's nothing. Being careful is a good trait too." Alpha was still smiling when she said that. Rebuild World Chapter 73 How to Sell Relics. Akira followed the stairs underground. It did not take that many steps before he was enveloped with total darkness where he could not see anything at all. He then turned on the flashlight on his rifle and continued going deeper. The light from the flashlight could not even reach the base of the stair, which extended deeper into the darkness. At that time, Alpha suddenly said to Akira, "Akira, turn off the flashlight." Akira hesitated, but he eventually turned off the flashlight just like he was told. Darkness immediately enveloped him the moment he lost the only source of light. In that situation where he could not even see his own body, he was able to see Alpha's image clearly. In the midst of the total darkness, Alpha, who was giving off a silvery glow, suddenly raised her right hand. The moment she did that, everything around Akira suddenly became clear as colors returned to his vision. Akira could even see the cracks and the stains on the wall around him. Although there was no light at all, Akira was able to see everything as clear as day. He was amazed. It was true that he did not need any light source in this situation. Whoa! It's thanks to the level of accuracy of the data analyzer in your new information gathering device. But because of that, you can't see too far through the darkness. If you're bothered by it, you can turn on your flashlight. The light from your flashlight will be able to help me gather information through the rifle's aiming device. Then I can show the result from analyzing that data into your view to let you see what is in front of you more clearly. Akira then turned his flashlight back on and peeked forward. He could now see a floor by the end of the stair. So your support even goes as far as shooting in the dark too, huh? That's really amazing. But of course it's my support after all. Alpha smiled proudly. Her support was really reassuring, but Akira kept on moving forward into a place where he might lose that support. Akira thought of that possibility. He then made his resolve and swung his legs forward. Akira felt like he had gone down for about 4 floors before he reached a long hallway. There were lamps installed on the ceiling of the hallway, but of course they were not on. If it was not because of Alpha's support, he wouldn't have been able to see them at all. Akira readied his gun as he continued walking deeper into the long hallway. The hallway itself was pretty clean. Although the floor was covered in dust and dirt, there were no crumbled parts nor wreckage scattered through the hallway. There was also no white bones left over from dead people or corpses of either mechanical or biological monsters. If the floor was not covered in dirt and dust, it would indicate that the old-world cleaning drones in that place were still active. But the dust-covered floor refuted such a possibility. And since Akira did not see any footprints, it might be really an unexplored ruin. Now, if the facility itself had already been deactivated, then the security drone would also be inactive and Akira would be able to safely search the building. And since there were no footprints on the floor, it also showed that no monster had gone through that hallway. All the signs were indicating that it was a safe building. It's going really well. Now then, if I can find a lot of old-world relics left in this place, then this will be perfect. It seems that this place is just a normal hallway. It will really be a huge jackpot if it leads to a warehouse or a shop. But there's also a chance this is just a common hallway. If that's the case, I hope you can at least find some lockers. As Akira continued walking through the hallway, he noticed something that looked like a shop next to him. The shop itself was embedded into the wall of that hallway. Akira realized that it was a shop since the wall was made of glass that allowed him to see what was inside. It seemed like the entire section of the wall was built as the display window of that shop. He came closer to the display window and peeked inside. The interior of that shop looked pretty extravagant with luxurious and expensive-looking relics lined up inside that shop. To Akira, all of them looked like they would sell for a lot of money. Akira could not hide his amazement as he turned to Alpha. "We did it. Alpha. Those are relics. This place has so many old-world relics. Let's take them back. Let's take all of them back home." Akira, calm down. "Entrance, where's the entrance? I don't see any though." Akira excitedly looked for an entrance, but he could not find anything that resembled it. The glass of the display window looked not that durable. He thought that he might be able to break it using his augmented suit. Looking at Akira, who seemed like he was going to break the glass to get inside, Alpha hesitated as she said to him, "Calm down. Unfortunately, you can't take any of those relics at the moment." "Oh, eh." Akira seemed utterly shocked as he looked at Alpha. "I'll explain it to you, so just calm down for now." Alpha then modified Akira's vision. The moment she did that, all the expensive-looking relics that were in front of his eyes immediately vanished. Akira dropped his jaw. "Huh. I prioritized the topological data to remove any holographic images from your vision." Akira noticed an object that was projecting the image of the relics that he just saw a moment ago. He then dug through his knowledge and worded out the name of the object that came up in his mind. Holographic poster. It was made using the technology of the old world. I'm sure it's some kind of advertisement from when this place was still active. Akira finally understood what was going on. The shop in front of his eyes was non-existent. It was only a super advanced poster that produced a highly realistic image. Akira was somehow able to prevent himself from just dropping on his knees. "Can I at least bring this poster back? It's embedded into the wall, so that'll be impossible to. I guess I got ahead of myself, huh?" Akira let out a big sigh. He then continued going deeper while calming himself down. In contrast with his expression, his steps still felt heavy when he left that poster. As time passed by, he eventually got back to his usual self. At that point, he had already reached the end of that long hallway and entered a big open hall. That big open hall was connected with another hallway. There were also several automatic ticket gates and shops present. When Akira looked at those shops, he turned to Alpha as if he wanted to ask her something. It's alright, those are real this time. Nice. Oh. Akira smiled and walked to one of those shops. Without any power source, the automatic door in front of the shop could not move, so he used the power of his augmented suit to pry it open before entering that shop. The interior of the shop was not that big, but inside it there were all kinds of goods and some leftover broken goods lined up. Some of them were so old that they even turned into a bundle of dust. Some of them looked so unnaturally brand new. The latter were known as the Old World relics. They were expensive goods manufactured through an advanced technology that could not be replicated using current technology. Akira pulled out a rucksack, different from the one that he was using to carry his equipment. He then started stuffing any objects that still retained its original shape into his empty rucksack. Among them, there were weird-looking small electronic devices, knife-like sharp objects, some stationaries, notes that strangely enough still retained its original color, some pieces of clothing that looked like underclothes, strange discolored boxes filled with still consumable medicines, liquid containers filled with some kind of cleaner, handkerchiefs, cooking utensils, something that looked like calculators, fashionable clothing, small accessories, and even toys. Akira did not discriminate as he stuffed everything inside his rucksack. As he was looking at the pile of mismatched relics in his rucksack, he asked Alpha, "Say Alpha, what kind of shop was this exactly?" "Maybe just a general shop." They sold cooking utensils and clothing in a general shop? And even this strange electronic device too? I don't really understand the old world culture. Was this kind of shop normal in the old world? Different technological era have different cultures. So you shouldn't use your common sense. I guess that's true, huh? Well, as long as these relics sell for a lot of money, I don't really care much about it. Even in the current era, the lifestyle and the culture inside the wall and outside the wall were greatly different. So Akira decided not to let himself get bothered by the mismatched collection of relics that he found inside that shop. It did not take long for him to fill his rucksack to full capacity. Akira smiled, he should be able to make quite a lot of money with this. Now that I already got the relics, I'm thinking of ending the exploration here for today. What do you think, Alpha? Should I continue exploring this area for a bit more instead? If you think so, it's okay to go back home now. It's important to be able to decide where to stop before anything bad happens. Alright then, let's head back home. I didn't get to meet any monsters too, so I guess I really hit the jackpot today. You can't relax yet, you know? You should not drop your guard as long as you haven't returned back alive. And it's too soon to decide if you have hit the jackpot or not before you have exchanged all the collected relics into money. I know, let's go back home. Akira went back through the hallway that he just passed through in a good spirit. As Alpha was watching him walking back in such a good mood, she thought that things were going too smoothly. That day, Akira was able to find an unexplored ruin, get himself a lot of relics without encountering any monsters, and now he was going back to Kagomayama City to sell the relics that he gathered. Akira had bad luck to the point that it was almost guaranteed that he would at least get roped into something troublesome no matter what he did. But now that everything was going well, Alpha was rather worried about the backlash. Although it was not like she had any evidence to support her claim, she still could not help but think so. Unlike what Alpha expected, Akira was able to return back to Kagomayama City safely with all of his relics. Although he did meet some hunters driving in the opposite direction on his way back, nothing bad happened. Akira put some distance between them just to be safe and continued driving in the opposite direction. Those hunters eventually disappeared behind Akira without anything major happening. Once he got back to the city, Akira kept on driving his vehicle all the way back to his home. It was because it was already late, too late for him to look for Katsuragi to sell his relics. So he decided to just take a good rest for the remainder of the day and sell his relics the next day. Akira took a warm bath to recover his fatigue from all the hard work he did that day. Since he got quite a lot of relics, he was in a rather good mood. I wonder how much I'll get from those relics. Some of them are still in very good shape, so they should be able to get me quite a lot of money. Right, Alpha? Akira was asking for a confirmation from Alpha, who was taking a bath together with him. The image of Alpha's superbly beautiful body swayed together with the steam and the vibration on the water surface. It was a totally unnecessary visual effect, produced using her advanced computational ability. But for those people who got more excited when it was barely visible, this might even be the correct way to use her advanced computational ability. But her charming and beautiful body was barely given any attention by Akira, who was in such a good mood after returning back with a lot of relics. He kept on wasting his chance of seeing such a rare beauty that day too. Alpha knew that Akira was expecting to get a lot of money from selling those relics. Thus she refuted his thinking in order to calm him down. You should not expect too much. This is not the same compared to when you were gathering relics in Kazusuhara Ruin with my instructions. But I won't say that they won't sell either. Is that so? The value of those relics will depend on Katsuragi's preference, and the types of relics that are in demand at the moment. If you get your hopes too high, you might only get disappointed in the end, you know? Well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow. His expectation of the amount of money that he might get from selling those relics stopped swelling after hearing Alpha's explanation. It also helped him calm down. On the next day, Akira went to Katsuragi to sell his relics. After checking all the relics, Katsuragi then told Akira how much he would buy Akira's relics for. 2,200,000 orum. Akira looked conflicted. It was not a small amount of money for sure, but it was not the amount he had expected. Katsuragi made a businessman smile as he said to Akira, "That face, you were expecting to get more money, weren't you? But unlike last time, you're not saying that you're going to take them to the hunter office, so it's not like you fully reject it either, right?" Well, yeah. If Alpha had not warned him yesterday, Akira would have expected to get way more money than this. If she had said something after hearing the amount of money that Katsuragi was offering, Akira might have reacted differently too, but she did not make any comments at all. After hearing the amount, though Akira did not think that it was completely unexpected, he also was not fully convinced by that amount. Katsuragi was able to see through Akira's displeasure and noticed that it might be his chance to get his hands on more money. "I've been planning to get along with you for a long time, so it would be bad if you brought your relics to another place and was left with a bad impression about me. So hear me out, I have a good idea. It seems that you don't have much knowledge about selling relics. In that case, I don't mind teaching you. After all, I bet that you mostly spend your time doing monster hunting requests rather than hunting for relics, right? If you had known anything about selling relics, you wouldn't have brought a portion of these relics here. About what kind of requests I take, I'll leave it to your imagination. Well, even if I'm mistaken, you have nothing to lose from listening to my advice." Katsuragi started explaining the basics of selling relics to Akira, while carefully adjusting the level of self-interest that he could mix in his explanation. It was not like all old-world relics would sell for a high price, and the selling price would also change depending on to whom Akira sold them. The buying price of relics at the hunter office was greatly affected by the type of relics the corporate government was looking for. The type of relics that the corporate government wanted the most was those with high scientific or technological values, even among the old-world relics. After all, these relics could serve as an entry point to learn about old-world technologies. The corporate government of the Eastern District was gathering old-world relics from all over its territory to learn more about the old-world technologies. These relics would be then sent to the laboratories under its governance to be broken down, dissected, and analyzed by all the scientists and engineers working in those laboratories. The results from those laboratories are then used to boost corporate government's technology, thus allowing them to produce cheaper and better goods. The relics that were brought to the Hunter Office's exchange center, which were under the corporate government's management, would be categorized depending on how much of old-world technologies could be extracted from them. The better the value that those relics had, the higher the chance for them to be sent to the 5 corporations that headed the corporate government. Because of this, the technological gap between big companies and the small or medium companies would not shrink anytime soon. In order to get those valuable relics, the small and the medium-sized companies would have to use other methods. So basically, these companies were the main patrons for Katsuragi and the other relics merchants. Katsuragi then took the weird-looking electronic devices from the pile of relics that Akira brought to him. He then showed it in front of Akira and said, "Bringing this type of relics to my place is the right course of action. Any company would happily buy this type of relic. And it's doubly true for those companies that don't get much chance to get such a relic. Since these types of relics will sell at a high price, I'm also willing to buy them from you for a high price. Well, of course I only sell these relics to those companies after gathering quite a lot of them. And when I don't have enough to sell to the companies, I'll gather some more from my other fellow merchants. It was not like the companies would only use these relics to study the old world technologies, some of them were used as they were. Of course, some of them could be reproduced with the same level of quality using the current technology, but most of the time, the manufacturing costs would be too high for them to be profitable. Some of them were used for a different purpose than originally intended when they were manufactured. Some of them could sell at a higher price just because they were old world relics. These kinds of relics would naturally be transferred to the respective type of company where they would be properly checked, cleaned, sometimes even manufactured into another type of product, before eventually getting sold again. Katsuragi then took one of the cooking utensils that Akira brought to him and said, "While this type of relics, well, it's not wrong to bring them to me. For relics that I know where to sell, I can buy them from you at a good price. Even if I don't know where to sell them, I can buy them at a better price since I can still sell them to my fellow merchants. But of course, you can get more money if you look for a specialized merchant who deals with this type of relic. If it's too much of a trouble for you, you can just sell them to me, but again, you'll get less money if you do that." Every day, hunters would bring back all kinds of relics to the city to exchange them for money. But some of those relics that were deemed useless had nowhere to go. It was because some hunters would bring anything that they could find thinking that they would sell well as long as they were old world relics. So sometimes they would bring some stuff that could be substituted with common goods that were readily available in the shops around them. Thus, there was no need to gather such kinds of goods from the old world ruins. But even so, some of those relics were sometimes sold at a good price. It was because there were demands from people who gathered relics as antique collectibles. Katsuragi then took an accessory and a still-sealed trump card. "As for these kinds of relics, it's wrong to sell them to me. They might sell for a good price if you bring them to an exclusive shop, but in my eyes they don't have much value at all. It's the same for cosmetics. I can't really say how much their actual values are. Because of that, I'll only buy them for a small price. To be honest, if you keep bringing only this kind of relics to me, I'll eventually refuse buying them from you." "Then what will you do with this kind of relic?" "Let's see, I just stuff them inside my warehouse most of the time, then show them to relics connoisseur or people with eccentric taste when I find the chance. Although it's rare, these people would pay a good price for those relics occasionally. Other than that, when I end up with quite a lot of them, I would just dump them in the wasteland and forget about them." Are you really okay with doing something like that?" "Of course I'm always careful as to where I dump them, at least I didn't get any complaints until now. If I dump them near the slum city, they'll disappear before even a month. I bet the people of the slum city are taking them. No matter where I dump them in the wasteland, they always eventually disappear. There are a lot of speculations out there. Some say that it's because the still active cleaning droids of the old world would secretly clean them up when no one's watching, while some say that the monsters eat them. Personally speaking, I believe the latter. After all, there are monsters out there that would even eat tanks. So there's nothing strange about it if they eat those relics too." Akira listened closely to Katsuragi's explanation. He seemed to be honestly interested in the topic. After hearing the explanation, it seemed that Akira was more or less able to accept the amount of money Katsuragi offered. It was obvious to Katsuragi that Akira was properly listening to his explanation. "And that will end my explanation. So then, I have a suggestion here. How about I buy some of your relics for 2 million orum? Then for the other relics that I didn't buy, basically the relics that I don't know what to do, you can do anything you want with them. You can try selling them to the hunter office. Or you can sell them to another merchant. I think this is a good offer for both of us, isn't it?" Akira was not sure for a while, but he eventually decided to take that offer. "All right, I'll take the offer." "Good to hear that, we have a deal." Katsuragi was smiling happily as he transferred 2 million orum into Akira's account. Although he was still not sure whether his plan would bring him more profits or not, he was at least able to finish laying the groundwork. Akira then brought the leftover relics back to his home and lined them on the floor. He ended up bringing back all the relics that Katsuragi rejected. There were also some small accessories and trinkets amidst them. Among all those relics, Akira was rather surprised that Katsuragi did not accept the apparels, like the handkerchiefs and the underclothes. To him, those goods were completely fine. The apparels even looked completely new, although that was unnaturally so. Therefore, he thought that it must be because Katsuragi just had no viable outlet as to where to sell these kinds of relics. So in short, Katsuragi doesn't buy apparels, huh? We ended up bringing back more relics than expected, so what's your plan? What should I do with them? I guess I'll just throw them in the warehouse for now. We might find a use for them later. Akira decided to just postpone the problem for now. Of course, if this continued, then his house would eventually get filled with relics that had nowhere to go. But with that being said, it should be alright for the time being. He then moved all the unsold relics to an empty room in his house. Even after he was done with it, that room still had a lot of open space and it gave Akira enough buffer time to arrive at a solution. When Akira was about to leave his house, he suddenly remembered something. He then filled his rucksacks with the apparel and accessory relics. Alpha tilted her head when Akira did that. Oh, what are you doing? Are you going to look for someplace to sell them? No, not that. I just thought that they should be perfect as gifts. Akira then finished his preparation and left his house with his filled rucksack. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In an empty room in her gang's base, Cheryl was teaching the small children in her gang on how to read and write. Since Akira himself made that request to her, she was putting more effort than usual as she was thoroughly teaching the children. Because of that, the members of the gang took that activity really well. Unlike the adults who ended up in the slum city from another place, most of the small children who were born and brought up in the slum city could not read or write. But they understood that reading and writing were crucial knowledge in their lives. However, they had no chance to acquire that knowledge. Adding the fact that the boss of their gang, Cheryl, told them to do so, everyone in the gang was giving their best in studying how to read and write. One of Cheryl's gang members suddenly entered the room to inform Cheryl of Akira's arrival at the base. Boss, Akira-san is here. Okay. Alicia, I'll leave this place to you. Sure. Cheryl left the teaching to Alicia before leaving the study room. Some of the boys in that room looked disappointed when Cheryl left the room. Because of both her position in the gang and her beauty, Cheryl was popular in the gang. Thanks to that, some boys put more effort into studying hoping that she would notice them. Nasha was among the children who were studying in that room. The reason why they were also teaching Nasha how to write and read, although she just joined the gang, was because of the gift that she brought with her when she joined Cheryl's gang. Although she only gave a portion of 90,000 orum that she received from Alna, it was enough to get her on the good side of the gang. Although it was not that long since Nasha had joined Cheryl's gang, she already had a very good impression of the gang after experiencing the life inside the gang for a few days. She got enough food to keep her from starving, and she was able to get a small gun enough for defending herself. Not to mention, no one from the neighboring gangs would even try to mess with Cheryl's gang, and their gang was able to make money from its connection with a certain weapon merchant. No one in the gang seemed to be supporting thieves, thus none was thinking of stealing or robbing warehouses or shops. Nasha was thinking of checking the situation for a bit more before getting Alna into the gang too. So, for that sake, she thought that she had to do a more thorough check of the gang. When Nasha saw Cheryl exit the room in a good mood, she asked the kid next to her. Say, it seems that boss is in such a good mood though. Do you know why exactly is that? Well, it's obviously because Akira is here, you know? Ah, you're a new member, huh? Since Nasha asked a question that everyone in the gang already knew the answer for, that boy quickly noticed that she must be a new member of the gang. Yep, I'm Nasha. Nice to meet you. So, what do you mean by that? Akira-san is the boss boyfriend, and it seems that the boss really likes him. He's the main support of the gang and also a skilled hunter, or so I heard. Ah, it's hard to ask this, but is he sponging off the gang? Not only the ex-hunters, but there were also other kinds of people, those who knew how to fight, working as a bodyguard or a back support for the gangs in the slum city. Some of them became the boss of a small gang and did whatever they wanted with those gangs. While on the other hand, when they got involved with a big-sized gang, some of them were paid with a huge amount of money to protect that gang or to work as mercenaries in time of war. No matter which one was the case, the amount of money paid to those people caused a strain for those gangs. Nasha asked that question thinking that Akira might be one of those people, but that boy shook his head. It's the opposite, it feels more like we're the one piggybacking him. It's also because he's behind this gang that no one is trying to attack us. He's also the reason why we get a weapon merchant working with us. Other than that, Ah, right, this building too, it's a good building for a base, isn't it? Yeah, it has a lot of rooms and it even has a bath too. That's exactly why other gangs also have their eyes on this building, you know? There was also an occasion where someone from a big gang came here demanding to hand over this building. It was from Shijima's gang, was it again? Do you know that gang? Nasha knew about Shijima's gang from the time when she was investigating gangs that she and Alna might be able to join. It was a pretty big gang with far better personnel and equipment compared to Cheryl's gang. According to Nasha's knowledge, Cheryl would have no other choice but to give up on the building if that gang asked her for it. Of course. It's impressive that you got out alive from that situation, so was it all right? That boy's expression turned stern. Well, I can't really say for sure. When that happened, Akira-san shot the person who threatened him and dragged his corpse all the way to Shijima's place and had a talk with Shijima. Nasha's jaw dropped. The boy nodded at her, saying that he understood her reaction. In the end, we somehow have a good relationship with that gang right now. They send people from time to check if Akira-san has died or not. Akira-san is a hunter after all, so it's nothing strange if he suddenly dies out of the blue. If Akira-san really dies, I bet those people would come here to take over this base. Since Alicia was sending a stern gaze at him, that boy quickly stopped making idle chatter. Nasha realized that and flusteredly fixed her posture. It seems that this gang has a pretty amazing hunter supporting it, huh? I guess even this gang also has some kind of problems too. I'm actually interested in the continuation of that story. And for the sake of Alna, I still need to get more information about this gang. It's not like Alna can keep hiding forever. Then, in order not to make Alicia angrier than she was, Nasha returned back to studying. Rebuild World Chapter 74. Souvenirs from the Ruin Exploration. After Akira was guided to Cheryl's private room, he stopped Cheryl, who was about to cling on him. Cheryl looked disappointed, but she then took a seat in front of Akira and smiled. So, how can I help you today? You can ask me anything. Well, that's not why I'm here today. I just got my new equipment set, so I was able to start exploring ruins again. So I'm just here to pay a regular visit to the base. I've also brought some souvenirs that I got from exploring ruins. Just think of it as my thanks for letting me park my bike here, and also letting me sleep here the other day. Akira took out the old world relics from his rucksack and lined them in front of her. Cheryl looked at the relics in front of her wide-eyed. Among all the relics that Akira lined up in front of her, there were dresses and underclothes for girls, handkerchiefs, and female accessories. To Cheryl, all of them looked like expensive high-quality goods. Is it really okay if I take some of these? You can take one each from the handkerchiefs and the accessories, then you can pick your choice from the rest. From what Akira said, Cheryl knew that all the goods in front of her were old-world relics. In short, they were high-quality goods for the people of the slum city. Although she did not know their exact value, she knew well that it was impossible for her to buy them normally. While on the other hand, Akira thought of them as useless goods since Katsuragi would not buy them. Since both of them had the opposite impression for the relics in front of them, they were a little bit surprised to see how the other person reacted to those relics. Cheryl made a very serious look as she was browsing through the accessories and the handkerchiefs. Seeing that, Akira thought that he should have given her everything since it made her think that much just to pick her choice. Shortly after, she finally decided on her picks. I'll take these. Alright. Since these are old-world relics, you can at least use them to trick other people by showing it to them. So make sure to use them well. Akira then stuffed back the remaining handkerchiefs and the accessories into his rucksack. Cheryl looked delighted as she looked at the presents that she just received from Akira. Among all of them, there were some underclothes for adults, basically undies with erotic designs. She thought that Akira might have given her those undies since he wanted to see her in it as she glanced at Akira. But after checking his reaction, she completely erased that thought from her mind. After he finished stuffing the leftover relics back to his rucksack, Akira stood up. That's all for today. I'll head back home now. You're going back home now? You can stay here a little bit longer, you know? Cheryl, who was so surprised when Akira suddenly stood up, tried to stop him. It was not that often he visited her, but even so, he was going to leave before she could cling on him. If it was possible, Cheryl hoped that he would stay a bit longer or even spend another night here. She tried to think of an excuse to make him stay longer, but before she could come up with anything, Akira suddenly said, "I'm sorry, but I have a plan to visit another place. I'll come again soon, just give me a call if anything comes up." "I see. It's really regrettable, but I understand. Thank you very much for your presents. I'm really happy to receive them." Cheryl smiled and expressed her gratitude. Although it was a dazzling smile that worked really well on the boys in her gang, as expected, it was completely useless against Akira. But it was not because of her smile, it was because Akira was an apathetic boy who did not trust other people. "Well, if you're really that happy, I guess I can bring you more next time." Akira's expression did not change at all when he said that. Cheryl then accompanied him until just outside her base and saw him off. After that, she returned back to her private room, laid down on her bed, and reviewed her conversation with Akira just now. She hung the pendant that she received from Akira on her finger and stared at it. Although she was happy with everything that she received from him, for some reason, she also felt an uneasiness inside her heart. She then tried to think of the reason why. Was it because it was a pendant that she picked rather than something that Akira himself picked? Was it because Akira gave her that just to prove her relation with him for negotiation? Or was it because he used the word to trick back then? Cheryl thought that it was not a good idea to keep thinking about it, thus she cut her thought there. She was still lying on her bed as she looked at the other souvenirs that she received from Akira. Among them, there were old-world dresses and underclothes. "I wonder if I can change the mood between us if I try on another dress." Cheryl pulled herself up from her bed and started undressing. She remembered that Akira also gave her underclothes, so she decided to take off her undies too. She then extended her hand to pick up one of the old-world undies that she received and opened its seal. When she touched its fabric, it felt so smooth and comfortable. The difference between that undie and all the undies that she had used until now was just like heaven and earth. I guess that's to be expected of old-world relics. I wonder how much this will cost if I were to buy it normally? As Cheryl was about to put on that undie, someone suddenly knocked on the door of her room. The person on the other side of the door suddenly opened that door without waiting for Cheryl's reply. "Cheryl, Akira." Ario's words were cut short as he entered the room and met Cheryl's eyes. He panicked and slammed the door behind him as he immediately exited the room. Ario understood well that he did something really bad. The expression on her face truly projected his inner feelings. It was pure terror. He could hear Cheryl from the other side of the door. "Ario. That was an accident. I just thought that it might be a good idea to get the new members to meet Akira. That's why I'm here. And that was just a pure accident." If it's about him, he quickly left after he finished his business here. That aside, Ario. Cheryl put a pause there. Ario was sweating profusely as he looked at the door to Cheryl's room. There won't be any mercy next time. Although Cheryl said that in her usual tone, it only made her sound more terrifying. Ario swore to himself that he would never ever open that door without a confirmation ever again. Inside the cartridge freak, Shizuka was talking with Elena and Sarah. She was asking them how they were doing lately. "I see, so your underground city exploration request has finally ended, huh?" Sarah happily replied back. "Yep, thanks to that, we can go back to exploring ruins." Sarah was obviously looking happy there, and from the way she worded it out, it sounded as if she got herself free from something. Shizuka, who saw that, found it rather weird. "Was it really that bad? From what I heard from both of your stories, it seems that you girls did not find any difficulties and got paid well from that request though." Elena smiled bitterly as she answered Shizuka's question. "That's not the reason. Sarah is so displeased because all of the relics that we found during that request were all taken ownership by the city management according to our contract. No matter how many relics we found down there, we had no other choice but to bite our lips and hold ourselves back from carrying them back home, you see. I lost count how many times I had to pull Sarah by her hair just to drag her away from the relics in front of her." Elena smiled after she said that. Shizuka imagined that situation and smiled. While on the other hand, Sarah was pouting as she jabbed back. "Didn't you also complain a lot about that too?" "Of course I did. It was because I had to hold myself back as much as you did back then. I never said that I felt happy about surrendering those relics, did I? As Elena answered back so lightly, Sarah turned her cheek the other way and made hump sound. In the middle of their silly talks, Akira suddenly entered the shop. They quickly noticed Akira. He also immediately noticed them near the counter the moment he stepped in. He then walked to the counter. Elena smiled at Akira. Long time no see, Akira. I heard that you did some crazy reckless stuff lately, but I'm really glad to see that you're doing fine. Akira smiled back and said, Elena-san, Sarah-san, long time no see. Sarah scanned Akira's body for any visible injuries as she said to Akira, I was worried when I heard that you were removed from the underground city exploration request, but it seems that you're not injured at all. Well, I won't ask you the details, you can't tell us anything after all, right? I'm sorry and thank you. Sarah and Elena were being considerate of Akira's position, and he was really happy about that. Shizuka found the conversation between them amusing as she joined in. So then what brings you here today? Don't tell me that you got too excited about your new equipment and so you're here to get refill ammo. Nope. It's just that I was able to bring back quite a lot of relics from the ruins, so I just thought of giving some of them away as souvenirs. It's also a form of my gratitude for always taking care of me, so please accept them. Akira took out the handkerchiefs and accessories from inside his rucksack and lined them on the table. Shizuka, Sarah, and Elena looked closely at those relics. All three of them were already used to seeing old-world relics, thus they had better eyes than Akira when it came to appraising old-world relics. Elena scanned through all the relics that Akira brought before speaking to him. You've got a good collection of relics here. Are you sure we may take some of them? Of course. They're basically just leftover relics after I sold all the expensive relics that I brought back. So please don't worry about it. Is that so? If that's the case, then I won't hold back. Sarah quickly extended her hands and yoinked the handkerchief and accessory that she had her eyes locked onto. Both Elena and Shizuka giggled when they saw that. Shizuka-san, can I see the modification parts that you have? Sure. Elena, make sure that Sarah would leave some for me too. Okay? Roger that. Geez, I'm not that greedy. Elena smiled teasingly, which Sarah returned with a bitter smile. Shizuka smiled and headed to the back room to get the modification parts that Akira asked. Akira was talking to Elena and Sarah while he was browsing through the modification parts. Since he brought more handkerchiefs and accessories than the number of people here, he just told them to share the relics between the three of them. So Elena, Sarah, and Shizuka were also discussing how to divide the relics among them. Akira picked a modification part that allowed him to get more ammo in a magazine. He then paid for that part and put it inside his rucksack. After they finished deciding which relics they wanted, Sarah looked at the relics that she received. She seemed delighted as she spoke to Akira. Since you gave me some good relics, I need to give something back to you. Akira, is there anything you want to know? I might even give you some secret tips about how to work as a hunter. Seeing how Sarah happily said that, Elena interjected and gave her a warning. Whoa there, Sarah, don't tell him anything unnecessary, okay? I get it, don't worry, I know where to stop. So, is there anything you want to know? Judging from how Sarah was behaving, it seemed that she would not withdraw from that place unless Akira asked her something. So he thought of anything that he might ask. In that case, can you tell me how to sell relics? When Akira said that, Elena and Sarah were obviously a little bit surprised. Sarah then asked Akira to make sure what he meant by that question. That's a rather specific question. You mean how to sell relics so that you can get more money rather than selling all your relics to the hunter office, right? To be honest, I always leave that part to Elena, so I'm not really that informed about that. Sarah glanced at Elena to see how she reacted. The way to exchange the relics into a huge amount of money, that was an indispensable knowledge for the hunters who specialized in exploring ruins. After all, it was not like the people who buy relics from those hunters had an unlimited asset to pay those hunters. Moreover, the price of the relics was greatly affected by the supply, the demand, and the current trends. It was a knowledge that they had acquired from hard work and piling experiences. It would allow them to get a better edge to compete with the other hunters. Thus, it was not a thing that hunters would normally share with the other hunters. From that point of view, Akira's question was actually rather rude. It would not be strange if Elena was offended by that question. That was what Sarah was worrying when she glanced at Elena. But Elena quickly caught the meaning behind that question. She then asked Akira to confirm her guess. Akira, you mean the common knowledge that most hunters would normally know, right? Yes. I actually went to sell all the relics that I brought back from the ruin, but in the end, the person that I sold the relics to was reluctant to buy a portion of the relics that I brought, you see. So in short, Akira was less than even a beginner when it came to selling relics. If Elena and Sarah were like players who knew the rules, the principle of those rules, and were skilled in the game, then Akira would be a new player who did not even know the rules at all. If that was the case, then there was no reason for Elena to get offended by his question. Elena smiled. If that's the case, then sure. First of all, can you tell me what kind of relics you brought back? Akira tried to remember the relics that he brought back and conveyed it to Elena. Of course, he would be able to completely retrace everything if he asked Alpha, but it would be suspicious if he was able to accurately recall everything. So he decided to try his best on his own. When Akira mentioned that he found some old world underclothes, Sarah quickly reacted. Underclothes for girls? How many did you find? Do you still have them? I'm sorry, it wasn't that many and I don't have them now. Akira was slightly overwhelmed by Sarah's reaction while Sarah looked very disappointed by Akira's answer. That's unfortunate. I know this sounds really shameless, but to be honest, I would prefer to get those. Akira looked troubled when he heard her. Me giving underclothes as a present to Sarah-san, huh? That's a big hurdle for me, so that's a little bit. You know. Akira had no courage to do that. Sarah smiled invincibly as if she was challenging Akira when she teased him. If you give me some, I might allow you to see me in those undies, you know? She was half joking there, so to be more precise, she was also half serious. Elena sighed exasperatedly and interjected. Sarah, you're troubling Akira, you know? You should work hard and find that kind of relic yourself. I'm sorry, Akira. There's a particular reason why Sarah is hungry for more undies right now. Hungry? Elena, don't use weird expression there. Sarah sounded annoyed when she said that to Elena. She then noticed Akira, who tilted his head and tried to explain in panic. Akira, it's not like what you think, okay? Well, it's true that I'm in a little bit of trouble right now, but it's not because of anything strange, okay? Although Akira did not ask her, Sarah then flusteredly explained the reason as if she was making excuses. Sarah was an enhanced human with nanomachines body enhancement. Because of that, her body shape changed depending on the amount of nanomachine reserve remaining inside her body or how many nanomachines that she was using. Especially for her chest where she stored her nanomachines reserve, its size varied with time. Because of that, if she used the usual stretchable bra, it would sometimes become so stuffed that it suffocated her, but some other time it left a big empty space enough for it to slip. Moreover, depending on its compatibility with the type of the nanomachine that she was using or the suit with nanomachine reserve that she equipped, even a slight maneuver might cause her to tear her undies in no time. And so, Sarah was in dire need of undies that could stretch so much that it would fit comfortably on her body that changed frequently from time to time. Also, it needed to be strong enough to endure her power and her maneuvering as an enhanced human. Getting such undies would, of course, cost her a lot of money. Not to mention, if she wanted to get comfortable undies with a good design, then the price would increase even further. And such undies were rare and most sought after in the market. But the Old World undies that were made using the advanced Old World technology easily satisfied all of those requirements. It was as if they were intentionally made to annoy people like Sarah. This was also the reason why Sarah was looking for Old World undies. Although it was not like all the Old World undies were that good, most of them were able to at least satisfy her needs. Of course, she could find other undies with the same level of functionality as the Old World relics, but such undies would have been made using high-quality materials and advanced technologies. Thus they would be super-duper expensive. On the other hand, she could also buy the undies that the other hunters brought to the exchange center. But with the Old World brand plastered on them on top of their high quality, and not to mention that she would be competing with the rich people to get them, it would still cost her a lot of money too. Because of that, Sarah would not sell any Old World undies that she found when she searched the ruins, so that she would be able to use them instead. She was able to get quite a lot of reserve undies by doing so. But then because of that underground exploration request, She did not have any chances to hunt for relics. Moreover, since they had to explore the underground city on foot, it also increased the frequency where she had to fight monsters. Thanks to that, Sarah burned through her spare undies really fast to the point that her reserve was in an emergency state at the moment. At this rate, she would have to go full commando. Sarah sounded a little exaggerating as she desperately explained her situation to Akira. Akira at least understood that she was not joking there. In that case, I'll bring them to you next time I find more. Sarah looked delighted when Akira said that. That would be really helpful, thank you. There's no need to worry even if it has some super erotic design. I'll properly put it on and show it to you. After Sarah said that teasingly to Akira, this time it was Shizuka who looked exasperated and interjected. Stop spouting stupid things and properly buy them from him. Akira, if you find any old world clothes, it doesn't matter if it's underclothes, you can bring them here and I'll buy them from you for a good price. Maintaining the guns is a dirty job after all, so there's a demand in this business for clothes that don't get ripped or stained easily. Don't worry, Sarah then can buy them from me at an even higher price. Sarah was shocked by that. Oh, of course you'll give me a friendly discount, right? Don't worry, you're a prospective regular customer to my shop after all. So I'll properly give you a special price for trying to snatch relics right in front of me. Shizuka smiled at Sarah when she said, but it only served to make her look scarier. Sarah obviously winced back there. Akira and Elena laughed when they watched their exchange. Sarah then turned to Akira and asked him, well, basically, I just need to find them myself. So, is it okay to ask you where you found them? Well, it's rather complicated to explain it, but, what should I say here? Akira wanted to explain the location of the ruin that he just visited the other day, but since he could not come up with any good way to describe the place, he looked rather troubled. Alpha, how do you think I should explain it to them? If you really want to give them the location, you can just tell them the coordinates rather than the road that you took. Oh, I see. Are you seriously going to tell them? Is it a bad idea? Looking at the troubled Akira, Elena thought that he was hesitating because of something else. I'm not going to tell you to remember all the ruins around this area, but it's a good idea to at least remember the name of the ruin where you get your relics. After all, merchants might buy your relics for a higher price if you can explain to them where you get your relics from. The Kazusuhara ruin was the only ruin that could be reached by foot from Kagomayama City. But that was not the case with a vehicle. There were multiple ruins around the Kagomayama City that Akira could go to if he had a vehicle, thus it was not a strange thing if he could not remember the name of all those ruins. As Elena thought so, she also taught Akira one of the basics of selling relics. But Akira shook his head and replied, I do remember the name of the ruin near it, but the location itself is. Akira, stop. When Akira was about to give the precise location of the site, Elena suddenly stopped him with a serious expression. Akira was a bit surprised. Elena then scanned the shop for any other hunters. Coincidentally, there was no one else inside the shop. She then sighed in relief and turned to Shizuka. Shizuka, I'm sorry, but is it okay to change the place? Of course, be sure to teach Akira the basics of selling relics too. Okay? Shizuka understood well why Elena did that. The only person who did not understand what was going on was Akira. Elena looked a bit troubled and said to Akira, Akira, is it okay if we continue this in another place? Well, it seems like it is going to be a long talk, so how about our house? Are you okay with that? Yes, sure. Let's go then. Shizuka, see you again next time. Elena and Sarah then left the shop. Shizuka still looked a bit troubled as she waved at Akira when he left her shop. Akira just obediently followed Elena and Sarah back to their house. He was sitting on a chair inside a room while waiting for Elena and Sarah, who went to change their clothes. He was obediently waiting for them since they told him that they would explain the details later. He looked around the house, judging from the furniture and the other stuff inside. He quickly understood that it was better than his house. It might be a good idea not to look around like that. You're right. Since Alpha warned him, Akira went back to sitting obediently while waiting for Sarah and Elena. It did not take long before they returned. Elena brought with her 3 cups of coffee. She then placed the cups on the table and took a seat on a sofa. She glanced at Sarah and exasperatedly said to her, Sarah, we have a guest here. So, can you at least pick better clothing than that? It's fine, isn't it? Since we're in our home, at least let me wear something that I can relax in. I also don't mind Akira seeing me in this. Sarah was wearing a loose white long-sleeve t-shirt that extended all the way to under her hip. Since it was made for comfort, it was showing a lot of skin under it. And to top it off, she was not wearing any skirt or pants. Even if it doesn't bother you, it might still bother Akira. You know? Is that so? Elena and Sarah, who had the exact opposite opinion, turned to Akira for confirmation. Both of their faces were telling him to agree with them. Akira was a bit overwhelmed by their expectation. Well, I do want to relax in my own house, and since this is Sarah-san's house, so if Sarah-san doesn't mind, then I'm okay with it too. Sarah smiled smugly while Elena exasperatedly withdrew. Looking at Elena, Sarah just smiled and said, "Don't worry, I properly put on something down there." It could also be inferred from her words that she did not have her bra on right now. Moreover, the shorts that she was wearing was rather provocative. The reason why she was wearing those shorts was to save her undies reserve that was running dangerously low. With just a little bit of effort, Alpha could accurately determine the direction of Akira's gaze. So in short, she knew better than Akira himself what he was looking at. Since Sarah was wearing a shirt that was out of her proportion, the valley of her chest sometimes peeked out from her shirt, and whenever she made a big move, her shorts would peek from under the shirt. Alpha knew that Akira was trying to look away from those two things. She also knew well that his efforts sometimes betrayed him. So, knowing those facts, Alpha then said to Akira, "As I thought, Akira, you like erotic clothes more, huh? Are you someone who gets all cold when you see a naked girl instead?" Zip it. Akira jabbed back hard at Alpha while trying to hide his embarrassment. Elena then changed the mood and said, "Now then, let's continue our talk from before. The ruin that you just visited might be an unexplored ruin, right? When someone found an unexplored ruin that the other hunter frequently visited, eventually, that ruin site would become popular and get a name. Sometimes the hunters who found it first would just put on a random name on that site which later would spread among the other hunters, and sometimes they would just pick a name from any particular landmark that they found when they searched for that ruin. Since Akira said that he remembered the name of the ruin near the location where he found that site, this meant that either it was a nameless ruin that was just discovered recently or it was a completely unexplored ruin. If it was a newly discovered old-world ruin, no matter how much they tried to hide it, it usually would still leak out unless they did a lot of information control to make sure that it would not leak out. Otherwise, the location of that ruin would quickly spread among the hunters. Because of that, since Elena and Sarah did not hear anything about a newly discovered ruin recently, thus they quickly guessed that the ruin that Akira found was a completely unexplored ruin. Elena was sure of her guess when she asked Akira that question. It might be an unexplored ruin, although it might also be just a different entrance into a ruin that was already explored. Since Akira just said that out so easily as if it was nothing, Elena warned him in a way that sounded as if she was scolding Akira. "Listen here, Akira. It's dangerous to give that information to other people, you know? The location of an unexplored ruin. I'm sure you know how valuable that information is, right?" But Akira's tone and expression did not change at all as he answered back. "Of course, I won't just give this information easily to other people. I just thought that it should be okay to share it with both of you since you've helped me so much. Not to mention that I already went into that ruin once before." It meant that Akira shared that information to Sarah and Elena, although he knew well just how valuable that information was. Elena and Sarah were delighted when they heard that, but Elena tried to suppress her feelings as she said to Akira, "I'm happy that you feel like that, but there's one more thing. It's dangerous to even say that you have such information in a public space. This is also true even when you're inside Shizuka's shop. It won't be strange to find other hunters eavesdropping in the middle of a public space like that." "I see, I understand, I'll be careful next time." Even after hearing Akira's reply, Elena felt that his reaction was somehow still too naive, so she then continued while making a serious face. "If you think that it would only cause you trouble with other hunters if they find out that you have such information, you'll have to fix your thinking. Depending on the type of facility that you discover, in the worst-case scenario, it might even cause you some trouble with big companies, you know. Some of them are not only aiming for the relics, they have many other agendas like seizing and monopolizing that ruin in order to restart it. As a result, they would even use anything, including violence, to get their hands on such information. So make sure to be very careful about it. I understand. Akira nodded with a serious face. Just like Elena said, he only thought that it might cause a problem with other hunters. Of course, he had no plans to get into trouble with big companies, thus he swore to be more careful. Elena could get from Akira's expression that he completely took in what she said to him. Thus, the serious expression on her face vanished and turned back into a smile. Rebuild World Chapter 75 The result of the second exploration. After Elena finished giving Akira her warnings, she then changed to her serious negotiation face and said to him, I'm honestly delighted to hear that you would share with us such valuable information about the location of that unexplored ruin. But we're still hunters too, and it doesn't feel right to just accept that information for free. Not to mention that Shizuka would definitely scold us later if we do so. That's why I have a suggestion here. A suggestion? Yeah. How about we accompany you in exploring that ruin? We'll also help you gather relics, sell them, and then we can share the money after subtracting the ammo expense. If there's any relics that we want, we can buy them from each other and add the price to that person's share. So what do you think? Akira thought about it for a bit before replying. I don't mind, but won't I just slow Elena-san and Sarah-san down? Sarah smiled. Don't worry, we didn't have any trouble when we were together during the Kazusuhara City underground ruin exploration. So I don't think there's any need for you to worry about it. Elena also smiled and added, I'm sure you'll help us out rather than slowing us down, and even if you do slow us down, I'm sure we would be able to handle it just fine. So don't worry. Akira knew that Elena and Sarah would say that by judging his performance during the Kazusuhara City underground exploration. But in reality, he was only able to do that well thanks to Alpha's support, while the ruin they were going to explore was a place where he might lose that support. If that happened, of course, Akira's fighting capability would drop significantly. So he was worried if that might cause a significant inconvenience to Sarah and Elena. Alpha, do you think it'll be okay? From my point of view, it's a good thing that you get someone who can help you out when you lose my support. So I won't stop you, this can be a good training for you too. It seemed that Alpha had no plans to stop him. So basically the possibility of Akira holding Sarah and Elena back was not enough of a reason for her to stop him. She also judged that it would serve as proper training for the worst-case scenario, which was losing her support during an exploration. Akira bowed to Sarah and Elena. I understand. I'll be in your care then. Sarah smiled happily and said, We have a deal then. It has been quite a while since our last ruin exploration, and not to mention that it's an unexplored ruin too. I can't wait to start. Elena also sounded happy as she asked Akira. We'll follow your schedule as to when we can go. So when would be a good time for you? I can go anytime. Is that so? In that case, let's go tomorrow. After all, we need to prepare ourselves too. We'll finish our preparation tonight. Other than that, let's talk more about that ruin, not to mention that I still have to tell you about the basics of selling relics too. After that, Akira talked with Sarah and Elena to share the information about that ruin as well as to reconfirm their plan for tomorrow, and Elena taught Akira about the common knowledge of selling relics. When he got used to Sarah's provocative appearance, Akira's focus shifted to Elena. Sarah was wearing a white t-shirt while Elena was wearing a black t-shirt. When they sat together next to each other on the sofa, it boosted the contrast between them. Elena donned combat sleek and clean clothing that made her look like a smart girl. It even made her look like some kind of high-class princess. Her skirt extended all the way to her ankles. Since she was sitting next to Sarah, who was not even wearing a pant nor a skirt, Elena's skirt looked unnecessarily long. And unlike Sarah's t-shirt that did not hide the valley of her chest, Elena's t-shirt fit snugly up to her neck. Akira inadvertently compared Sarah's appearance with Elena's. They too noticed that. But for both of them, it was not something that bothered them since they were not wearing clothing that would embarrass them when seen by Akira. But with that being said, both of them were still interested in what Akira had to say after comparing their clothing, while at the same time, it was a rather embarrassing thing to ask him directly about it. Both of them then glanced at each other before looking back at their own clothing. If they used Elena's appearance as the bottom line, then Sarah's clothing was rather provocative. Although it was not like Akira stared intently at her, it was also a fact that Akira's gaze was sometimes sucked into the valley between Sarah's chest. Sarah knew well that it was because of the clothing that she was wearing. It was not that much of an issue if Akira was completely cool about it. But it was obvious that he was trying hard to avert his gaze from that particular part of Sarah's body, and that he was not doing a good job at it. Every time his gaze inadvertently shifted there, Sarah started to get embarrassed too. But it would be even more awkward if she just came up with a random excuse to change her clothes, not to mention, Elena would definitely not let that slide later. But if Sarah's appearance was used as the bottom line, then Elena's clothing would be too straight-laced. It was true that Elena picked that clothing since they were having a guest. When they were not having a guest, she usually wore even worse clothing than Sarah right now. There were many occasions where she was not wearing anything other than her bath towel, while operating the information terminal perching on her shoulders. Elena herself was fully conscious about that fact. That was why she consciously picked a very reserved clothing to hide her usual unsightly appearance, even though it might give a wrong impression about her. But compared to Sarah's appearance, it could be said that Elena was overly conscious about her own appearance there. It was true that Elena did not find it amusing at all that Akira kept sending his gaze to Sarah. Although she understood that it was because Sarah's voluptuous body was further pronounced by her clothing, Elena, as someone who had confidence in her own body, found that rather vexing. But it was not like she could just come up with a random excuse to show her legs and lower her t-shirt. After all, there was no way Sarah would let that slide later. Both Elena and Sarah decided to pick their clothing more carefully tomorrow. Although they were in a completely opposite situation, they reached the same conclusion. They then carefully chose their words to make sure that Akira would not notice their real feelings. Unfortunately, Akira noticed that they were acting weirdly. But of course, he did not know the reason behind it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On the next day, Akira took his vehicle to the meeting place he had agreed upon with Sarah and Elena. Their meeting place was an area between Kagomayama City and the wasteland. Although Akira did not mind meeting up in the city or near the ruin, he decided to follow Elena's decision. According to Elena, since there was a good chance that it was an unexplored ruin, she wanted to do the search carefully to make sure that this information would not leak to other hunters. Akira arrived earlier than their meeting time, so Elena and Sarah were not there yet. Alpha was sitting in the driver's assistant seat, and just like always, she was wearing a dress that did not fit the wasteland at all. She then said to Akira with a serious expression, "Akira, I'll reconfirm about it again beforehand, you're really okay with it, right? Yeah, it's about me going in supportless this time, right? I'm okay with it." Lately, Akira realized that he was being fully reliant on Alpha's support. It made Alpha worry whether he would act calmly and rationally if he suddenly lost her support. Thus she decided that it might be a good idea to train Akira so that he would still be able to stay calm even if he lost her support. It would be a good thing if Akira could learn how to fight monsters while exploring that ruin with other hunters who he trusted. And although he had visited that ruin once since it was not fully explored yet, there was still a good chance that he would meet some monsters. Thus it was a perfect chance for his training. It was not like Akira himself was not worried at all. But he knew that resolve was his responsibility, so he replied back firmly to Alpha while hiding his nervousness. "This is a good chance to figure out my current ability. Just let me do it." "Alright then. Let's start, good luck." Alpha smiled gently at Akira. Then at the next moment, her image disappeared from Akira's view. At the same time, his augmented suit suddenly felt heavier and sluggish. It was because he had completely lost Alpha's support. Akira shifted the goggles on his forehead down and properly put it on his face. Those goggles were the same set that came together with his ERPS information gathering device's integrated augmented suit, PWD Silence. Thus, those goggles were showing the data gathered by his information gathering devices. It was also equipped with a simple farsight function. If Akira focused his gaze on a certain point, he could use that function to enhance his vision and zoom into that particular point to get more accurate information. Although it was an exceptional pair of goggles, it was nowhere near Alpha's support. It did not take that long for him to appreciate Alpha's support. As Akira was adjusting his vision through a terminal, he suddenly found a signal coming his way. When he focused his information-gathering device to that angle, he was able to see that it was coming from a vehicle that was heading in his direction. It was Elena and Sarah. Akira waved at Elena and Sarah. Sarah, who was sitting on the assistant driver's seat, waved back at him. They're right on time. It would not be strange to get a little late if they had encountered some monsters on their way here. So it's rather impressive that they're right on time. I guess that's because they're skilled hunters, huh? What do you think, Alpha? Alpha did not reply back at all. Akira quickly realized that he was in the middle of a training session. Ah, that's right. Damn it. Akira snapped back to hide the loneliness that he suddenly felt creeping. After meeting up with Elena and Sarah, Akira guided both of them to the ruin that he visited not too long ago. But it was not like Akira was heading straight there. He took a big detour by heading to a completely different location on the wasteland, and then turned towards the direction of Kagomayama City while heading to the ruin. It was so that other hunters would not be able to easily trace his footprint. It could be said it was a big mistake when he directly returned to Kagomayama City from that ruin the other day. Sarah glanced at Elena, who was sitting on the driver's seat. Say, Elena. Yes. If I'm not mistaken, you don't like that armor, right? The armor that Elena was using was a body-tight armor that pronounced her body lines way more than her usual armor. Moreover, the part of her body that would draw the attention of the opposite gender was even more pronounced by a belt. Although hers was not as big as Sarah's, it was at least bigger than the average size. Elena answered back calmly. It's not like I hate it. It's just that because of its material flexibility, it's hard to move in it. So it quickly tires me when moving in this armor. Since that problem is solved by using an augmented suit under it, I decided to start using it again. After all, this armor is much stronger and more durable than my usual armor. And since we're going to explore an unexplored ruin, I just thought that it's better to use this armor. Is that so? Yep. There was a moment of silence between them. This time it was Elena's turn to glance at Sarah. Sarah. Yes. That shirt under your armor. I thought you don't use it since it has bad compatibility with the armor that you're using right now. Sarah was wearing a shirt under her armor. Although it was not an old world relic, it was at least stronger than the usual shirt for hunters, so it was more expensive than the usual shirt. But because it had bad compatibility with her armor, it would get ripped in no time. Because of that, she had stopped wearing that shirt lately, or at least when she did, she would loosen the fastener on her chest to reduce the strain on her shirt. But even so, this time she completely closed the fastener. Elena bet that shirt would be ripped to pieces in no time. I just thought that it would be such a waste to let them collect dust just because they have bad compatibility with this armor. Not to mention we have started hunting for relics again, so I might be able to find some durable underclothing. Is that so? Yep. Once again, both of them suddenly went silent after that. Sarah, who was wearing more reserved clothing than yesterday, and Elena, who was wearing more pronounced clothing than yesterday, both of them were just silently following Akira to their destination. Akira, Sarah, and Elena eventually arrived at their destination. They parked their vehicle under the shadow of the nearby wreckage. To make sure that no monsters would be able to find them, they also put a camouflaging sheet above their vehicles. Then they readied their equipment before venturing down the stairs. Elena and Sarah looked pretty excited as they kept moving deeper and deeper into the ruin. Sarah herself looked hopeful to the point that she seemed way too excited, while on the other hand, Elena moved in carefully while keeping her surroundings in check. Elena remembered Akira's story from yesterday and thought, how exactly did Akira find this place? Was it really because of pure coincidence? Although it was true that the entrance was hidden in a rather concealed place, if it was only that much, the other hunters would have been able to discover this place way sooner than Akira. Moreover, if it was because monsters just opened the entrance and started coming out from this stair lately, then there should be more monsters loitering around near the entrance. But according to Akira's story, there were not that many monsters when he searched around the area. Elena was able to confirm that herself after she scanned the area. There were no monster signals both from around the area and from inside the ruin. Elena then gathered her assumptions together. The entrance to the ruin was originally hidden in a very concealed place where it would have been buried under the rubbles without anything that indicated its position. But even so, Akira was able to accurately acquire the exact location of that place and somehow locate it, and it was an information that even veteran hunters in big companies did not have. This was clearly not normal. But Elena had a guess why Akira was able to do so. Akira is probably someone who can connect to the Old World domain. It might be an information that he got from the Old World domain. If that assumption was correct, then Akira might have a lot of valuable information with him at the moment. That was exactly the reason why big companies always try to get a hold of people who could connect to the Old World domain, sometime to the point that they ignored the will of those people. The facts surrounding this ruin somehow confirmed Elena's guess even further. Elena glanced at Akira as he was watching the tunnel beside Sarah. What if we? The inner voice inside Elena screamed at her to stop that line of thinking there. But the calm and logical part inside her encouraged her to continue. Hypothetically speaking, if she could seduce Akira, then she would be able to get the power of someone who could connect to the Old World domain and all the benefits that came with it. Even the information of the exact locations of all the undiscovered ruins in the Eastern District alone would earn her a huge amount of money if she sold it to big companies. That is excluding the Old World warehouses filled with relics, or even labs and Old World factories that could produce those very relics. If she was able to seize them and sell them, she would get enough money to easily buy 1 or 2 cities in the Eastern District. Fortunately, it seemed that Akira trusted her and Sarah. Looking at how he reacted when he saw Sarah's sexy clothing from yesterday, she thought that there were a lot of possible choices that she could pick from in order to seduce Akira. Akira was still so young and inexperienced as a hunter. If she kept feeding him with information that fit her needs and added some charm with it, she should be able to easily manipulate him. And so her thoughts kept going deeper and deeper. Elena herself was no saint. She was a normal girl with a normal level of avarice. And her greed pushed her to keep thinking about that possibility. Elena, what's wrong? Elena quickly snapped back from her deep thoughts when Sarah called her. Akira and Sarah looked at her worriedly. She pulled herself together and smiled. It's nothing. I was just lost in my thought for a bit. It's been a while since the last time we went hunting for relics, and not to mention, we're in an unexplored ruin. I might be just a little bit too nervous, but I'm okay. Akira not only saved my life, but he even shared valuable information with me. There's no way I can betray his trust. Not to mention that if I look at Akira like that, Sarah would beat the crap out of me. Elena reflected on what she was thinking and erased that foolish thought that she had just a moment ago. Akira, Elena, and Sarah reached the bottom of the stair and continued going deeper into the ruin. Sarah took the front and Akira took the rear, while Elena in the middle made sure to keep their surroundings in check. Elena and Sarah used flashlights to illuminate the way in front of them. Although using a strong light inside a dark ruin like this would allow monsters to quickly discover their location, Elena and Sarah still decided to use a powerful flashlight, because the monsters which lived in such a dark place would have relied more on their sense other than their vision in the first place. One of the reasons why Elena and Sarah decided to use powerful flashlight was also to inform other hunters about their position, basically so that other hunters would not mistake them as monsters lurking in the darkness. It was also to quickly identify any hostile hunters in case they met any. If they spotted other hunters with that light but the other hunters did not do the same, then those hunters might be planning to ambush them. But in the end it was a very subjective matter. Some hunters just did not want to get discovered by other hunters inside the lawless and dangerous wasteland. So basically it was a matter of guessing whether they did not turn on their flashlight because they did not want other hunters to attack them or because they were thinking of ambushing other hunters. Akira, Elena, and Sarah explored the ruin at a pretty high pace. It was because there were not that many places to check in the hallway, and they did not encounter any monsters around. Akira was walking not too far behind Elena. Elena was equipped with multiple information-gathering devices. She was using a belt to strap those information-gathering devices around her body, depending on where she strapped her information-gathering devices, and because of the material of her armor, they somehow boosted her already charming bodyline. But of course, Akira had no time to spend admiring her charming figure from behind. Since he did not have Alpha support this time, he had to keep his eyes peeled for even the slightest change around him. In the middle of the exploration, Akira checked the enemy scan information displayed through his goggles multiple times. He turned and checked his back frequently, and also did not forget to check the information analyzed from the aiming device installed on his rifle. Seeing how Akira was so high-strung, Elena smiled gently at him and said, "Akira, you won't be able to stay for long if you're that nervous. You know? Calm down. I'm also keeping my eyes on our surroundings so you don't have to be that tense." "Oh, okay, I'm sorry." Akira took a deep breath to calm himself down before following Elena from behind. Looking at how nervous Akira was behind her, Elena just thought, "He's way too nervous compared to when we were in the Kazusuhara underground city ruin. Well, we're exploring an unexplored ruin after all, but it's also true that getting too nervous is also a bad thing." But even so, considering Akira's fighting ability that she saw in the past, it was also true that he looked unnecessarily nervous. Well, given his age and his experience as a hunter, I guess it's to be expected, huh? Back then, we also had Shikarabe with us, not to mention we were sure that we could meet up with the other hunters if we went back. So I guess it's nothing strange if he's more nervous compared to back then. But it should be fine, Sarah, and I just need to cover for him. As Elena thought so, she then stopped worrying about it and continued their exploration. Akira, Elena, and Sarah were able to reach the big open hall where Akira stopped last time without encountering any trouble. When Sarah peeked inside the shops in that big hall, her eyes sparkled. "Oh, it seems that this shop is filled with stuff. It will be perfect if we can find a lot of relics here too." Akira hesitated for a bit. I already cleaned that place last time, so I think there won't be any relics left there." But Sarah did not change her expression as she said, "Is that so? Well, it's fine. Elena, I'll leave the lookout to you. Akira, help me." Sarah then went inside that shop. Elena just stood at the entrance of that shop while scanning the area around for any suspicious signals. Akira followed Sarah and entered that shop. Sarah and Akira checked the stuff inside the shop. Since Akira had cleaned that place once before, there was nothing that looked valuable on the racks. At least that was what Akira thought. After he and Sarah looked around the shop once, Akira then said, "It doesn't seem there's anything valuable left here. So let's go back." "What are you talking about? We're going to take back home anything that looks expensive, you know?" Sarah smiled when she said that while Akira tilted his head. "What exactly are we going to take back home?" "That thing there." Sarah pointed her finger. Akira turned his head toward the pointed direction. Sarah was pointing at a display shelf which contained food-like things that were already past their expiration date to the point that they more or less turned into a block of dirt. Akira seemed more confused than before. The trio walked back while dragging a cart. On that portable cart, there was the display shelf where the foods that were already turned into dirt were on. Sarah and Akira had taken out that shelf from the shop from before. The rattling sound of the cart's wheel echoed through the hallway. Akira looked at the shelf on the cart while pushing it from behind. "Well, I guess it's true that this shelf is an old world relic too." Sarah heard that mumble. Basically, everything that you find inside an old world ruin is all old world relic. You know? That includes the wreckages and the walls too. The only difference with the usual relics is whether they fetch you money if you bring them back with you. "So this shelf can get us a lot of money, huh?" Sarah smugly answered that question. "There's a good chance that it will, at least enough for us to bring it back with us." It was not like Akira did not believe Sarah, but he was still not convinced and it was clearly visible on his face. Elena could guess what Akira was thinking when she saw his expression, so she added on to Sarah's explanation. "Old world shelves, especially the food shelves, sometimes have some kind of preservation functions. And when you find one that does have it, it can fetch us a lot of money." Preservation function, huh? But the food inside it has basically turned into a bundle of dirt, so isn't it broken already? It's simply just because it doesn't have any energy source. The machine itself doesn't seem to be damaged. And even if it is damaged, it could still be fixed with a simple TLC. And even if it's completely broken, the researchers would still happily buy it. Oh, I see. The real problem is to spot the shelf that has such a function. In this case, we have no other choice but to rely on our intuition as hunters. There were cases in the past where a hunter found a plain-looking box that actually had a high-tech preserving function. So basically, if you find relics inside a box, it might be a good idea to bring the box too with you. Akira was convinced by that explanation given by Elena. It was also reflected on his face. Elena, who saw that, smiled in satisfaction. After that, the trio finished their exploration without any trouble. They went back and forth between where they parked their vehicle and the ruin to carry the relics out. They took out a portable cart from inside Elena and Sarah's vehicle. It was a portable cart that could be attached behind their vehicle. After they piled all the relics that they carried out into that cart, they attached that cart behind Elena and Sarah's vehicle and left the ruin to head back to the city. And just like when they met up in the middle of their way back to Kagomayama City, they separated and took different routes back. Akira was talking with Elena and Sarah through his information terminal on how to sell the relics. Elena tried to reconfirm again with him through the information terminal. Are you really sure that it's okay to leave selling the relics to us? It might even take a whole month, you know? Yes. It's not like I'm hard-pressed for money right now anyway. And if it takes that long, then it means that it might sell for a really high price too. Alright then. I need to keep my pride as the person who taught you how to sell relics, so you can look forward to it. Akira could hear Elena's laughter from the other side of the information terminal. Sarah then interjected. We got a good relic and we didn't encounter any monsters. It's a really good ruin site. If it's okay with you, do you want to go to that ruin together again next time? Sure. When will be the next time then? Let's see. Well, we have a lot of things to take care of too. It would be at least next week or maybe even later. I'll call you again when we come up with a date. Later then. Sarah and Elena then closed the call. Akira let out a sigh and turned to the assistant driver seat. Alpha. Yes. The moment Alpha replied, her image suddenly appeared sitting next to him. Akira's face twitched and stiffened the moment he saw her image. This was because although he knew that she would definitely appear, he tried to put more effort to make sure that his expression did not change. It seemed that he was about to say something to Alpha but decided not to. Alpha, who noticed that slight disturbance in Akira's feeling, smiled teasingly and asked, Were you lonely? Yeah, I was. Since he did not want to lie to Alpha, Akira tried to hide his feelings by snapping back at her instead. Alpha just smiled in return. Akira glanced at Alpha and saw that she was smiling as if enjoying his reaction. But it made him pout even more as he pushed the pedal deeper and paced his vehicle faster toward the city. As Akira traversed through the wasteland on his way back to the city, there were some people who were watching him from afar. Is he gone? Yep, it should be fine now. Alright then, let's trace back their footprint. The guy who was watching Akira from afar picked up his telescope. It was a pretty huge telescope. Is there any need to keep our distance from them to the point that you have to use such a big telescope? Are you stupid? He's also a hunter. If he finds out that we know he's searching an unexplored ruin, there's no mistaking it that he would try to kill us. Being overcautious is just perfect in this case. Well, because of that, we're having a tough time looking for his footprints for the last few days though. But before that, did he really find an unexplored ruin? It's nothing more but your intuition, right? Seeing the other guy doubtfully asking him such a question, he became annoyed. I did tell you the reason, remember? When we passed each other on our way to the wasteland the other day, he was returning back to the city. But there's no nearby ruin from the direction where he was coming, so there's a good chance that he was on his way back from a newly discovered ruin. They were the hunters who were driving in the opposite direction when Akira was on his way back to Kagomayama City the other day. Judging from where Akira was coming, how he was taking more distance from them than usual, and from how he was being careful, they guessed that Akira was on his way back from a newly discovered ruin. Of course, they had no definite proof for their guess, so it was not an exaggeration to say that it was purely out of intuition. Luckily enough, that guy's intuition was really sharp, while on the other hand, Akira was really unlucky that he was found out with such scarce proof. His route this time is completely different from his previous route. You know? If he did that intentionally, it means that he doesn't want other hunters to know where he went. Right? Doesn't that also mean that he simply went to a different ruin from before? Good grief, just shut up. Yeah, I know it's just from my intuition. If you have more complaints, you can just leave. That guy suddenly snapped and shouted at the other guy. Geez, there's no need to snap back like that. Isn't it because I trust your intuition that I'm here right now? I'm sorry, okay? That guy tried to laugh it off as he followed the other guy, who still seemed annoyed as he went silent and walked to the vehicle that they parked not too far from them. After all, if it's really an unexplored ruin, we might strike it rich in one go. Not only will we be able to live the way we want to, we might even be able to buy a house inside the wall. I just want to make sure if I can really put my hopes up this time, you know? Cheer up, there's no need to be that angry. Humph, let's go. After that, they joined with their other friends who were posted in a different location. Then, they used their information gathering device to find the footprint that Akira had left and traced it back, while keeping their eyes open for any locations that looked like an old-world ruin. They eventually arrived at the wreckages where the ruin that Akira found was located. Elena was also being careful to make sure that no one would be able to trace back her footprint. The reason why those hunters were able to reach that particular area was more because of their pure luck rather than for their skill. Statistically speaking, it would have been highly unlikely for them to be able to trace back all the way to that place. Although it was not clear yet at that point whether their luck was more of good luck or more of bad luck for finding that place. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.